Service's vicious dogs that would be unleashed on protesters who breached the fence at the White House, up to and including flying to Florida and taking credit for a SpaceX launch of a Falcon 9 rocket carrying two astronauts to the International Space Station, while retweeting videos of himself talking about all of it Saturday as protests raged and buildings burned. And I really spent a lot of time this weekend thinking about what's the primary story here? What's like the main analysis that has to be done? What's the lens through which we need to understand what's happening in our country right now? Because I wanted to come to you and give you that point of view. Here's really what this is about. And the conclusion I came to is that there is no one lens. Things are more complicated than this is really what's going on. And I know that there are a ton of hot takes about this. If you look at Twitter lately, if you look at cable news, everybody claims to hold the real key. They claim to say this is the true filter through which this should all be seen. I'm here to tell you I don't have such a lens for you because I believe any such lens is too simplistic. Now, if you want that simplistic analysis, there are plenty available. There's no question about it. But to some degree, we sometimes are blinded by narrative. And in some cases, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Meaning, if you want to see every issue as being related to one problem, you're able to find a way to do that, even if it's not really the right or most robust analysis. So I'm going to give you some examples, and then we'll get to what I think is a reasonable analysis and way to think about all of this. So one storyline we're hearing, and we've heard it from a lot of different people, is this is merely about race. This is about white cops killing black people. This is about white cops oppressing black protesters. This is about a fundamentally racist justice system. It's about a fundamentally racist society. That's what the lens is. Now, of course, race is a massive component that is causing understandable rage among a lot of people. But that analysis doesn't tell you everything that you need to know. Our economic system at its core, for example, functions to stymie and suppress real change and activism. And it goes way beyond race, has racial implications, of course, but you miss that if you make this only about race. Much of that economic system is certainly rooted in supremacies along racial lines, but a race-only analysis falls short. A lot of the hot takes we're seeing are only about race. Another perspective that is heavily represented is that this is really about capitalism, right? Any capitalist system is inevitably racist and inevitably leads to this degree of social unrest: arson, looting, property damage, police violence against protesters, protester violence against police, protester on protester violence, protesters versus looters. That the idea is that is because of a capitalist system. Making this simply about capitalism ignores the countless social democracies, right? That's a form of capitalism, it's regulated capitalism, that are some of the places where these issues of inequality and racial tensions have been best dealt with around the world. Some of the best examples, in fact, of functioning societies with reduced income inequality, reduced racial inequality, social safety nets, trust in institutions, less corruption. They are regulated versions of capitalism. So I believe that the capitalism analysis also fails. Another lens that's being presented as the lens is simply about police brutality, meaning this is about police brutality as what killed George Floyd. This is about police brutality as the problem in the protests. In other words, if it weren't for police brutality, George Floyd would be alive. If George Floyd were alive, we wouldn't be seeing these protests. We at the protests are also just seeing further police brutality. Now, there is no shortage of police brutality at the protests. What happened to George Floyd is unconscionable, but this is about so much more than that, including economic and racial issues. It's about the militarization of law enforcement in the United States, and there are people making it only about that. It's not only about that, but that's a part of it. When you militarize law enforcement, you create overly aggressive policing. You can argue that that played a role in George Floyd's death. Militarization is what led police in riot gear in dozens of cities over the weekend to use tear gas and rubber bullets, and to see media and random bystanders and even people peacefully protesting, which is, of course, their right to do, horribly injured by police. So militarization of law enforcement is another huge problem in the U.S. We've covered it, but it is not the only lens that we need to be using. So here's the reality when you think about this. And we often want things to be black and white. We want to say, this is what this is really about. The reality is this is a country of 331 million people. We have examples of everything you can imagine. We have dozens of different problems that relate to what we are now seeing. Just this weekend, we saw sickening violence done by police to protesters, including, for example, an elderly man with a cane shoved onto the ground by police. And we saw police, and I believe it was Michigan, show up and tell the protesters, I'm putting down my weapons. I'm with you. Let's march together. We saw protesters burn entire buildings and brutalize business owners, including middle-aged women. And yet we also saw protesters guard a police officer who was separated from his squad on Saturday night. And this is the risk about the out-of-context sharing of pictures and video on social media, 10 seconds from one protest and 15 from another. And I actually did some of this over the weekend, and I don't know that it was the best thing. Not only does it lack immediate context, it lacks broader context about all of the issues that have gotten us to where we are now, including, by the way, a complete lack of leadership from the president. And we're going to talk about that later, which is why I'm not digging into it too much right here. So my message is what we are seeing is mostly about systems, and it is less about individuals. You're seeing a ton of debates about what portion of police are good versus bad, which is very fraught terminology anyway, good and bad. What portion of protesters have good or bad intentions? What portion of protesters are grassroots members of the community versus out-of-town astroturfers, as has been a growing narrative over the weekend, used in part to discredit the real and justified anger that protesters have about what's going on in their communities. The problem is, if you just argue about that, if you spend your time on those questions, well, 82% of the protesters are good, or whatever you might say. You're not really digging into the systemic elements at play. If we figure out it's 85% of the protesters that are good instead of 80, then what? It's good fodder for corporate media. It does little for anybody else. So I don't pretend to have one single unifying theory about this. This is what it's really about, and at the exclusion of other things. That's not something you're going to hear from me. But what I can tell you for sure is that you won't understand any of this if you don't understand the context. And that's where a lot of the local news coverage of the protests has failed, which is a complete lack of context. Oh, somebody looted a cheesecake factory and they came out with the cheesecake. That's coverage that we saw. Doesn't really tell us anything about what's going on. So racialized policing combined with a two-tier justice system for rich and poor, a system that focuses on street crime at the exclusion of white-collar crime, combined with an economic system that doesn't work for a huge portion of the country, in addition to right now having nearly 25% unofficial unemployment in the midst of a 100-year pandemic, in addition to a complete absence of federal leadership from a president who tweeted all weekend from his bunker at the White House, combined with corporate media that really is seeking to foment division rather than find solutions, it's not a good recipe. And then you add to that militarized law enforcement that seems to always have money, despite we supposedly lacking our supposed lack of money for healthcare and education. It's all of that stuff together. Now, I want to be really clear. This is not like a social justice intersectionality analysis of race and gender and it's not that. What it is an understanding that we have systems in our country that are bigger than any one protest or any one police officer. And only with that multi-focused perspective can you really get anything that we would call an all-encompassing analysis. Let me give you another example of a false debate. Riots are good versus riots are bad, or riots are effective versus the riots are ineffective, or they are criminal or they are heroic. First of all, a ton of this debate is actually semantic in terms of Some people are arguing over whether riots are good or bad. Others are arguing over what counts as a riot versus a protest. There's racialization of the language, there's a lack of context, etc. But what you really have to understand is you can simultaneously say, I'm against violence, both against people and property. I believe it is unlikely that the violence will achieve much. And yet, at the same time, I understand that people have had it and I get what's going on, right? Someone's son is killed by police and then a window gets smashed. It's hard to feel like these things are equivalent in any way without needing to endorse property damage. We can understand that people have absolutely had it. People are sick and tired of the status quo. And while I might not think we will achieve change by breaking windows, I understand and sympathize with the absolute anger and disgust with these systems that protesters have. Now, I have to tell you, the argument that the unrest has accomplished nothing, I don't know if it's a good argument. You all know that I have always said I favor legal protests. I'm against violence, including against most forms of property crime. Over the weekend, we saw the officer who killed George Floyd, Derek Chauvin, arrested. We saw Fox News Sunday devote an hour to the protests, to George Floyd, and to how coronavirus disproportionately affects communities of color with guest Cornel West. I don't know that were it not for the national unrest, we would have seen that be the Fox News Sunday show. I don't know. I think that what we're seeing played a role in what Fox News even decided to do on Sunday. Would we have seen Derek Chauvin get arrested? Would we potentially be seeing the other three officers get arrested were it not for this degree of unrest? I don't know is the question. It's less clear to me that this has accomplished nothing. And that is separate from whether these are tactics that I condone. Last thing, and I want to be really clear here. This is not like some kumbaya segment where everyone's thoughts are equally valid and everyone is equally responsible for what's going on. That's not what this is. But what we need to understand is that the word privilege is often thrown around. You're privileged if you say cops are mostly good and protect you, because a lot of people live in places where the cops aren't primarily there to protect you, or at least it certainly doesn't feel that way if you're part of certain communities. Or you're privileged to be against property crime during protests because you live somewhere safe and the systems work for you and you can't possibly imagine what it's like to actually be in the position that a lot of the protesters are in. In some way, all of those allegations are correct, and yet this is not so much about individual privilege. It's, again, systems that aren't working for large swaths of people. And that gets me to my last thought. In history, we've seen unrest lead to movements which lead to activism, which will often enter the political and legal space, which at some point will end up being decided by a judge somewhere. Look at Brown v. Board of Education, the landmark decision that said states can't segregate schools by race. That was in 1954. It started in 1951 in Kansas. It involved 3 years of activism, protests, consensus building, and eventually it was a Supreme Court decision under Earl Warren that decided 9-0 on the court, schools can't racially segregate. As we figure out what needs to happen next, do not miss the forest for the trees that may come 1, 2, or 3 years down the line. If what is going on now will lead to change, it may come down to who is on the Supreme Court in 1, 2, or 3 years. I don't even have to tell you what that means about a decision we all have to make 5 months from now, because you all know exactly what that decision is. So 2 weeks ago, I did a story asking, is the United States a failed state? We failed on a medical response to the pandemic, health systems falling apart, corruption, no trust in government. Are we a failed state? We are now finding ourselves asking, is the U.S. a first world country in light of the completely absent leadership as from federal government as protests rage nationally over out of control policing, as it is seen by millions and millions of people? And in addition to the protests, literal dumpster fires around the White House as the White House sits in darkness with Trump tweeting, as you have violence, police attacking protesters, protesters attacking police. We're seeing media get shot with rubber bullets. and attacked not just physically, but ideologically for their presence at the unrest. Caitlin Rust, a reporter for an NBC affiliate station in Louisville, Kentucky, was fired upon by police Friday night covering a live street protest that was going on. CNN reporter Omar Jimenez was arrested while covering protests over the weekend, subsequently released. It was chalked up to confusion by police about who he was. He happens to be black. Last night, Cleveland police said no media would be allowed in any of the downtown area as protests raged. It's not even clear that that's legal to do. This concept of a first world country comes from the Cold War. It has some implicit biases, but really now what we're talking about is the westernized, developed nations of the world. So look at what we have: corrupt, incompetent leadership, increasing attacks on media by government and by police, growing unrest between police and the public, a judiciary system that has two tiers, one for the rich and one for the poor. We've got rampant cronyism and corruption, lack of access to quality health care for a huge portion of the country, a failing education system. Our response to the coronavirus pandemic has completely failed compared to other developed nations. Infrastructure is not crumbling, but we are way behind where we should be for a country of our wealth. Look at our airports to some around the world. Look at our highways to those in many parts of the world. And meanwhile, our president is sitting in a darkened White House, sometimes in the bunker below it on Friday night, as D.C. literally burns, providing no leadership, no words of de-escalation, nothing other than self-aggrandizement and threats to protesters. So I'm not literally saying we are no longer a first world country, but more and more we're reacting to events the way a less advanced country would. I want to hear from you about this. I will have more about it upcoming. Let me know your thoughts on Twitter at @dpacman. Remember to make sure you are subscribed for free to the daily 1 hour long David Pakman Show podcast on whatever podcasting app you use.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Tom Cunningham and Chad Sampson. Thanks so much to both of you guys. Also want to say thanks to Kelly Good. Kelly is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. She's been a member for almost 5 years. Grab a membership, get all the great membership benefits, including the daily bonus show, by signing up at joinpakman.com. There are images of police using violence against peaceful protesters. There are images of police creating confrontations, even attacking defenseless elderly people. We played a video of police knocking over an elderly man with a cane, shooting at the media. These images have gone viral over the weekend. Now, I want to be really clear. I already did a story about how what's going on in America right now is not just about one thing. It's not just about race. It's not only about police. It's not exclusively about capitalism or Trump. This is a massive, multifaceted ordeal. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't look at individual elements. And one of these elements is the idea of police as oppressors versus police as victims, as some have started framing police to be. We are seeing wholesale pepper spraying of peaceful protesters. We've seen members of the media shot with rubber bullets. We saw kids hit with pepper spray. We've seen police ramming police vehicles into crowds. A Dallas woman was hit in the face with a rubber bullet while walking home with her groceries. Police wildly hitting people with batons, in some cases people walking away from protests. None of this excuses any violent actions by protesters, and there have been horrible actions, including attacking business owners, beating one business owner to within an inch of his life for trying to defend his business, beating a female business owner brutally out in front of her store. We have seen it all. But I want to focus in a little bit here on the police component and talk about it with you. There are people, and I'm friends with some of them on Facebook, I'm seeing it on Twitter. There are people who have immediately taken to painting police as victims. Arguments like, a bad cop may have killed George Floyd in Minnesota, but now innocent police all over the place are being attacked for no reason. And often these arguments end up in debates about numbers, like, well, most police are good. Is it 97% or 99%? Well, is it 99 or 99.3%? And I said earlier in the show, imagine we figured out with some precision what portion of police are the problem, as we might call it, and what portion of police are not. Imagine 99.2% of police are good. Okay, well, I imagine that most of my audience, even if you're okay with property crime and protest, where insurance companies are the ones taking a hit and corporations, I imagine most of my audience is not okay with unprovoked attacks against random police officers who aren't doing anything wrong. If you do believe that for what happened to George Floyd in Minnesota, it's okay to just physically attack an officer in Miami, we're just not on the same page. I think that's the minority of my audience. Does our analysis depend, though, on whether it's 99.2 or 99.3% of police that are good guys in it for the right reasons? Because what really this is about is context and power dynamics. In total, once you concede that most cops are good and doing their job as best they can, often in difficult situations, sometimes dangerous situations, you also have some cops that go into law enforcement specifically because they would love an opportunity to beat the crap out of someone, just like some portion of people go into the military because they like the idea of shooting someone and killing them in some kind of theater of war at some point. That is some percentage. Okay, so then what, right? Whether it's 0.8 or 0.7 or 0.08% of police that are going in because they want to do violence and misbehave and have all the worst intentions, what next? And that's where the more difficult conversations start. Questions like, are the good cops who are just doing their job part of the problem? In that, if you're not part of the solution, are you implicitly supporting the status quo of that small percentage of police that do horrible things and get away with it? To what degree? Should every, quote, good cop quit in protest to show solidarity with the protests leaving our country to be policed only by the bad cops? What counts as a sign of being complicit? Is silence a sign of being complicit? What power and responsibility do individual police officers have to fix the problem versus police chiefs, versus federal law enforcement agencies, versus police unions that represent officers around the country? Should the good cops be treated respectfully or suspiciously, absent any reason to believe they are one of the bad cops? How should they be treated by protesters, the average person, etc.? When you start asking these questions, you realize that most of the changes that need to be made are systemic changes. It needs to be much more likely that if you do the wrong thing as a police officer, you will be caught and punished. It's not likely right now in a lot of our society. Just from this weekend, we have dozens, if not hundreds of officers on video doing horrible things. Are we confident they're going to be identified and investigated and charged and punished when it's appropriate? Not really. Because if it were more likely that they were held accountable, they would probably change their behavior. That is a systemic issue. A good system will take care of that sliver of police that are doing sick, horrible things. So let's answer the questions one by one. First of all, being a police officer is not like being an accountant, okay? Accountants don't represent communities in the way that police officers do. Accountants don't wield their power with firearms, and accountants don't have a power dynamic relative to their clients the way police officers have a power dynamic relative to the people that they are dealing with. So on the one hand, the good police officers must say much more loudly, these things are not okay, and we're committed to fixing it and changing it. And good for them, many police officers have done exactly that. At the same time, the anger by protesters towards a system of policing that is fundamentally broken in many parts of our country is justified anger. And this is why it's so powerful when police officers get it and say, I'm with you, like the sheriff in Michigan who marched with protesters and the video going viral. And it's important for protesters to know that their anger with the system is justified, and yet it's not okay to go attack random individual cops who have not done anything wrong. which is why it was great to see protesters protecting a police officer Saturday night who had done nothing wrong and was separated from his squad. This is why it was great to see video from, I believe it was Brooklyn last night, with organizers saying, do not interact with the police. We are not here for that. We are here to get our message out. Do not incite violence. If you see anyone inciting violence, call them out. And, you know, in the midst of this, there's this really ugly thing that's going on where there are people sort of making the focus that the protesters are from out of town. And at one point, there was some wrong report that more than half of protesters in some place were from out of town. Another report, it said, it seemed like 1 out of 7 were from out of town. Now, sometimes that could mean the next town over. It's not really a big deal. But the point is, this out of town narrative is being used to imply that you merely have people from other communities who are not coming in to protest because they actually are concerned about police brutality in relations or whatever, but that they are coming in to provoke or to loot or to steal. You could be concerned about what went on and drive from another state. And it also appears to be completely untrue. So we've got to be really understanding of how some of these narratives are being used to distort and discredit real justifiable anger. We also have to recognize the growing number of protests that are saying we are not here to do violence at all, and we are not here to do violence to the police, but we have to realize that the anger is justified given the systemic dynamics that exist. That's sort of my sense of it right now. I'm glad to hear from you about it as well. Okay, so now let's go from talking about police to talking about destruction of property. There are reasonable people who have centered in on what seems to be a dividing line as we see unrest and protests and physical violence and property damage around the country. When we talk about property damage, there is often a debate as to whether it counts as violence in the sense of when people say, I am against violence. So most people agree attacking random bystanders who aren't being violent is unacceptable violence. Attacking random police who aren't doing anything wrong, that is violence in any sense of the word. Most people agree blocking traffic is not violence. Now, you could be for or against blocking traffic as a protest tactic, but most people would not say blocking traffic is violence. You could maybe say, well, if you prevent people from getting to work and then they lose their jobs, blocking traffic becomes kind of like economic violence. But in the kind of violence we're talking about, blocking traffic, most people agree is not violence. What about property damage? So first of all, we have to call out the right-wing hypocrites on this issue, the concern trolls who a month ago were saying sacrifice grandma to coronavirus in order to open the economy, who are now saying the worst thing you can do is break the windows of a big box store. They are hypocrites. I'm not interested in those hypocritical concern trolls. I want to deal with the real people, with the sensible people who in a real way want to talk about this. There are folks who believe that, for example, destroying government property when no one gets physically hurt is okay. But, for example, destroying a private business is not okay. That depends on who you're targeting. You could be targeting a business with bad practices, or you could be targeting a government that is a bad actor or whatever. You could find, a logging company and say, we are going to destroy or disable their bulldozers so that they cannot take down these trees. Saying what determines whether destruction of property is violence is merely whether you're doing it to a government property or to private property. I don't think that's really the dividing line. What this comes down to is, what do we mean by violence? Violence defined as behavior involving physical force to hurt, damage, or kill someone or something. Damaging property sort of fits. If you want to take a legal perspective, certainly the unlawful exercise of force or the exhibition of such force would encompass the destruction of property. Now, others would say the real crux of human violence versus physical violence against people rather than objects is where we should be focusing. If you are talking about breaking a window, that's not really what a lot of people believe is violence. So here's the bottom line. If you want to make this a semantic argument, if you want to make this about definitions, you can define violence in a way that does or doesn't include property crime. It won't really get to the underlying issue. And the underlying issue is whether sometimes violence is justified. So even if we agree on whether property crime is or is not violence, that doesn't answer the question of whether property crime, destruction of property, is a valid form of protest. Who gets to decide what's in the protesting playbook? If you leave the protesting playbook only to the elites and those in positions of power, it will be restricted to only writing letters, chanting and holding signs, right? The point is, if you let those already in power define what is okay in terms of protesting, certainly nothing will ever change. Now, is there any guarantee that destroying property is going to achieve change? There's not. We do know that destruction of property has been a part of protesting for a really long time. You look at the Boston Tea Party, destroyed property to fight back against the capitalist monopoly and political rights that were being claimed by British colonists. You look at slave uprisings in the United States, which included destruction of property. You look at the Plowshares' Aid, a group of 8 Christians, including priests and nuns, who took hammers to the nose cones of some nuclear warheads, poured their blood on the facility's papers in a call for peace. So the legality part of it is clear. This stuff is illegal to do. But I think we can all, every single one of us, imagine a situation where we do the moderate methods and they bring no change. They don't get attention. And then you say, well, we don't want to do violence to people, but we're going to start destroying some property. Destruction of property, in my mind, is clearly violence of a kind. But in certain situations, it might be the only thing people have left short of starting to actually do violence to individuals. Now, which situations count? I don't know. What about the consequences? Well, there are consequences. You're not going to get around that. Will property damage get you what you want? Often it will not. Property damage may, in fact, do the opposite. It may turn public opinion against you. But whether property damage that's not hurting anyone physically is a valid form of protest, that's a question that goes back at least hundreds of years. And anybody pretending that there is one single solitary answer that applies to every situation is just wrong. History tells us that's not the case. I want to hear from you about this. We're going to continue covering it on the David Pakman Show Instagram, at David Pakman Show. We will take a break and be back with much more.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
We are currently in a crisis of leadership so severe in the United States that Donald Trump spent his weekend retweeting videos of himself and threatening protesters with vicious dogs and violence from Secret Service agents rather than leading, uniting, doing something productive, because he doesn't know how to do those things. And according to one White House report, the reason we've not heard from Donald Trump, something from the Oval Office, a message of unity, is that Trump has nothing to say. So rather, he's staying quiet, except not really, because he's tweeting uncontrollably. The U.S. is devolving into chaos. Trump spent the weekend retweeting videos of himself trying to take credit for the SpaceX launch, threatening protesters with vicious dogs, claiming he'll designate Antifa a terrorist organization. He has no idea what to do. It is a complete lack of leadership. We fortunately heard from former President Barack Obama with something that could be approximating leadership. We're going to look at a couple of items here, starting with Donald Trump's threats to unleash vicious dogs on protesters. He might as well have said, we're going to get the fire hoses out as well. There have been varying levels of unrest around the country stemming from the police killing of George Floyd. This includes people near the White House. Trump tweeted on Saturday about protesters near the White House. Check this out, this incredibly ludicrous rant. Trump saying, quote, "Great job last night at the White House by the U.S. Secret Service. They were not only totally professional, but very cool. I was inside, watched every move, and couldn't have felt more safe. And they let the protesters scream and rant as much as they wanted. But whenever someone got too frisky or out of line, they would quickly come down on them hard. Didn't know what hit them. The front line was replaced with fresh agents like magic, big crowd, professionally organized, but nobody came close to breaching the fence. If they had, they would have been greeted with the most vicious dogs and ominous weapons I have ever seen. That's when people would have been really badly hurt, at least. Many Secret Service agents just waiting for action. We put the young ones on the front line, sir, and they love it. He might as well be saying Secret Service is thirsty for blood and we're bringing out the fire hoses. Release the hounds is what he is essentially saying here. Now, this point about, vicious dogs and ominous weapons, that's bad enough. The idea that young Secret Service agents are just waiting for action, that's Trump claiming. I'm guessing the Secret Service would not even agree with Trump's characterization. This is Trump claiming that Secret Service is looking to beat the crap out of people. That's the opposite of leadership. That's the opposite of bringing calm to a nation that is dealing with essentially the Spanish flu at the same time as some of the worst civil unrest that we have seen, in addition to a complete lack of federal leadership, all combined at the same time with a recession/depression going on. It's all happening at once. And Trump is doing nothing to actually bring people together. A real leader would ask for calm. A real leader would go to the Oval Office and address the nation saying, we are a nation in struggle. I hear you. I hear your concerns and your complaints. I'm committed to working together to improve the country. Let's stop the violence. Let's stop the attack, stop the violence by police. Let's realize that we are one nation currently fighting a pandemic and a recession, depression. No one benefits from adding this chaos to the pandemic. I'm here with you on the inequality in our justice system. I'm here with you on policing. Give me the space and the calm I need to work on this. Instead, he tweets threats about vicious dogs, retweets himself taking credit for the rocket launch over the weekend that has nothing to do with him, says, hey, Antifa, you're now a terrorist organization, which I will get to next. This is incompetence combined with authoritarianism from a wannabe dictator, Donald Trump. Don't for a second think that Donald Trump, by the way, is not deep down planning to use these protests to further disrupt the 2020 election for his benefit. Unrest in major cities, things are way too crazy for vote by mail. Ballots will be stolen or something. We absolutely can't do it. Trump has the power of the bully pulpit. At any point, he could say, I'm going to use that for good. He could do it now in so many ways. The country is plagued by challenges, the pandemic, financial crisis, oppression, discrimination coming to a head. And we have nothing from Trump. He also tweeted, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. That's a quote from violent, racist Miami police chief, I forget his name, years ago. A tweet so hideous, it was flagged by Twitter as glorifying violence. A real leader would dial down the anger and the heat. Trump doesn't know how to do that. So he's antagonizing protesters. He's riling up his own base. He's firing up the gun people. And he's not even pretending to represent all Americans here. Trump opens his mouth and trash falls out. That shouldn't surprise us anymore. I hope people are realizing the urgent nature of removing this president. And we've got to keep our eye on the ball because the distractions keep coming. And that's what I want to talk about next. We cannot be distracted by Donald Trump's antics from the real crises and real responsibilities and duties that we have. The virus, police killings, protests devolving into chaos and violence. Removing Trump must be done. But Trump is very aggressively trying to distract us. I already told you some of the ways earlier. And the latest is Trump tweeting that he will be designating Antifa as a terrorist organization. Donald Trump, of course, announcing this on Twitter, saying, quote, the United States of America will be designating Antifa as a terrorist organization. So there's a few different things to talk about here. Antifa is a militant left-wing movement that stands for anti-fascism, Antifa, okay? That's where the name comes from. Antifa is not centrally organized. It's a sort of umbrella designation. Antifa I see as more of a strategy than a group of people per se. And sometimes they do violent things that I vehemently oppose. I have been endlessly critical of many of the tactics employed by individuals organizing under the umbrella of Antifa. It appears, though, that what Donald Trump is trying to do here is not actually constitutional in designating them a terrorist organization. The United States State Department has a list of terrorist organizations. They are foreign. Antifa is not foreign. Antifa is a domestic group. Even more importantly, if Donald Trump were to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization, they would lose some First Amendment protections which apply only to foreign terrorist organizations. So understand that this is part of the framing by Trump and William Barr, that the recent protests and unrest are merely left-wing anarchists looking to do violence and sow chaos. Now, to be clear, there is no shortage of anarchists all over the political spectrum doing protesting, many with ulterior motives. But there is also plenty of right-wing astroturf. There is police escalation by way of haphazard pepper spraying, shooting at media, etc. And this entire story of this is not genuine anger and frustration with policing in America or whatever else. These are provocateurs coming in from outside. That is being used to single-handedly devalue the complaints and concerns that the protesters have, and we can't fall for that. But this claim from Donald Trump that he will be designating Antifa as a terrorist organization, it's a political statement. It is not a law enforcement statement. It's really important to understand that. And it doesn't appear to be a legal statement either. Trump really cannot designate a domestic group a terrorist organization. It would deny them their First Amendment rights. It would also deny them due process. And it is likely unconstitutional, and it's not something Trump is going to be able to do. He may not even really try, because understand, the State Department's list of foreign terrorist organizations, you just can't put Antifa on that list. But he said it on Twitter, and that's the whole point. That's the big picture here. This is another attempt to distract. We must keep our eyes on the ball. Trump has failed on coronavirus. More than 105,000 have died. 50 or 60% of those deaths could have been prevented by a 2-week earlier request from Trump for a 50-state stay-at-home order and actual testing capacity. On that note, I don't want to get you to something boring, but understand, Trump's tweeting about designating Antifa a terrorist organization. We still, after 4 months, aren't testing 500,000 people a day in the United States. We still, after 4 months, aren't at the absolute minimum testing we need to really look at reopening the country. We have national unrest with protests, violence, looting, destruction of property, arson. Trump's tweeting about Antifa and that the White House will release vicious dogs to go after protesters if they get past the fence. Oh, and by the way, the wall isn't being built. Trump didn't repeal and replace Obamacare with something better like he said he would. His trade war with China has failed. 25% of the workforce is out of jobs in the last 10 weeks. So, of course, Donald Trump is trying to take credit for SpaceX and make this about Antifa and otherwise pretend that he's doing a great job. It is an abject failure that we have not seen in the United States for a long time. I mean, you have to look at Bush's failure on 9/11 when he said, let's go into Iraq, even though they didn't have anything to do with the 9/11 attacks. And this is all meant to distract. It actually is starting to feel like it may not work. If you look at polling, cautious optimism that what Trump is doing to distract isn't working. Assume nothing. Every one of us has to vote in November.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So over the last 48 hours, we've had a stunning contrast between the man who is currently president of the United States and the man that wants to be president of the United States. And I'm talking, of course, of Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Donald Trump, as I've already told you to some degree, sat in the White House at one point in the basement bunker. At another point, he went down to Florida to give a speech about Elon Musk's success with NASA in launching the Falcon 9 rocket with the Dragon spacecraft to bring 2 astronauts to the space station. And Donald Trump essentially spent the weekend tweeting attacking the motives of protesters, threatening to release vicious dogs against protesters, and generally escalating tensions. Meanwhile, Joe Biden, who is 4 years Trump's senior, went out and, wearing a mask, talked to actual protesters about what's going on, why they are protesting, and all of these relevant issues in society today, took pictures with people while tweeting conciliatory and understanding things rather than threatening people with releasing the hounds, essentially. The contrast could not be more stark at this point. No national address from Trump meant to reduce tensions and bring people together. Instead, a weekend of tweets about vicious dogs and ominous weapons, and the Secret Service is going to go after people. Tweets talking about we're going to make Antifa a terrorist organization, and then Trump being rushed on Friday to the underground bunker used to protect presidents during terrorist attacks below the White House. Even China goading Trump. Foreign Ministry spokesman Li Zhenzhao urged the United States to eliminate racial discrimination and protect the lawful rights of minorities. Hu Jijin, editor of the nationalist tabloid Global Times, telling Donald Trump, Mr. President, don't go hide behind the Secret Service. Now, that's Trump. Then you have Biden, who you don't have to like, you don't have to see as a progressive because he's not. Joe Biden went and met with protesters, tweeted conciliatory messages. You don't have to love Biden to understand the difference between these two men. You don't have to see Biden as a progressive because, as I said, he's not, to realize that the world is laughing at us and we would be better off if they stopped. And replacing Donald Trump with Biden is the option we have 5 months from now. And I will be doing everything I can to make sure that that replacement takes place. Trump tweeting about releasing the hounds on protesters. Joe Biden tweeting, quote, we are a nation in pain right now, but we must not allow this pain to destroy us. As president, I will help lead this conversation. And more importantly, I will listen, just as I did today visiting the site of last night's protest in Wilmington. Biden publishing a 5-minute video discussing what we are seeing with police and George Floyd in some detail, adding, quote, we are a country with an open wound. None of us can turn away. None of us can be silent. None of us any longer can hear those words, I can't breathe, and do nothing. We must commit as a nation to pursue justice with every ounce of our being. And most importantly, maybe Joe Biden not hanging out in a bunker or in his basement in Delaware, but just going out and talking to protesters. We're showing some of that video now. So listen, am I saying Joe Biden is the be-all, end-all on criminal justice reform? Of course not. Joe Biden sponsored the 1994 crime bill that was so destructive. Bernie Sanders also voted for it, by the way. And there is no doubt that not enough was done during Barack Obama's administration, of which Biden was a part, on criminal justice. But this is comparing apples to bicycles. It's comparing apples to trash. When it comes to Biden and Trump and the leadership deficit that we're experiencing right now, it's a tragedy. And the optics of Trump tweeting from a White House bunker while Joe Biden is kneeling with protesters, this isn't good for Trump. It shouldn't be good for Trump. And Biden, of course, would not get everything right as president, but at least he would bring back something that looks and feels like leadership and like a man connected to what's happening in the country, rather than a guy who will literally sit in his basement tweeting agit trash as more and more violence is instigated by virtue of his every tweet. Speaking of a furious basement-dwelling Trump, this is fascinating and hilarious. Donald Trump has been completely embarrassed by world leaders, including the German Chancellor Angela Merkel, who turned down Trump's invitation to come to the U.S. for the G7 summit at the White House. So understand the backstory. For a few weeks now, the White House has continued to talk about, we want to do the G7. We might do it at Camp David. We might do it at the White House. Coronavirus, no, I think we're going to be able to do it. It's going to be really, really great. And reporters smartly were asking, should you be doing this given the pandemic? But also, which world leaders have accepted your invitation so far? And they didn't say, but they just kept insisting. Trump did, and Kayleigh McEnany World leaders are reacting very favorably. We're going to have news about this soon, yada, yada, yada. Hopefully it'll happen at the end of June. Everything's going to be fine. We suspected this was BS. Most world leaders, clearly, from what they say, understand this is not the time to be traveling all over the world, possibly spreading coronavirus, to come and give Trump his photo op at the White House or Camp David. And one of the first to turn down the invitation over the weekend was German Chancellor Angela Merkel, who essentially said no thanks. She said, I'm not going. It's too early to reopen. We shouldn't be having large gatherings. The virus is very much circulating. And Trump reportedly furious at Angela Merkel. And then Trump does this thing that, it's not surprising, but it's so pathetic. Trump decides to pretend it was really his decision not to do the G7 and that the countries that are currently in it aren't really the right ones, calls it an outdated group. And according to press pool reports, Donald Trump said, I'm postponing it because I don't feel as a G7, it probably represents what's going on in the world. It's a very outdated group. Trump mentioning that he wants to add Russia and some other countries to the group. So this is an obvious lie. Trump is postponing it because nobody's coming. They've turned down the invitation, at least Angela Merkel has. World leaders said no, and now Trump is pretending he didn't want it to happen with this group anyway. And the entire, adding Russia thing and the group being outdated. This is how Trump attacks people that don't want to say yes to him, quite simply. It's just everything is a childish temper tantrum. Now, just imagine what Trump will do if he loses in November. It will be like nothing we have seen before from any president. One other sort of interesting thing about the whole G7 fiasco, this is why diplomats exist. In a normal administration, you don't have Trump for a month saying, we're going to push for G7 and the leaders are reacting very positively, very strong positive reactions. In a normal situation, diplomats figure all of this out. You don't put Trump out there on a limb saying we're doing the G7 and we're doing it here, even though they're not actually yet scheduled to do it. Then you end up with world leaders saying no thanks, and Trump tries to save face by saying, well, I want better countries in it anyway. In a normal administration, diplomats handle this. There will be one statement about it, and it is either we have decided to postpone the G7 due to coronavirus fears, or we are confirmed having the G7 on such and such date. You avoid all of these embarrassing fiascos in the first place. This is all self-harm done by Donald Trump. And the degree to which he is being shunned by world leaders is really representative of just a slide down the totem pole, so to speak, for the U.S. presidency globally. It's embarrassing to Americans. It needs to change. And just imagine this is what Trump is doing over Angela Merkel saying no thanks. Just imagine what he will do if he is indeed defeated in November. We have a voicemail number. Good question in this voicemail. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. Voicemail caller says, hey, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on, but is any more money coming for coronavirus? Because it's been 4 months and we got $1,200.
Hey, David. I was just really curious, especially with the end of the month coming up. We've only gotten one stimulus package or direct payment to the people.
Yep.
I was wondering if you offhand knew what percentage of this stimulus package, I mean, everything including going to the banks and all the cruise liners, all these different companies.
Yeah.
What percentage of all of that went directly to the people? Just how much of our tax money was dished out to companies compared to how much did we get our money?
Yeah, so a couple of things there. I mean, first of all, I believe that we had I thought it was $6 trillion total, and that $2 trillion was direct stimulus, and then a bunch went to specific big industries, and then a bunch was available to smaller and big businesses through PPP. I don't have those exact numbers. And then the bigger question is, this started in mid-March for a lot of people. We are now in June. For some people, this sort of started to ramp up in February. In places that took it really seriously earlier. Is $1,200 going to be it, or is there going to be some more stimulus coming? The second quarter numbers, second quarter being April, May, June, we're now in the third of 3 months of the second quarter. If we don't start seeing recovery, there has to be more. Something more is going to have to be done. And I mean, you've got people like Ro Khanna with proposals. You have other members of Congress with proposals. Trump's not talking about it. This just doesn't work. $1,200 and unemployment only for people who completely lost their jobs. It's just not going to cut it. And one of the things we will be talking about on the bonus show today is that a lot of the eviction freezes are expiring now. It's June 1st. Some eviction freezes expire, and people aren't going to have money for the rent that's due today, June 1st. So we'll talk about that on the bonus show. We will also talk about much more. Get instant access to the bonus show by becoming a member at joinpacman.com. It takes seconds. And remember to get our free daily podcast, the 1 hour podcast, on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, or any of your favorite podcasting apps. We are there. Grab that daily podcast. We love it.
So present at this meeting currently are Rob Wright, Rich Melanson, Will Bissonette, Stephen Frisk, Bob Tybalt, Crystal Mansfield, Carla Lumbra, and Glenn Beatty. So we'll call the meeting to order at 6:35. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the regular board meeting of May 12th.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from the regular board meeting of May 12th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and start with members of the public.
So moved.
Second.
1 second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of taking the agenda out of order and moving to members of the public, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So I think, Mr. Tybalt, we can start with you because you will probably be the quickest. And then we can let you get back to your life.
Absolutely,
So,
thank you. So my name is Bob Tebow. I'm the principal at Leland and Gray. And I had asked to be put on the agenda just to connect with you guys. Obviously, this year has been bizarre for us. One of the things that we're trying to do down the stretch is figure out how to honor our seniors as they graduate. And obviously, if you've heard, the guidance from the state agency of ed is to not do live graduations. So we are looking at alternative things to do. One of the things that the kids had talked about doing was a parade, a car parade, of course, where people would stay socially distant in their vehicles. We would line up and we would perform some kind of route in and around the center of town, possibly, well, starting at the high school, possibly heading up 35 to Valley Cares, do a loop, come back around the common, and end back at school. I have a call into Lieutenant Anthony French, the state police, who would help me with coordination around road closures and that sort of thing. But I was advised, and I think a good way to connect with you guys is to let you know that was a possibility. I'll have more definitive information hopefully by the end of this week with our plans. We have a couple of things we're working on that could take away from the possibility of doing that. If we did that, it would be on the Saturday morning that graduation was intended to be on, which is June 13th. And probably we would do it at 10 in the morning, just like we would do graduation. So same time, similar place, much different looking environment. So I just wanted to run that by you guys, make sure you guys are good with that. And if there's any concerns or questions when I meet with Lieutenant, and actually, sure, we could include you in that conversation as well. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to just see if there's any concerns from the townsfolk that you guys might have about doing something like that.
Okay, does anybody have questions, comments? Okay.
We get free car decorations if we want to join the parade.
So one of the things that we have to do is really limit who's in the parade, and the Alumni Association asked to join. And based on the number of people we would attract, I'm guessing, just based on how many people were outside for the jet flyover, not a lot of social distancing going on out there, I can tell you that. I was out there on the front lawn of the school. I'm guessing that we would have as small a population as possible. I know families would probably come out and park on the road and watch. But, you know, I talked to Glenn about possibly getting some fire trucks from the towns that the kids are from. And whether the VSP would provide an escort or not, I don't know. But I think the smaller, the better. We have 32 graduates, and the fewer kids, the fewer people involved in the parade, probably the less risk there is of massive crowds, which is what we obviously want to try to avoid. So regrettably, no.
Darn it. But if you need someone to help decorate cars, I'm on it.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Bob. Anybody else have any other questions? I don't believe that we have any need to approve or disapprove. There's no permitting involved. So I asked Bob to come and just kind of let us all know. And then for people watching at home, they'll know that it's going on and can contact him for details.
Any closing of roads that would happen even for a short term, the VSP would all just handle that, and that would be outside of your guys' jurisdiction?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
Correct.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right, feel free to send me any questions. My email is on the school website. Happy to take any questions you guys have along the way, but I appreciate it. And again, it may not happen depending on what else we do. It's just sort of one of our plans. We wanted to run it by you while we had the chance.
Okay. Thanks very much, Bob.
All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good night, Bob.
Have a good night.
You too, guys.
Okay. Let's see. We want to do Glenn. Do you want to go next? You're probably fairly. Oh, did Glenn leave? No, there he is. Glenn, you'll probably be fairly quick, right?
I think so.
Okay.
So, all right, if you're ready.
Sure.
All right. So basically, I wanted to reach out to you guys for kind of an update for the end of the fiscal year that's rapidly approaching. First would be on regarding the building committee. Imagine that basically that was stalemated due to the COVID-19, like everything else in the world. We did just receive a little bit of correspondence back from the architect or engineering firm, so hoping that we can start meeting again. It was a small group under 10 anyway, so we should be able to do that between in-person and virtual, and be able to hopefully finalize or get to the final end of the feasibility study. Obviously, coming up in our meetings will be at least how the committee feels as far as moving forward right now with everything, the economy being in the situation that it's in. Obviously, we may have to put this whole thing on hold. I have no idea. We will be, I'm hoping that we can get to you guys in a couple of months with closure to that portion of it anyway. The other is our budget and surplus that we have left over. As a rule, we try not to spend anything we don't have to during the year, in anticipation of any unforeseen things, big items that might go wrong that we would need to pay for to keep up protection for the town. Well, as a rule, we generally, start spending about this time of year, and wanted to make sure that you guys are aware of that. So all of a sudden you'll start seeing a whole bunch of slips and invoices and all that coming through. We get close to the end of the fiscal year, and I believe, wanted to double check June 15th is the last that you really want to, that has, you guys have to have it to get it warned and.
Yeah, so we can get it warned and approved and paid on the current fiscal year.
Correct. Okay. We did have one item that would be going outside of one of the lines. We would either grossly overspend in one line and it would come out of another. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I don't have
What's that
a
item
problem.
for?
Yeah, what is it?
That's for a positive pressure fan. And it's, we have some that are in the trucks that are extremely old, and some of the guys have voiced concerns over the safety of them. So that's where that came.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're going to be net overall in your budget, I don't see why that would be an issue.
Okay. Well,
I don't either.
Normally it's
That's
not.
a problem.
It hasn't been. It's just been, I guess, a formality to check with you guys and make sure everybody's fine with that. I'm guessing that I think there still will be a surplus for sure. We won't be over at the end by any means. So that's all I had, unless you guys have any questions of me.
Anyone have any questions for Glenn?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not.
Thanks, Glenn. Appreciate it.
All righty. You guys have a sweltering evening.
You too.
See ya.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Okay. And for members of the public, last but not least, Mr. Lake, how are you tonight?
Not too bad. And you?
Doing all right. So, what do you got for us?
Well, a couple of things ahead of the main topic that I had for you. Tomorrow in Brattleboro, there's going to be a food distribution from the National Guard. AHS is going to be, the Agency of Human Services is going to be there for people who need sheltering issues, counseling issues, things like that. Based on the outpouring from other events, it's liable to be very lengthy lines. So if you're in Brattleboro and can avoid South Main Street and Canal Street, I would. If there are people out there that need food, that distribution is going to take place, I believe, from 10 until 2.
They recommended that everybody goes up the South Main backside and around, I think, Atwood. So Canal Street should be relatively okay, but they also said that you might want to start lining up around 7 a.m.
Well, the distribution from Burlington today was 3.5 miles long, 2 lanes down 127. Berlin, Vermont, they were backed up off the interstate. So this stuff has been published widely in press and has been published widely on their different web portals. So it could work perfectly fine. They could be out of everything by 11 o'clock in the morning. It's just hard to say what their outtake is. There is also tomorrow.
What's the time for that?
10 to 2.
What's the time for that? 10 to 2. Thank you.
Yeah. There's also a pop-up clinic tomorrow for COVID-19 tests down in Brattleboro at the VFW. Quite a bit of their spaces have been taken up, but in conversation today with hospital staff, there are plenty of spaces to get it done at the hospital, and they'll take you in here at Grace Cottage whenever if anybody wants to get tested. So the pop-up tests are great if you're driving through and won't be in town, but you can get it done at Grace Cottage as well.
Crystal, does the hospital still require a primary care referral?
No, you just have to call and make an appointment now. So primary care is still referring for the COVID testing, but the pop-up sites, we're still allowing people to come in if they're concerned and want to have a test. You just have to call us and we'll give you a time slot. We're running it. We're trying, well, it changes frequently, but we're trying to schedule the times so that the providers can be in clinic seeing other patients when they're not in the respiratory clinic. So, but there's no charge for the patient, right? So the test is free, and we are there and staffed and ready, willing, and able, I guess, as the saying goes.
Is this just testing for the active virus, or do you do antibody testing too?
Oh, there's no antibody testing. No. This is just to see if you've tested, if you have positive, if you've tested positive for the virus or not. It's a nasal swab.
It's the same thing in Brattleboro. Brattleboro is the exact same thing. It's just to see if you have active virus, which can spring you out of quarantine if you've been in quarantine for 7 days and you need to do 14. If you come up with a positive or a negative test after 7 days, that allows you to get out. So there are some issues, or there are some benefits along with it. And the last thing I had has to do with the memo I sent you all for the first of the week. It's about door locks and securing buildings in town. Not everything is COVID-19. But this lock issue there is an element of COVID-19 in it, and not to beat it around too much, it basically boils down to, if we're making requirements that town staff and employees do certain things, having the building, even though the doors are locked, anybody that was former staff, former elected official, any of the innumerable amount of keys that seem to be out and about, somebody walking in the door that we're trying to keep secure, isn't a good thing. The other thing is, in that memo, I've asked or suggested that the highway department, the fire department, and the library, although the library, I'm not sure if the issue is as big with them. I haven't had a chance to talk to the librarian. But all of those entities, all of those town entities, be part of this changing of locks or changing of codes where codes are appropriate. One of the recommendations that I also made within that memo is that we go to a keyless coded door lock, so that basically you don't have to spend hundreds of dollars again replacing keys and door locks. And if we have a situation where somebody is either terminated under some serious threat type of issue, or they could be under protective order that they're the victim of something from a former staff member or whatever. And like I said, the obvious, there are a lot of floating keys around. All you need to do is change the codes. And if we get light blocks that are put on the buildings, day after election, you can go in there and change the codes and give out the new electees the code keys, and you're all set. A couple of issues that I thought about in the interim, about renting the hall out. Most of these the locks in particular that I've looked at that seem to be the most useful also have a key with them. So we can place a key in the Knox box that's on the town hall, but you could also use that key, physical key, for somebody who rents the hall or is allowed in there to do different functions that it is not necessary for them to have full-time access to the building.
So we don't have to give them the code, let them use it, and then change it for everybody. Just
right.
Have the one key they can use.
Yep. Then they can sign it out. They can, after they signed it out, if they don't return it, we can make we put a statement on their original sign out that says, you don't bring the key back or you lose it, the cost of changing the locks is yours. So town does it once.
So I think going forward, I would imagine we'll need to gather information on costs and lock types. Sherwood, how do you feel about handling that?
Not a problem. I've got a preliminary on the lock that's at the town yard. The only difference between the one I'm looking at and the one that's on the town highway garage is that one up there doesn't have a key. But it's the same style. I think it's even the same company that's up there. And the ones that I saw have a key, and they run anywhere from $300 to $500 a piece.
Okay. And then installation.
Yeah. Per door.
Yes.
So I guess would entertain a motion to have Sherwood pursue putting a proposal together for the changing and installation of keyless entry locks on the library, the garage, the fire department, and the town hall.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of asking Sherwood to put together a proposal to change the locks on the library, the town hall, the fire department, and the town garage, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, Sherwood, so I guess whenever you can put something together, I'm sure we look at installation costs as well.
Okay.
All right.
How many, would you like kind of pricing from a couple of different entities or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not necessarily a formal bid, but just prices from a couple of different.
Yeah, I think for right now, if we get a few prices, we can then put it out to bid.
Okay. Sounds
Once
like
we have, once we have an idea of what we're looking at, we can establish a not to exceed.
But it'll also give me a chance to look into the library a little bit further. I'm not sure what their control issues might have been. And Stephen and I need to have a conversation about what to do up there, up at the town highway garage, what makes the most sense. So yeah, we'll take care of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else you have for us?
No, I don't think so today.
Okay. Thanks a lot,
Thank you,
Sherwood.
Great, thanks, Sherwood.
Take care.
Okay. Going back to pick up the agenda. I did forget to mention that I had one addition, and that was Glenn with the fire department, but we did that already. We can move on to the warrants.
I don't have a copy of them, so somebody else will have to.
Did you get the email packet?
I don't think so.
I can read them.
Okay.
Good to go?
Go ahead.
I make a motion to pay payroll warrant number one, or warrant number one out of the payroll, the amount of $9,600.58.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number one out of payroll, the amount of $9,600.58, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number two out of the payroll taxes in the amount of $4,111.29.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number two, payroll taxes in the amount of $4,111.29, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Motion to pay check warrant number three out of the general fund in the amount of $4,016.16.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number three out of the general fund in the amount of $4,016.16, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number four out of the general fund in the amount of $187.10.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number four out of the general fund for in the amount of $187.10, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number five out of the general fund in the amount of $1,750.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number five out of the general fund in the amount of $1,750, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the highway fund in the amount of $5,611.32.
Second.
Any discussion?
This is the insurance one.
Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 6 out of highway fund in the amount of $5,611.32 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $3,395.84.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 7 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $3,395.84 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay.
That's it for warrants.
Yeah. Once you're done. Reports. Steve, you want to start with the highway?
Sure. Let's start with Green Up Day this Saturday. We need to decide whether there's going to be the small truck on the common, or are we just going to have them leave them on roadside or drop them off at the town garage? Has anybody given that any thought?
I have thought about it a little bit. I think it might make the most sense to do it at the town garage because there's less kind of the temptation to congregate. It also, I think, limits our costs for having you and the guys go out and pick them up off the side of the road. What does everybody else think?
How did it work when the small truck was down
So
on the?
Community Hope and Action Group is, So the Community Hope and Action Group is doing a pickup. We typically do like a barbecue on the common for Green Up Day. Last year we did it in conjunction with the Lions Club in Newfane, I believe. This year, Bob Tebow, who was on earlier, gave us permission to set up sort of in the high school parking lot. People will just drive in, pick up their Green Up bag, go out and green up. And the question was, where should those folks bring it back to? Do we want to park a truck at the edge of the high school parking lot or on the common? Or so I know that that's happening in town on Saturday. If that helps or confuses things, Steve, I'm sorry.
Rob, you were going to say something?
I said, Steve, how did it work last time that you had the small truck on the town common?
We had the truck on the town common. It did not fill, but we also had bags laying at intersections in town that we did have to go and pick up.
What would be
the other problem I have with at the town garage, people drop off things that tires, vacuum cleaners, microwave ovens, and TVs we had to deal with last year that we have to pay to get rid of on top of the green bags that we now have to pay to get rid of. And
were any of those good?
I did not bother plugging them in.
Oh, okay.
But my point is, if I call Wyndham Solid Waste and they tell me that it's going to cost us $140 a ton to get rid of the green bags, when I'm paying $140 a ton at Triple T, they're all just going to go in the back of the compactor, so I don't have to send 2 trucks and 2 guys.
Good idea.
That makes perfect sense to me. Is there
So
amnesty on trash day?
What's your suggestion then, Steve?
When we talked about this last meeting, we talked about what's the least amount of social distancing problems are we going to have. And I think we said that we would have everything go to the garage and not on the common. So I'm fine with having a truck outside on the common, and we'll just throw it all in the back of the compactor on Monday morning.
Okay, so
I'll go down. I think Heidi told me last year by 3 o'clock it was pretty much done. That's what time I went down to pick up the truck. And this Saturday at 3 o'clock, I'll go down. I'll just drive the truck inside the garage, and then Monday we'll throw everything in the back of the compactor.
So if we can throw the TV in the back of the truck, we're good to go?
We're not supposed to. Of course, accidents happen. That's why they put erasers on pencils, but we're not supposed to.
Okay.
Electronics is a whole different
So
recycling.
for the community, for promoting this in town this week for Saturday, I can bring to that meeting tomorrow that we're going to put a little truck on the common, and people can do as they've always done, which is come collect, grab their bags, go out, collect trash, bring it back and put it in the truck on the common.
no, the truck will be
Yeah.
at the town garage, not on the common.
Okay, that's not what I just heard from Steve. So can you just clarify that, Steve? What are you doing with the town truck, the little truck for Green Up Day?
No, I was suggesting that we leave the little truck at the town garage and not on the common where people would be more prone to congregate in groups.
Okay. Okay. So bring your Green Up Day bags to the little truck, which will be at the town garage.
Yes.
But pick up your bags at the high school. Got it.
Okay. I guess I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
So moved.
All those in favor of
Second.
putting the little truck at the town garage for Green Up Day on Saturday, with people instructed when they pick up their bags at the high school to bring the bags back to the town garage and throw them in the truck, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Okay, so Carla, with that being said, is it possible for you to make a couple of laminated signs that I could put on the back of the truck that specifically say, no tires, no electronics?
Yep.
Thank
Do
you.
you also want to say no furniture?
Well, I mean,
Can I have a
we
question.
could just say nothing other than green bags.
So what happens if you,
Go ahead, Crystal.
I think there are some areas of town where there actually are, I mean, a couple of years ago, there was a sofa on whatever that Evans Road or whatever that road was. I mean, I think people occasionally green up things that don't fit in the bags. What are we supposed to do? What do you want folks to do with that stuff?
See, that has to be separate. Several meetings ago, we approved to dispose of 3 couches for $60. Those are tires, furniture, electronics are free if they go to the correct place, but tires and furniture are an additional cost to the town for disposal.
Yes, I understand that, but you're asking Vermonters to volunteer their time to pick up roadside trash, and then now you're saying you can only pick up this trash. Don't pick up this trash, just pick up this trash. You can't pick up a tire that somebody chucked over the bank. There's a tire right here on Crane in the brook. So I intend to get that on Saturday, and I intend to bring that to the town dump. And I am not going to pay to dispose of that because it's sitting in the stream and it's Green Up Day. And it's the 50th anniversary of Green Up Day, for crying out loud. Like, you can't pick and choose what you're going to allow people to recycle on a free day of greening up the state. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Crystal.
Well, what happened last year?
So we're going to have to eat some of it. We're going to have to eat some of it.
Yeah, all right,
Crystal,
good.
do you remember when we met with Bob Spencer?
Yes.
Well, Crystal, do you remember when we met with Bob Spencer?
Is he the guy with the
from
composting
Wyndham
bags?
Solid Waste.
I don't know
And
who
he
Bob
basically
Spencer is.
told us everything that Steve just told us, that it's gonna cost us more money. And you didn't have really anything to say to him that much right then. But now we're gonna jump on Steve about it. It's like, it's gonna cost all of us money no
I'm
matter
not
what.
jumping on anybody. I'm making my point is, yeah, this is a statewide initiative that every town participates in, and you can't say you can green up, but if you find a roadside tire, you can't bring it to Green Up Day. That.
My point being is that
what's
you
the
should have
point?
been on Bob's.
They're just going to pick up beer cans and hypodermic needles and leave the rest of it on the side of the road?
Probably out of town. Let you break.
Well, sorry, Rob. Sometimes it takes me a little while to think things through.
Well, I understand that, but we should have been on Bob then and made him be more acceptable to accepting all of the stuff, not making us pay for it. Because remember, he said that how people were collecting all of their tires and all their stuff for this day and then spreading it out there. Am I correct or incorrect?
Yep, no, I remember that.
No,
Yeah, and
correct.
like, if somebody finds a couch on the side of the road, fine, bring it. But I think a lot of times they're not finding a couch on the side of the road. They're finding their old couch that they just replaced that's been in the backyard. And they're using Green Up Day to take advantage of being able to
It
get
might
rid
not
of it.
even be their couch. It could be whatever, a rototiller. It could be tires. There's a multitude of things behind people's garages that can be kicked out on the curb at Green Up Day.
So I think
in other towns, in
in
the state of Vermont, what you typically do is someone sort of coordinates the effort, and then that effort is when you pick up your bags, you let the person that you're picking up the bags from, who sometimes is the town clerk, sometimes is just a group of people that are concerned about the environment, you let them know loosely where you're going to be greening up. Right? So you tell them like what road you're going to be working on or whatever. We don't do that here. It's very loose in Townsend, but I think to ask people to pick and choose what they're going to pick up off the side of the road on a day that supports the environment is ridiculous and pretty small for a select board.
I'm going to, Heidi Russ.
And if it costs us some money, then I would actually stand up at town meeting and say, you know, okay, yes, I voted for people to be able to pick up tires on the side of the road and bring them to the truck. But that's the whole point. If people want to abuse it and they, you know, we all still have to look ourselves in the mirror in the morning. If you're going to steal from the town and put your own personal shit in the Green Up Day bags, you're going to have to live with that. And I don't know. Clearly I have strong feelings about this.
Well, I would like to not throw my money in front of my morals if I can.
What if we did this? What if people find tires, electronics, whatever, can we have them stack them somewhere, Steve? And then we'll just deal with them after the fact? Well, so what I would say is we want to discourage people from bringing stuff out of their garage. But if they truly find it on the side of the road, we want to encourage them to pick that up.
Okay.
So should we make signs that say, in the truck, no tires, please put them here?
We can have a specific location for things other than green bags, yes.
Okay. I think we should do that. Because I fully understand your point, Crystal. And to give people an opportunity to put it somewhere, that way we get an idea of how much is this stuff that's found on the road. I think we can get a better sense for going forward. And maybe, you know, in next year's budget, we set aside a little more money for Green Up Day, and we agree to take whatever.
We also need, it should also be reported to Heidi Russ because she is the town's Green Up coordinator and has been for years. I know that she does organize it all through the school too, and she does keep track of which roads are being done.
Oh, okay.
So there is a second person, there is another organization, like she kind of works with Community Hope in Action, but she's kind of on her own doing it.
Mhm.
So,
Okay. Carla, can you contact Heidi and just let her know that that is going to be the plan, that there will be a separate area for non-green bag refuse?
Okay, and when I make the sign, am I just making the signs that say no tires, no electronics in truck? And then maybe make a couple of other signs to say tires here, electronics here?
I mean, listen, we have to do this carefully, because someone's going to drop off some green bags and say, oh, they're going to let us put tires here and electronics here. I'm going to go home and get my computer. I don't want to encourage that. Just rubbish not in green bags can be put here. Something like that. No specific.
Yeah, I agree with Steve that we don't want to, like I said, we don't want to encourage it, but we also don't want to dissuade people from recycling stuff that can be recycled.
I mean, we still do have a hazardous waste day collection, which happens in, it used to be, I think, the end of June, 1st of July. I'm sure that's still going to happen. Like Will, like you said, we'll just have to put a new line item in the budget next year for Green Up Day expense. 2 years ago, it was free to the town. The couches were free. Everything was free. Everything changed last year. And when we asked Bob at the meeting if it was going to be free this year or not, he couldn't give us an answer and said he would get back to us, which on the last call, Irv coughed up that it's not going to be free this year.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we're running up against an unfunded mandate is basically what we have going on.
Exactly.
So, and we can also, talk with VLCT and get them to lobby a little harder for having the state kick something in for that. Okay, Steve, what else you got?
Okay, the composting bags were delivered over the weekend. I have them at the garage. Wyndham Regional Grants in Aid program has been turned back on effective mid last week. That affects the Plum Road project. I contacted the contractor. He's going to put this program back in his schedule, and the deadline for completion of this program has been pushed out to October 15th.
Oh, that's good.
Currently, we're doing our ditching project on Simpson Brook. Also, the grader's been out every day. And Anita gave me a gift today from Green Up Vermont, gave her a maple sapling to be planted in town somewhere. It's about 2 foot tall. So if anybody has any suggestions on where you would like me to plant the tree, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Huh. That's nice. Okay. Is that it for highway, Steve?
It is.
Okay. There's no counter money sheet this week, or this meeting rather. I also did not get a treasurer's report. I think Anita or Elaine forgot to put it in, and I forgot to ask her for it. Let's see, we did members of the public, old business, COVID-19 updates, I think Sherwood took care of. All right, next up is town composting. So we got the bags in. Steve, we're gonna use that gray can that already exists there for holding for the time being.
Well, I have a can inside the garage that Triple T gave me.
Oh, okay.
It's a can on wheels, so it's easily moved around. The plan is really to build this whole project around the compliance rate. How many people are going to be doing this? What's the generation factor going to be?
Right.
What I didn't know at the time was I thought it was like what we tried a year ago with food scraps.
Mm-hmm.
But now they're adding cardboard and paper to it. That's going to take up a little bit more room.
Yeah.
So once we get a feel for the compliance rate, we can make an adjustment to the size of the container but we are starting out on the small side because Pete from Triple T really feels compliance rate is going to be very low. And, you know, if we started on a Tuesday and we're overwhelmed, we can certainly have an adjustment made by Thursday. So it's not like I'm going to have these bags of food scraps all over the place and no place to put them. We can react very quickly, but we need a little bit of experience to see how much we're going to be generating. And, you know, we'll do something, like I said, that fits on the back of the truck when it goes to Triple T, so we're not paying for hauling expenses, we're not making 2 trips a week. We'll make it work. We just need some experience as to how much we're going to be generating.
Right. Okay, good. Carla, I just want to remind everyone that we're looking at starting this end of June, 1st of July. So Carla, can you get in touch with Wyndham Solid Waste Management and ask them for, Bob had offered up some printed materials that we could pass out on as far as what's compostable, what's not, and composting versus recycling. So if you could get whatever materials they have, and I think they also, last time they sent someone to the compactor to do a little training, and it was I think me and Craig and Arnold and Michelle. So they might want to do that again. So if you could put that in the works, so that we can have materials for people to pick up at town hall and at the compactor before it gets started, so they can get a sense of what's going to be expected and what is and is not compostable.
Okay. And Rick said he'd do a mass email too when we got the material, the print material.
Great. Okay. Next up is Cintas. So Carla, you finally heard from them.
Yes.
Amazing. So
yeah.
So I'm looking at So
I sent over the latest, I guess you can say, itemized list dated 5/26, and then I sent over the original quote that was done in September along with the contract that we had signed.
Yep.
So they obviously did have some price discrepancy when they started billing us, and after much ado with relaying all the information about what we actually ordered, there is a little bit about, on our original quote, we didn't have a weekly service charge noted, but on the actual contract where it doesn't, give you a total of the breakdown of prices, there is a weekly service charge on there that states $9.95 per delivery. Yep. Apparently that's wrong, and it's only supposed to be $4.95. So the weekly price was able to be lowered down to $92.31 rather than the $103 that they've been that they've been charging us.
Okay, so we can go back and pay them whatever it is, the $92.31 for all the back invoices, and then we can be done.
Yep.
Correct? Okay.
That's the new number, $92.31?
Yep.
Yep.
So basically it's just the $4.95 weekly service charge.
That was in the contract, but not on their quote.
Yeah, in the contract, but not on the original quote.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess I would entertain a motion to have Elaine go back through and pay us to current on Cintas invoices in the amount of $92.31 a piece.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of asking Elaine to go back and pay Cintas Corporation for their back invoices in the amount of $92.31 each, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Elaine will be very happy to hear that.
Yes, yes, she will.
So probably it'll end up being on the next round of warrants for the next meeting. Okay, where are we here? Census. Okay, next up is Bartlett Tree Service. So we were going to deal with this the meeting after town meeting, and then everything exploded, and we kind of put it on the back burner. But excuse me. The gist of it is, Bartlett sent us a quote for a contract which would remove 2 trees, the planted red maple by the school, and then the maple that's closest to 30, or closest to Grafton Road, and then also do the soil treatment, which is pretty standard for what they've done in the past. And the other thing is pruning. They want to do the Norway maple, which is the tree. Where is it? So the Norway maple is on the corner by the gazebo, and they want to prune that to give it better clearance over the gazebo, improve appearance, and reduce the risk of branch, stem, and/or root failure. The other one would be to prune the elm tree near the gazebo to reduce lateral branch weight around the entire canopy, reduce stress on branching unions, and improve structure. And then, like I said, the 2 trees they would remove would be taken down to a short stump. Grinding the stumps down of the ones that had already been taken out. So in total, the contract quotes $610 for soil treatment and fertilization, $1,890 for pruning, and then $450 for the removal of the 2 trees that they want to take out, which totals $2,950. In the current year, we had budgeted $3,000. We also have $3,000 budgeted in the next fiscal year, which this would probably be on, because I don't imagine they're going to be out before July. So we have $3,000 to spend on the maintenance of the trees specifically in the budget, and they're quoting us at $2,950.
Couldn't we cut the trees down ourselves? I mean, you could put those trees in your Volkswagen, couldn't you?
I guess. I mean, it's part of their ongoing agreement with us. Like last year, they donated a replacement tree. I think I think they've tried to take care of the town and also take care of the trees.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that two trees, 450, we could cut that off the top and have them do the rest.
I think they also will grind the stumps down and do it in conjunction with the other maintenance that they're doing.
Go ahead.
So I would entertain a motion to have me sign the Bartlett tree contract and engage them for tree maintenance for this summer.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none.
I would ask that once the contract is signed, if it is signed, and Carla communicates with Bartlett, that the highway department be made aware of when they're going to be on the common, because I would like to be there when some of this work is being done.
Yeah, absolutely. Carla, can you make a note of that?
Yep.
And then Steve will just give them contact information for you so they can give you a call when they're a couple days before they're going to come out. Does that work for you? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of engaging Bartlett trees experts for the maintenance of the trees on the common for this coming year signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion, Rob, did you vote? Sorry.
Yeah. Fire away.
Okay, motion passes. So Carla, I will try to swing in the next couple days, and I will swing in the next day or two, get that signed so we can get that off to them.
Okay.
All right.
Or if you want to sign it and you can scan it and or fax it.
Well, the original's still at the office, so you might as well do that. Okay. Bob Tebow is done. Is that really everything? Okay. I would entertain a motion to enter executive session under where is it? 1 VSA 313 AF for correspondence from the attorneys. There's a second.
Second.
All those in favor of moving into executive session under 1 VSA 313 AF signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, so we will enter executive session. Rich, I will pause my recording and put you in the waiting room.
Okay.
Resume recording. Rich is back. So we are back in a regular meeting. There was no resolution from the executive session. Does anyone have anything else they need to bring up? Hearing none. The next scheduled meeting is June 9th at 6:30 p.m. For the time being, we will continue to do Zoom until we get some guidance from VLCT or the state about loosening restrictions on gatherings and meetings in the building. So with that said, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I got really scared there for a second.
Who wants the credit for that one?
Yeah, what happens if nobody moves to adjourn? Do I have to just sit here?
Then we're stuck here. We're stuck here.
Oh dear. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Great night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Rich.
Welcome, graduates, family, friends, faculty and staff, members of the Board of Trustees, to the Landmark College May 2020 graduation ceremony. Now, this is not a virtual graduation ceremony. This is a real ceremony, and we're so proud of everything you've done, graduates. Given the disruption we've all faced in our lives due to the coronavirus public health crisis, and when thinking about you, our graduates, and how you handled the disruption to your lives and to your learning, my thoughts today are brief and simple. It's not what happens in life that matters, it's how you respond. That's what matters the most. Life is uncertain. Anything can happen. You can find yourself in extremis at any moment. You can't control that. But you can control how you respond to adverse conditions. What does it take? Courage, persistence, confidence, and a willingness to adapt. A willingness to adapt, even when it may be uncomfortable or difficult to do so. You, our graduates, you responded to a very difficult situation. You took it head on. You didn't give up. You completed your college requirements in a completely different format. You have proven that you have what it takes to handle whatever life throws at you. And that says something important about you all. That's what makes you different. We talk a lot about learning differences. That's not what makes you different, learning differences. What makes you different is you have what it takes to respond to adversity and to succeed. Congratulations to every single one of you. Now, before we get started, as always, we want to mention our recent faculty retirees. This year, Steve Carmichael, Lena John, Cindy Tolman, and Jim Balcom. You will be truly missed. In our ceremony today, students were given the opportunity to submit photos and speeches. They'll be shown during the conferring of degrees. And we also have a shout out from a special guest and friend of the college. Now, we'll move into the presentation of awards. Thank you.
The Community Service Award is given to a student or students who unselfishly gives of themselves to the activities of Landmark College or the greater area community. Today, I am honored to present this award to Julius Adochi. Julius, you have come a long way during your time at Landmark College. At first, you weren't sure if Landmark could give you what you needed, if you were in the right place, and if you fit in. We knew you were, of course, but like all of us, a sense of place is something we have to discover for ourselves. And you did just that when you became involved with the Centers for Diversity and Inclusion. But you didn't stop there. You used your experience and your position as a trusted mentor on campus to help so many others who needed to know that Landmark was the place for them. Through the programs that you have sponsored to the individual outreach that you have provided, you have helped so many students think about their place in the world, understand that what they say and what they think matters, and that they make our community stronger. With confidence, I can say that Landmark would be less of a place if not for you and your contributions to our community. Congratulations, Julius.
At each graduation ceremony, I have the opportunity, on behalf of the faculty, to present the Academic Dean's Award. This award is given to students who have best demonstrated the qualities that define academic success at Landmark College. Academic success can be defined by those measurable achievements, such as grades, but it also includes those intangible characteristics, such as creativity and scholarly engagement, honest self-awareness, and mutual respect for others, leadership and resiliency, hard work, intellectual development, and responsible citizenship. This year, the student who best exemplifies these characteristics is Stephen Vitt. During his time at Landmark College, Stephen has become a thought leader on campus. He is an influential neurodiversity advocate because he speaks from the heart with a moral center that includes everyone, not least those who are vulnerable in society and not possessing his advocacy abilities. He has been a pioneer, helping the college to create the Center for Neurodiversity from the ground up. He has served on the center's steering group, participated in outside panels, provided media interviews, and invested his energy in faculty-student research projects, including creating online research guides for the library and evaluating dictation software. The general consensus from those who have had the opportunity to work with Stephen is that he is a real partner in the learning process, and that is ideal for academics. His academic work is used as exemplars in classes. His scholarship is a valuable resource for others, and his advocacy for social justice and willingness to act clearly demonstrates that potential to make life better for others, including the next generation of children as they move through their own educational journeys. Please join me in congratulating Stephen Vitt, this year's recipient of the Academic Dean's Award.
The Charles Drake Award is awarded to a student who has inspired the Landmark College community by his or her personal qualities. This student is not a quitter, but someone who lives in the tradition of Dr. Charles Drake, whose lifetime of vision and courage helped to found this college. This is a student who gives 100%, who goes the extra mile, and who perseveres in the pursuit of his or her goals. This student also helps the rest of us realize that we have far more resources to draw upon than we may think, and therefore helps us keep going when we feel discouraged. This year, we have 2 Charles Drake Award winners, Jenny Beller and Katie Maroney. Jenny and Katie, I know you're watching today. You both deserve this award so much. We're so proud of you. Everything you've done here over the years has been an inspiration to many. Keep doing exactly what you're doing, and you'll succeed no matter what you choose to do the rest of your lives. Congratulations. The President's Award is given to the student who best exemplifies the principles we believe in here at Landmark College. This student is talented and energetic, meets difficulties head-on, works hard, and is dedicated to his or her studies. On the other hand, this student also finds time to contribute to the well-being of other persons and to the life of the Landmark College community as a whole. This year's President's Award winner is Erica Loveland. Erica, I know you're watching. I can't think of a better recipient this year than you, Erica. You've touched so many at this campus. You've succeeded in every realm. We think the world of you. Congratulations.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Associate of Arts in Liberal Studies. Olivia Ames.
Like many of you, Landmark is my second college experience, but previously I had felt left out. Everyone seemed to be moving through life with great ease, and at Landmark, although I need to use my scooter, I felt more included. I knew everyone there were facing challenges of their own. Landmark has helped me with my time management and procrastination. I'm still a work in progress, however, as I waited until the last minute to work on my speech. But there's a quote I love. Don't give up. You had a bad day. Forgive yourself and do better tomorrow. Landmark has taught me that with effort and perseverance, tomorrow will be a better day. I'm so proud to be part of the 2020 graduating class at Landmark.
Jake Baskin. Andrew Blanchard. Hugh Devers, Phi Theta Kappa.
We finally made it to graduation. To be here is surreal because at times I didn't think I was going to make it with my grades hanging on by a thread, but as you can see, I'm here as a college graduate, as a Landmark college graduate. I've met many friends here that I have just absolutely adored and will probably continue to know for the rest of my life, as well as teachers that I hope to keep in contact with and use the lessons and skills they have taught me in life in the college I will go to and continue from here. I'd like to say a special thank you to Eric Maddie for all the public speaking and communication skills that I use in my personal life as well as academic life. And a special thank you to John Rose for being too cool for freaking school and being the man. Thank you for all the strength, for all the lessons and everything you have taught me. Stay awesome, stay cool, and keep contemplating jazz. Thank you.
Morgan Doyle Elwell.
I would like to say thank you for the school for giving me the opportunity to come here during the last few years. Thank you to my family for always supporting me, and my mother for being my biggest advocate both growing up and even now.
Zachary Dunn. Matthew Goldstein.
My time in Landmark may have come to an end in a way that we all didn't want, but I'm just so glad that I was able to come here. I grew as a person in such a way that I'm more confident with going out in the real world, making friends, getting a job in an environment that doesn't collar you for having learning disabilities, but pushes you to be better and to be more comfortable with who you are. I hope everyone stays safe out there, and I also hope that you find a way to celebrate, because you've all done such a great job, and we've all gotten through this together, and we're gonna go out and do great things out in the world. I also want to dedicate this to my friends who I'm mostly leaving, that I hope you have a good time too without me, and I hope you stay safe.
Gordon Graham. Oscar Held, Phi Theta Kappa.
Hello, everyone. I don't have much time, so I will be brief. I have learned many things here at Landmark. I have learned how to cooperate with others more in terms of school, and made many friends, improved my billiard skills and my basketball skills, as well as the qualities that a leader needs to have. These qualities are very important, especially in these trying times. We need more leaders if we are going to survive this, or just in life. We need them to inspire us and keep pushing forward. And since I believe I have those qualities, I will do my best from now on. Thank you.
Alexander Call.
I have been in Landmark for a time that seems so short yet so long. As Mother Teresa said, yesterday's gone, tomorrow has not yet come, we have only today. My first day at Landmark was very different from my college that I went to before. The teachers were much more accepting of us students with LDs, be it dyslexia or on the autism spectrum. I've met students just like me with similar LDs, though we all learn differently. I now know that I can accomplish things that I did not think I'd be able to accomplish before, all thanks to Landmark. In these times, there are only two things I can say: stay well and stay healthy. Thank you.
Kevin Knowles. Christian Loreno, Phi Theta Kappa. Catherine Maroney.
Hello everyone, and congrats to the class of 2020. I know I'm repeating a lot of Landmark graduates when I say I truly didn't expect to make it this far, never mind under these circumstances we're facing. My experience at Landmark was unlike any I could have imagined after too many years of frustration and failure over my learning difference. At Landmark, I found solidarity, compassion, and a whole new understanding of myself as a student, one who is capable despite the little voice in her head telling her she's not. I still remember my very first day as a Landmark student, and after just one taste of failure, I was ready to pack my things and go home, because I thought that meant I was just not meant to be successful. But here I could reframe my thinking. Just as one failure could affect me, so can just one piece of feedback, one hello on the quad, or just one instance of understanding to interrupt the vicious cycle. Thank you, friends, family, faculty, and staff at Landmark for never giving up on me. Thank you.
Hannah Marshall. Nicole Metzgar.
I wanted to say a big thank you to my family for helping me get to this point. I also wanted to thank the teachers and Landmark staff members who were kind and encouraging and who helped and supported me during my 6 semesters here at Landmark College. This was my next big step after graduating from high school towards proving all the people, teachers, peers, including myself, and probably a few people here, wrong. And I plan to continue proving them all wrong as I continue my educational journey at my next college and earning my next degree. But before I leave, I wanted to say a special thank you to a few select people, to my mom and dad, my sisters, my few close friends that I made here, along with Brian Cohen, Adrian Major, Ann McCloskey, Rebecca Maddie, Alice Vogel, Kathy Burris, and of course the amazing Jim Balcom. Thank you.
Eric Nordstrom. Dylan Riley. Rosie Rose. Daniel Rosenberg.
Hello, everybody. I don't know how these speeches are eventually going to be organized, but I know if it's alphabetical, then I'm pretty late on the list, so I'm going to keep it brief. I didn't come to Landmark straight out of high school. I, like many other students here, spent a semester or two failing out of a local college, feeling awful and unworthy of an education. Also, like many other Landmark students, I struggled with executive functioning and attentional challenges throughout middle and high school, and like every student graduating today, I still have a learning disability and I still struggle with these things every day. But today, I'm graduating with an associate degree, so I think I've come a long way. And I'd like to thank Landmark for helping me make that happen. The support I've received from the teachers, advisors, executive functioning coaching, from tech support staff and librarians and Res Life, that support is what made this day possible for me. I've always believed that everyone is deserving of an education and capable of achieving it, but somewhere in the process of struggling through school, I was convinced that that statement somehow didn't apply to me. I'm grateful to Landmark for proving me wrong.
Anne-Marie Scalfaro.
Today I'm graduating and I can't believe I've gotten this far. It wouldn't have been for the help of my mom and my dad and my family. I also want to thank Landmark College. You guys have been an amazing support system and I wouldn't want you guys to change that. Thank you teachers and faculty for being kind, helping, and understanding. It really means a lot, more than you would ever know. Thank you all again.
Erica Shea.
I would like to thank Franklin Academy, my parents, my friends, my boyfriend, and Landmark College for believing in me. Today I received the greatest achievement of my life, which is my associates in liberal studies. But I am not done. I am a shooting star that keeps continuing to thrive. Elton John once sang, "Don't you know I'm still standing, better than I ever did, looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time." I am not the only one that is still standing here today. All of you are too. Congratulations to all the graduates. Thank you.
Julius Adochi. Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Associate of Arts in Business Studies. Brendan Lemieux.
Hello all, this is Brendan Lemieux here. I'd like to take the time to thank all my family, friends, and all the faculty at Landmark that have helped me while my 2 years there. I'd especially like to thank Dr. Landon for helping me with all my business courses, as she's always easy to email and help out if I have a question. I'd also like to thank my parents who have helped support me throughout my time at college, and I'd also like to thank Charlie, Dan, Eric, Tim, and Guitar for always supporting me. I hope we keep in touch and have a great summer. See ya.
Corey Zaruki Cohen. Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Associate of Science in Computer Science. Gil Bornstein. Christopher Farena. Caleb Strauss. Justin Willis, Phi Theta Kappa.
Hi, my name is Justin Willis. My time at Landmark College has taught me to never give up. I have to push myself every time I need to get work done, and I couldn't do it alone. The help and support I received from the Landmark staff was unbelievable. I was blessed to have been able to work with students who share similar struggles and professors who understood how we were wired. I want to thank the Landmark professors who put their heart and soul into embracing those of us who learn differently. Their mission to help us takes patience, passion, and extensive knowledge of multiple learning disabilities. And finally, I would like to thank all Landmark staff for making Landmark College what it is today. And a special thank you to my advisor, Ann Wheeler, for not only dealing with my unscheduled visits, but also getting me to where I am today, a cap, tassel, and a degree, and the confidence to move on to my next challenge. Thank you, Landmark.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Associate of Science in Life Science. Daniel Meadows.
Hello, my name is Daniel Meadows, AS. First, I would like to thank my parents, my family, and friends for supporting me during my time at Landmark. I would also like to thank my advisors, Gene Fulton and Todd Miller, for helping me navigate my courses at LMC. Finally, I have to thank folks like Doug Lynch, Kim Coleman, and Cindy Tolman for being as caring and committed as they were in class. All of the chances you've given me and all the patience you have had have allowed me to give this very speech. I came to Landmark College with so many expectations, and so many of them have turned out to be wrong. The location, the school, the staff, and the students surprise me every day. Campus is funny that way. The greatest surprise that I felt every day was my own progress. I earned my own self-respect and my place within the professional world, even during the current pandemic. In closing, I would again like to show my gratitude to those who've given me the love and support that I needed to excel, even with my learning differences. Thank you and good luck to all of those still stuck at home.
Sabina Breitbard.
Hello, I'm Sabina, and I'd like to thank everybody who supported me in getting my degree in life sciences. I'd like to thank my Aunt Nancy and my Uncle Alan and my friends and family. I'd also like to thank the STEM department, who really care a lot and are very accommodating. I'd like to thank Professor Stein, who was my professor for 4 of my classes and also my mentor. I aspire to have a similar career that he has, and going forward I will be studying conservation biology. Thank you.
Justin O'Brien. Nathan Santana.
I just wanted to thank Landmark College for all the support throughout the years, and of course the teachers that helped me succeed. I wanted to thank my friends and my family for everything they have done for me. I wanted to give a big shout out to Mark Thurman and the Rise Up Center and everything that they did to help me succeed and grow as a person. And now I'm looking forward and moving on to the next chapter. Thank you, Landmark.
Daniel Shin.
Hello. First, I'd like to take this time to thank everyone for supporting me throughout my entire journey here at Landmark College, especially to all of my instructors, my academic advisor, Denise Higgins, who always urges me to get all the work done. Also, thanks to all the staffs and decals, the librarians, and all of my classmates that helped me out in some assignments. I also would especially like to thank my family for always supporting me. Next, I really loved and enjoyed every single minute of the opportunity for all the school events, such as being a radio DJ, a member of the Arcade Club, the Student Government Association, and the Campus Activities Board. And I'm also grateful to work for Emily Northa and the numerous opportunities that she had offered. Finally, I know that this will be my last moment as a student here at Landmark College, and that I thank everyone for treating me like a family member of the campus community. As President Eden always says, don't give up and keep moving forward, and always believe in yourself that you can always do it of achieving your goals. Thank you, and good luck to everyone in your next journey that's part of your future. Go Sharks!
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual is the first to meet the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Communication and Entrepreneurial Leadership. Wyman Jackson.
It is exciting to have our first Communication and Entrepreneurial Leadership graduate this spring 2020. Communication and Entrepreneurial Leadership, abbreviated as COML, draws from and combines the communication and business fields in some really interesting and meaningful ways. The major is grounded in current organizational theory and leadership best practices with multiple opportunities for real-world application. Now, the foundation of the major is built upon courses such as marketing, management, interpersonal communication, and media production. Now, students then can go on to focus in two different ways. One is called Leadership for Organizational Social Change, or the other is Multimodal Communication and Storytelling. We anticipate our graduates with this major to be prepared to move in multiple directions, all different kinds of careers and professions, including advertising, public relations, human resources, sales, broadcasting, new media. It goes on. Again, congratulations to our pioneering first graduate, Wyman Jackson.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies. Erica Loveland, Golden Key.
Landmark, thank you for being part of the development that has made me proud to be dyslexic, for being a place where I could explore various leadership roles and participate in many fun activities. I am so grateful for the connections I've made from faculty and staff to, of course, my friends. Thank you to my peers for showing me different perspectives. Thank you to my boyfriend and his family for giving me a second home on the East Coast. And of course, thank you to my family for the endless love, support, and encouragement. I will cherish the memories that I've made at Landmark, from cultivating mushrooms with a couple science professors to traveling Africa. Landmark is a special place, and I'm so honored to be a part of this family.
Sean Noonan, Golden Key. Jenna Pavajak.
Thank you to my family, friends, and the great faculty and staff for making a huge impact on me. It's hard to believe that after all these years, my school life is coming to an end. My life has sure been interesting, to say the least, from repeating second grade to skipping seventh grade to now graduating college in 4 years despite this pandemic. Thank you to Landmark for the continuous support, the opportunities you've provided me with, and the great lifelong friendships I have made. I did it!
Christoph Rozicki. Jessup Strauss, Golden Key.
I want to thank everyone who stood by me, especially when things got hard. Special shout-outs to my parents, my various teachers from over the years, and all my close friends, whom I shall never forget.
Stephen Vitt.
First of all, congratulations to my fellow graduates. I would like to thank all the professors I've worked with over the years, in particular Peg Alden, Dan Miller, and Solveig Schmolsky. They've given me not just knowledge, but confidence in my own abilities. I would also like to thank everyone at the library, with special mention of Kathy Burris, who has been not just supportive in my academics, but a good friend as well. Speaking of friends, I would also like to thank all my peers that supported me over the years. Most of all, I want to thank my mother and grandmother for their endless support. I love you, Nunny. Mom, thank you so much for always believing in me. I could never have done this without you. Turns out you were right about my potential. Have fun bragging.
2 baccalaureate students will graduate today with a major in psychology, the first to do so at Landmark College. Psychology students explore the many facets of human behavior and the human mind by reviewing scientific studies of each, as well as learning the varied research methodologies of this far-reaching discipline. At Landmark, of course, there's a special emphasis on neurodiversity. Through coursework in cognitive, educational, and developmental psychology, as well as basic neuroscience, applied statistics, and human biology, students in psychology develop the foundational background knowledge that will help them pursue any number of career options, including counseling, education, research, and business. In fact, the study of psychology underlies almost everything we know and will continue to learn about human interaction in an increasingly complex world. Congratulations to Emily Bartlett and Gianna Eisenberg.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, The following individuals are the first to meet the requirements of the Bachelor of Arts in Psychology. Emily Bartlett.
Hey guys, it's Emily Bartlett here. I just want to thank all the people who got me here, all the friends that I've made. I'm definitely gonna miss them. All the faculty and staff, my family, my advisors, everyone. And I'm definitely going to miss all my friends that I've made here, as mentioned before, and definitely gonna miss doing study abroad. That was one of my favorite things that I did here. Ireland, New Zealand, Costa Rica, most recently London, and yes, they're all in that order. And I am super psyched to be one of the first graduates of this BA in psychology. And on that note, I'm going to throw my cap in the air. Whee!
Gianna Eisenberg.
Congratulations, class of 2020. I just wanted to thank my professors and advisors for helping me get to where I am today. I really want to thank my friends for all your support. I want to thank the people in the business office, the RAs and RDs that I got the opportunity to work with. I love you all so much. I want to thank my boyfriend, Nate, for all his support and going through this college journey with me. I want to thank my moms for making it possible for me to come to Landmark. I love you guys so much. And I want to thank my emotional support guinea pig, Oreo. Congratulations, class of 2020. We did it.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Studio Arts. Jenny Beller, Golden Key.
Good afternoon. Every day is a great day to be a shark, but today is an especially great day. Thank you to everyone I've met at Landmark. I truly believe it is the people that make this college so great. A special thank you to the art department and the residential life team. I am so proud to be graduating alongside a bunch of my friends and fellow RAs. Yay, class of 2020. Thank you.
Alyssa Casey.
I'm afraid I'm not very good at public speaking, even with the benefit of multiple takes. I'm inclined to keep this brief for my own sake and the sake of the viewer, but I will say this. Graduating has been a struggle and a half, and I wouldn't be able to do it without support. So I really want to thank my parents and the rest of my family, Amma and Umpa, Auntie and Uncle. I couldn't have done this without their support, emotionally and financially. I have no money. Thank you for putting up with my procrastination, breakdowns, and constantly changing my mind about my future career. I think there was a month there where I legitimately wanted to be a circus clown. Sorry to say, you'll be putting up with school, Alyssa, for another few years as I aim for my master's, but at least one step is sorted. Moving on to this next chapter in my life, I'm daunted, but I couldn't be more excited despite my fear. This has been a very weird semester, but I'm glad to say we all pulled through in the end.
Maxwell Cornell.
My time at Landmark has made me appreciate the value of self-reliance as well as the values of camaraderie and cooperation. When I first came to Landmark, I had no idea which way to turn, and over the subsequent semesters, I have grown a deeper appreciation for the people and things that challenge me to be my best self. I would like to thank everyone who has supported me on this journey as I continue to find my way and develop as an artist and a human being. I am proud to have been part of our Putney community, and I am humbled by the talent, goodwill, and gentility I have seen in the students and professors I have met along the way. While at this moment we may be separated geographically, we are all in this moment collectively, and I hope we can all continue to share the moments of our lives with each other. Thank you all so much.
Vikas Mitchell.
Hello, faculty, fellow graduates, friends, and family who are here with us to share this amazing moment. I want to send a message to everyone out there who has any sort of learning difference. If you focus on your strengths rather than your weaknesses, you will be successful. I have always been timid to disclose my LD because I believed that it would take away from the opportunities I could have been given. I feared I would be looked down upon and not be able to succeed. Landmark College has proven that wrong. I want to thank everyone at Landmark College for granting me so many wonderful opportunities. Thank you to my fellow students, friends, and faculty for being so caring, understanding, and supportive. You will all be missed.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual meets the requirements for the Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. Nathaniel Gully.
Congratulations, class of 2020. We did it. I just want to give a shout out to all my friends that I met along the way and all the friends that I have in California. Thank you for being there to support me on this whole crazy journey. Shout out to all my family back in California, and most of all, shout out to my mom and dad. Thank you for pushing me and getting me to this point. I wouldn't have made it here without you. I'll shout out to my girlfriend, Gianna. Thank you for helping me through this whole college journey, and I can't wait to see what's next. P.S. Nate, hope you packed everything. It's been a crazy month.
And now we're going to hear from a special guest of Landmark College.
Hello everyone, it's Ewan McGregor. I'm sending this message to all the graduates at Landmark College this year to wish you all my best and to give you all my congratulations for the hard work over the last 4 years. I'm really sorry that you've had to end it in this odd way during this lockdown situation with the coronavirus, and you haven't been able to finish together at the college. It's a shame that you haven't been able to do that, but I know that it'll be very special nonetheless that you're graduating in the way that you are, virtually, online. I got to know Landmark a little bit over the summer. My daughter Jamman came there to do the summer course, and I saw what a special place it was and what special people go there, and I could sense that it was a very wonderful atmosphere, and I bet you've all had a great 4 years there. So I just wanted to wish you my best wishes going forward, and my congratulations for all the hard work that you've done, as I've said, over the last 4 years. And they told me to say congratulations to the May Landmark College Associate and Bachelor Degree graduates, and I had to write that down because I would never remember it. I remembered a Shakespeare play once, but I couldn't remember that one line. Anyway, lots of love to you all, and congratulations, and well done. Cheers.
By the power vested in me by the Board of Trustees, I hereby confer upon you the Associate of Arts degree in Liberal Studies, Business Studies, the Associate of Science degree in Computer Science, Life Sciences, the Bachelor of Arts degree in Communication and Entrepreneurial Leadership, Liberal Studies, Psychology, and Studio Art, and the Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Science on this day, May 30th, 2020. I hereby present the May 2020 class of graduates who are now officially welcomed into the Landmark College Alumni Association.
Good afternoon, and congratulations, Alumni Sharks. On behalf of Landmark College and the Office of Alumni Relations, we are proud to now claim you among our alumni ranks. I feel a deep sense of pride to continue to serve you as you further your educations, start careers, and embark on new life paths. There's a motto in alumni relations. You are a student for just a few years, but you are an alum for life. The focus of these points of life start and end with dates. But what matters most is the dash that's in between those years. The dash represents all the time spent working hard and learning more about yourself. We heard from you today all the great things you did with your dash as a student. Trips to Botswana, pioneering one of our new degrees, and making friends that will last a lifetime. And if you're anything like me, in your undergraduate dash, there were some hiccups too. My hope for you is that you know how much this dash is worth as a student, and now how much more it will mean as an alum. The mentors you just thanked, the moment that you found yourself while you were here, learning that perfection does not exist, but motivation does, are the things that will guide you in your next dash. In your alumni dash, you have many more years, even decades, to give back in the ways that you were afforded to as a student here. I'm excited to be the one that officially welcomes you to start your alumni dash. And to officially start this dash, we mark this moment with the gift of your alumni pin. This pin is exclusive, and it represents your continued connection and commitment to Landmark College as proud, productive Sharks. It also symbolizes a sense of security, knowing that no matter where you are, wherever you go, that you will always have a spot and a place back at Landmark College. We ask you to wear this over your heart, where Landmark will be for the rest of your life. Congratulations, welcome to the Alumni Association, and most of all, welcome to your new dash.
Here's a message from our board chairperson, Bob Lewis.
On behalf of the entire Board of Trustees of Landmark College, congratulations on achieving your college degrees. Graduation is always a highlight for me. Congratulating you and hearing about your paths to get here, your hard work addressing your challenges, and the appreciation you all show to others who have helped you. They are all reminders for me on how I should live my life. As you move on from here, remain thankful and supportive of this great institution, Landmark College, its unique mission, its faculty, and its staff. And at this truly defining moment in all of our lives, let us all take from here the realization that the future will hold unexpected and uncharted challenges, always. What we make of those challenges defines us as the human race. Let education, study, science, and research guide us, and let us use our mature, informed judgment based upon those things to make our society a better and safer place for all who need our leadership and service. That's what lifelong learning is all about. Congratulations, and we wish you all the very best.
Wow, that was amazing. Congratulations, graduates. We're just so proud of every one of you. Fantastic job. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't provide some thanks to a number of individuals and groups. First, the faculty and staff. Everything you've done this year is just, words can't express our gratitude and the wonderful job you did. Also, thank you to all those who put together this fantastic graduation event. Very meaningful. Well done. Ewan McGregor, you're the man. We love it. Thanks so much. Hope to talk to you again soon. Now, as we close out this ceremony, there's one thing and then a look back at your time at Landmark College. Thank you for joining us today. Take care.
of fire. I raise my white flag in the night. This time I'm gonna make it right. I find my strength up in the stars. Sing hallelujah, sing the dark. This is the first time I feel the sunrise. Let the gray skies from my mind. I raise my white flag in the night. Out of the dark into the light.
since it's now 5:31, we can start the meeting.
Yes.
Come to order. And as I told some people, we have Brian Bashaw from BCTV recording this meeting so that we will have reference and it will be part of the community record. Review and approve the minutes from the meeting of April 27th. I trust that everybody has received these minutes.
Right. Yes. I move approval, Byron.
Byron, you're moving to approve them as circulated?
Yes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye or hold up a hand.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, abstaining, approved. Residents and citizen participation. The minutes noted that there were no residents or citizens present in person or over the phone, and no one had submitted anything to the board for review. Is that the same thing true this month, Christine?
Yes, no one has submitted anything to review.
So we can move on to COVID-19 updates. Christine, you're on.
Okay. So just a few updates from last month. So things are, staff updates things are still the same. We have a safety plan that we're developing to bring some more staff into the office, but for the time being, we have kept as many people as possible working remotely. And we still have the offices and the site offices closed at this point. We do have staff that are regularly coming into the main office on shifts. One person upstairs, one person downstairs. Staff are taking their temperature. They have to say that they've taken their temperature and document what it is before they come in. They need to document when they're there and when they leave. And they need to wear a mask when they're out of their office or around anybody else. The maintenance are doing the same. They're continuing to work alternate shifts, and they are also documenting every day, in addition to those items, where they're working. So if they've been at a certain site, we know where they've been, and we're keeping them on the separate shifts so that if one of them gets sick, they're not all out. And so we're going to do that probably until the state of emergency has been lifted. But we are looking at trying to get some staff on site, but we're still trying to figure out what the provisions would be for people to be on site. I've been on site just like in my car and driving around, and I've gotten out and I wear a mask, but I have not engaged with residents in any capacity. I try to go really early in the morning or kind of later in the day. and really that's for their safety as well as my own. And so
try to engage with you, Christine.
What'd you say?
They try to engage with you.
Sometimes, and I'm very clear that I want to talk to them, that I'm always available. They can call me anytime, but for right now, because of the safety situation, it's really important for me to keep a distance. And so we've had, I think that residents are still a little bit nervous. We've had a couple of scares and panics at sites. People, got some information, and there was sort of rumors going around, but so it really made me realize that people are still nervous. And so we want to make sure that when we do come back, that we're as safe as possible and that the residents have a clear expectation of what we're going to be doing.
Is it the case that we still have no cases?
As of today, we still do not have any cases. We've been very lucky.
Great.
So I'm feeling very fortunate, very, very, very lucky. And so, fingers crossed, we'll make it through this. And so we've been, but we have a plan in place in case we do have a case, and we have lots of, we have lots of plans now, which we really, have evolved over this process. And so in a lot of ways, we're in a much better shape today than we were before COVID even reared its ugly head. And we are coming up with a plan, and staff is very supportive of the plan of coming back with the restrictions that we'll have. We did a staff survey, and everybody responded, and I got a lot of great feedback about the comfort level of staff.
Good.
Ready to move on to property updates?
Sure. Yeah, just a couple of property updates. So the maintenance, as I said, are still alternating shifts and primarily doing emergency work orders and turnovers. We did take down the playground at Ledgewood Heights. It had been a safety concern for some time, and we had planned to take it down regardless of this situation. And so we did take it down. We cleared out that whole spot. We removed all the wood chips and cleared and cleaned the gravel. And so we're hoping that for the time being, it's a spot that kids can go and ride their bikes and play in a safe, contained area until we figure out what we want to do next. When we decide what we're going to do, we're going to engage the residents in that process. We also just
Is
HUD
it the
update.
hope to,
Yep. Sorry, Brian.
sorry,
Yeah.
is it the hope to rebuild the playground?
You know, I thought that that's what we would do, but the more I talk to residents, the more they want a space for kids to be able to safely ride their bikes and skateboard and roller skate in a contained spot. So I don't know what it's going to look like.
Huh.
There's still a very small, there's like a kiddo, like a baby playground there with that's a smaller version and a swing. So those remained. Just the big wooden structure was taken out.
Yeah.
And it was really rotted. It just wasn't, we repaired it over and over again. It just could not be repaired safely. And so I think it would be interesting to see what the residents see as a good use for that land.
Right.
Demographic, how many young children versus older children are there at Ledgewood?
You know, that's a good question. It seems like there's a lot of little ones, but I think it's a real mix. I think there's a lot of teenagers too, but there's a considerable amount of kids there. There's about 70 kids overall. So it's a lot of kids.
Yes.
Yeah. And so the basketball court tends to be where like little kids want to go in there and ride their bikes around and skateboard. And then the big kids can't play basketball. And so and people get angry because we want it just be a basketball court. And so I think that if we're looking at a space where kids can play safely, then maybe we relook at the playground space.
Okay. Right. The other thing that I noticed on the portfolio manager's report, this green, is the disinfection and then air conditioner installation.
Yes. Yeah. So we are continuing to disinfect all the buildings daily. We have an outside contract that's doing that, which has been great. And then cleaning the laundry room at Ledgewood Heights more often than normal, but really focusing on disinfecting the Samuel Elliott, Red Clover, A.W. Richards, those spaces.
Air conditioners.
Air conditioners, we put a notice out. So in the past, we always had a fee for air conditioner usage. When we went to RAD, we were not able to put that in the first year plan. So we are unable to charge a utility charge for that this year. We will next year, but for this year we can't. So this year is free. And we just ask that residents register with us so that we know that they're putting the air conditioner in and that they are checked so that they're in properly so that we're not using too much energy.
Okay. And then the Lavender monthly property management. No, I think there are two other things, the HUD updates and the FEMA.
Sure, I'll just briefly go over, and I know Chris wrote about it a little too. So in terms of HUD, we have gotten some additional funds, COVID-19 money for our public housing property, which is Melrose Terrace, and also for our RAD properties. So we are going to be using that for any additional costs that we've had related directly to COVID-19. And then we're going to, and we've received our admin money for our RAD program, which we had been waiting on. We received that in the beginning of May. So that's wonderful. So we're caught up with our RAD money. And for FEMA, we have gotten into the FEMA and we've started to put in some of our costs. So FEMA will reimburse us 75% for approved costs. And then the additional we would be taking out of the HUD money. So we're in a good place. And Chris Hart is helping us. He's done the FEMA before, so that's it's a very big help to have her on board to support us through that process.
Indeed. And then move to the Lavender monthly property management update. I'm interested in the number of vacancies.
Yes, so the number of vacancies is due to the fact that we are not, we're not in the process of turning over any apartments that do not have a single entry. So based on the rules, the stay home, stay safe, we were not able to go into those units or send people into those units until until it was allowable. And so we've really refrained from having people go into the Samuel Elliott apartments because we know that it's such a high risk population. We have turned over an apartment on the first floor. So we're hoping to get that housed this month as of June 1st, but there will be 5 additional units that we're gonna have to try to fill once we can get inside. But we're really hesitant to move anyone into the building because it's a shared entry, shared elevator, that we just don't want to upset the apple cart until we know for sure that there's not as much of a risk. The other sites though, it's sort of hard because one person, you know, we're sort of moving, we're transferring a couple of people. So we're moving someone to Sam Elliott and then we're going to have a little bit of a domino effect. But we do have 2 units that we're ready to fill at Melrose, and those are ready because they have private entries that we could, and so we could turn those over. The same at Moorcourt and Ledgewood. Hayes, again, we're hesitant because of the compromised the population, and also because they share that open space. And the RCC unit just came on very recently.
Okay.
It was a very recent departure. So we will be turning that over, but at this point it's new still. The stuff isn't even moved out of the apartment.
Okay. And for Red Clover, the vacancy list is the state housing list rather than our public housing list?
Yes. So the Vermont State Housing holds that list.
Okay.
They have the vouchers for that building.
As we have always looked at the rent collections, that again is an issue. Rent collections are down.
Some of these predate the COVID-19, so they're not all related to COVID. Some of them are things that have gone wrong, that have been behind previous to that, unfortunately.
Are we at the point, well, post-COVID, we don't want to make any changes until the emergency is over?
We cannot serve a notice to evict at this point. There's a moratorium on eviction for rent. So there's nothing we can do at this point. Besides, we've been sending letters saying you owe this much, you're gonna owe it eventually. Here are some resources, reach out to SEVCA, reach out to some other organizations. This is the time to catch up, and we're not getting a lot of response. There is one person who has not paid their rent, who has always paid their rent, but they have not paid it through this whole process, and they don't have a phone, they don't answer their mail. So I think that they're just holding on to I think they will pay it. I think they're just holding on to their rent because they like to hand it to us in person, and they haven't been able to do that. So that's one big fee that I'm not as concerned about, but the other ones are really specific. There's no one I don't think that we've really seen an increase in people not paying their rent that normally do.
That's good to know. Any questions? I seem to be the one who's doing a lot of talking at the moment now. Want other commissioners? Yeah. Certainly want everybody to pitch in with questions.
Is it surprising, Byron, is it surprising that Melrose is as low as it is?
I think Melrose is because we have two empty units. And so I think that that's really skewing the numbers. Yeah. Because there's only 25 units there.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So what would the percent be excluding those units?
Well, the problem is because they've been vacant for more than 2 months, we can't get our HAP payment either. So usually we can't get our we're not getting any subsidy at all for those units, and so it's bringing it up. I don't think that we would be very far behind at all if we had those units filled.
So the actual existing tenant rent performance is not bad?
No, it's not bad. It's really primarily based on those 2 units that we're seeing this big discrepancy.
So would you say without those 2 units, we'd be at or above 80%?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Yep.
I'm wondering if some of the extra payments for COVID-19 could be used to fill the gap that where the subsidies weren't paid.
I don't think that it can at this point. I don't. And we've actually reached out to our insurance company as well to see if we could maybe get funded for interruption of business. And it was not, these types of events are not, are excluded from this.
The act of God,
Yeah.
if not. Okay. Yeah. Are we ready to move on to wellness? Lorelei Morissette's report. Pink.
I think you're doing a great job.
They are doing a great job.
Well, before some of you joined the meeting, Christine and I were chatting about how the multiple contacts, and we all received the graph of the phone contacts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Letter that came separately. I'm sorry, I need to try to move so that the sun isn't on that. But the amount of contact, because we have people who are able to do that, really is setting a different pattern, which Christine was sharing with the other executive directors, if I'm remembering correctly, and let you talk a little bit more about it, Christine, because I think that the amount of direct contact by phone with all of our residents is very important.
It's impressive.
Yes.
We do have a lot of capacity to call. We have a lot of residents, but we also have more capacity than some other organizations have. And so I think we took this as an opportunity to set up a very deliberate way of reaching out to residents on a regular basis. And so it's been very helpful. And they do, they make calls and calls and calls every day. We hired a part-time person that's working 20 hours a week that's just supporting them and triaging calls and triaging information to them. And she started the beginning of last week, and she has been wonderful. She worked at a hotel and she got laid off and she wanted to do some work. And so she wanted to get into some sort of social service. She has a lot of customer service background. And so she has been really great. And that's a direct COVID expense. So we've utilized that. I think that because we've had this capacity, we've learned a lot about what our residents need and what the community needs are. A lot of times we come up with some strategies like, we usually do this big food distribution program, which we always need. And there were some staff that really wanted to do that again. And I couldn't think of a way to do it safely. And I just didn't feel comfortable with it. So I said, well, let's look at the numbers and see who needs food. And we really started to realize that nobody needs food right now. Everybody's been getting stuff. We have connections in Brattleboro. We're really lucky in Brattleboro because we've been working with the food bank and the Food Connects, and they have our Food Works, which is through Groundworks. and some volunteers, and they've been delivering boxes of food. So people are doing okay. So we figured out that that's not where they need us. They need us in other places. They need a lot of support around isolation, being able to talk to somebody every day or every couple of days for 15 to 20 minutes. They need that.
Are we setting up a pattern that we want to continue after the emergency is over?
You know, I
And
think that's
that's-
a good question. I think that we will, yeah, I think that's a good question. I think that hopefully we can carry on some of the things we've been doing through afterwards, because I think
Were you
we've learned
able-
a lot about what people need.
Christine, were you able to find out if there's any organizations out there that could help fill that gap that I had brought up at the last meeting?
Yeah,
Is
and
there
I
anyone
brought
else
it.
that's doing anything?
Yeah, I brought it up to Lorelei, who's running this group, and I asked her what she thought, and also about what other resources there are. There is a warm line through HCRS, and they've been putting people in that direction, like giving people that information about the warm line, which is just a soft touch of somebody, a resource. And I think Lorelei felt that at this point, our residents weren't looking for something to call into together. They were really looking for that reassurance of someone one-on-one to talk to them. But maybe that's something going forward as things ease up a little that people might be more interested in. And I think that Thrive, which is our employee assistance program, would be interested in doing something like that for a fee.
Yeah.
Good. The SASH is so much involved with that. And I was interested that the percentage of only 18% of the calls had to do with health.
Yes, and those are primarily being directed right to the wellness nurse and some of the SASH coordinators. And we brought in an additional part-time SASH wellness nurse, the person who works in Valley Cares. She had been working remotely, and she had another job in Springfield that she was furloughed from. So we hired her to do 10 hours a week temporarily to help us catch up on some of the SASH mandated work, so that the nurse could then do more COVID response work.
Wonderful. And certainly we'll take advantage of employees that Springfield can't use. Then the family self-sufficiency, which certainly hard to work from home for Lucy Tell.
But that seems like quite a lot of participants, 35.
Yes, it's been a struggle. I think Lucy really enjoys seeing people face to face. And I think she really likes that type of work. I think it's been a challenge for her, as well as the participants, but she has been working with her supervisor, who's Lorelei, at coming up with a calendar for next month with some online events to support people around financial success. So they should have something they're putting, I know Lorelei and I talked about it today, they're putting something together right now. So that should be coming out for next month.
Christina, just this is an off the top question. What would be your guesstimate of how many residents actually have computer access so that they might be able to take a look at Zoom and communications and stuff like that?
I think it depends on the site. So I think at our family sites, I think that people have a lot of people have smartphones, so they're able to do it with their phone.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think at our senior sites, it's lower.
Yeah. I did ask Rotary a couple weeks ago about the masks, and they have already been inundated with requests from nursing homes and places. They didn't feel like they could promise anything at this point, but they would let me know if once they got through their current obligations, they would get in touch. So I did ask. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Well, just not to go off on that, but I will a little bit. We have been getting a lot of masks. We've
Good.
received quite a bunch and we've been mailing them out. We've been labeling them, depending on what kind they are, like whether they tie, they're elastic, whether they're round or rectangular. And then when people request them, we've been mailing them out. We've been getting a lot of requests, so that's good. And we're asking, we're starting to put new notices up, really asking family members to wear masks. So I ordered 100 cloth masks, which came in last week, and we're going to be putting them at the sites for people to take, so that when they come in, they put them on and then they take them home with them.
Good. That's
Because
wonderful.
we're finding that a lot of people coming in our building are not wearing masks.
How will you enforce or at least encourage mask wearing in the buildings?
So we have some new signs that come up, before it said, please just, wear them, or, we were really, it was hard, it was easier to be stricter, but now as things are loosening up around the state, it's, I think we're going more like towards the angle of, thank you so much for caring about our residents and protecting them.
Okay.
Thank you so much for wearing your mask, thank you so much. Oh, you forgot yours. Grab one, they're right here. And to try to go at it that way.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. The Housing Choice Voucher Program, the yellow this time. I'm glad that he was able to say, we've been informed we can finally expect payment of the RAD admin costs sometime in May, and they have come in. So that.
And we did, yeah.
So there will be 7 people taking housing choice vouchers at Melrose rather than expecting to move into Red Clover 2.
So there will only be 18 units at Red Clover 2. So we'll have 7 people, but we're in the process now of doing a light survey, basically a survey that says, you don't have to confirm, it doesn't have to be definite, but what are you already feeling? Because we know that there are some people that just are not going to want to go. So Chris is working on that right now as part of her development job to figure out how many people who are really sure that they're not going to go. And that will give us a better gauge. And hopefully some people will go into our public housing. Some people will take vouchers, but if a lot of people decide they don't want to go to, it's hard to know what we're going to do, because if many people decide they don't want to go to Red Clover 2, we might have more spots available.
Okay.
And so then we'd have to rehouse the other people.
Are there some people at Melrose who will want to go to Red Clover 2 and we have to find temporary housing for?
I cannot imagine that 18 residents are going to want to go to Red Clover 2. I would be very surprised, but I could be wrong. And that's why we're trying to find out from the survey. There are many people at Melrose right now who had the opportunity to go to Red Clover 1 and did not want to go.
But if you, am I misunderstanding, if you have anybody who wants to go to Red Clover 2 and it's not yet going to be open, is there a temporary housing problem?
No, they would just stay where they are at Melrose until we're ready to house them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
Well, if they don't want to go to Red Clover 2 and Melrose is eventually going to go away, that means they have to find other housing within our system, or?
So they will have an option. They'll have the option to go to another one of our housing sites, or they will have an option to take a voucher to move into the community and move somewhere else.
Okay.
Kind of like it would be a Section 8 voucher. So a voucher that they could take to live somewhere else. And so I think David put something in here. He's trying to talk to Wyndham Windsor to see if maybe they would reserve a few spaces for us, but I don't know if that's a possibility. Things are a little bit up in the air right now because there's a lot of people right now also working on trying to figure out the homeless situation in Brattleboro, since so many people are housed at the hotel. I think there's a lot of work around that as well. And so I think right now it's a little too early for us to try to hold any spots for anybody anywhere. But we are going to secure that there's vouchers so that if they need to go in the community, they will have that. And they'll have plenty of time to look. We're going to offer it to them nice and early, so they have lots and lots of time.
Good.
But we have the vouchers.
We have the vouchers.
Okay, great.
And when is Red Clover 2 going to be ready?
We are looking at 2021 to get everybody in by January 1st, 2022.
Okay.
For that date. And so the hope is that the building will be complete in October or earlier than October. I think we were hoping that everything would be complete and sometime in early summer, and that we would have 6 months to move everybody in.
Okay.
It's going to be a fast construction.
Yeah, well, the idea would be breaking ground now, and then sometime in this summer, or at least getting some of the work done, and then the construction will go through the winter and then into the following year. So we're looking at about a year and a half from now. I'm trying to think of where Chris is, and maybe my timeline's a little off. What she
She's talking about 11 months construction.
Yeah, 11 months. Yep. So closing this June and then an 11-month construction. And so needing to have everybody in no later than December 31st of 2021.
Remembering that the original residents of Red Clover Commons were rushed in because we needed to have occupancy by the end of the year, I believe, or.
Yeah, and this building is going to be much, much plainer than that building. This is a very scaled down version. The apartments will be similar, but they won't have the same community space. They'll be using the community space at Red Clover Commons 1.
What does their status have to be at 2? Like a Section 8, or which one of these programs does that fit into?
What was it? I missed it. It froze for a second, Don. I'm sorry.
I don't know if I'm wording it right, but which one of these programs does Red Clover Commons 1 or 2 fit into?
So they're a project-based voucher. So Red Clover 1, the vouchers are held by Vermont State Housing. Red Clover 2, we will hold the vouchers for the program. So we'll hold the vouchers and we'll be managing the building.
Part of the difference between the vouchers that we're going to give people who don't want to move into Red Clover 2 is that those are like Section 8 and are basically the property of the resident who has it. Whereas project-based voucher, we have the voucher and they move into, have the voucher while they're in that residence. But it doesn't.
The voucher stays. Yeah, that's a good way of saying, Janet. Yes, thank you. The voucher stays with the unit, and so when they're living there, they pay 30% of their income, and it's based in that unit. Very similar to the way many of our housing, are public housing. So it's based on, they can't take it with them. However, they are eligible after a year to then go into a program that has a Section 8 voucher. But only if they're available.
Okay. And Section 8 vouchers are not easy to come by.
And so we'll hold the wait list for the Red Clover 2. Right now, we don't hold the wait list for the Red Clover 1 building, but we will for the Red Clover 2.
Okay.
And people
Good.
will have to apply. It sounds, weird, but people will have to apply separately for that building than Red Clover 1.
How do you keep it all straight?
Good grief.
I'm learning.
Wonderful. Okay. The RAD demonstration update on funding, I think we've already covered that. And we can move on to a financial review with the check listings in green. And then the Red Clover Commons, and talking about how separate our financing is, the 2019 budget versus the actual.
Looks very good.
I keep looking for the parentheses that say lost,
Yeah.
and they're not there, which is wonderful.
I had a couple of questions on the budget when we get there.
We're here.
Okay. Red Clover Commons 2019 budget versus actual. Line 4900 miscellaneous income. In 2019, it was projected versus actual 600 to 3311. What was the increase on that?
It probably had to do with some sort of damage. I believe we had a water damage. Somebody had a bathtub that had overflowed and damaged down through the building. And so I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm guessing that's what it was, that a resident was billed for some sort of damage.
Sure. And on line 7170, janitorial, it went from 12,000 to 6,900. That was a pretty good savings. Was there a reason we didn't spend the 12,000?
I think it was just that that's what we had budgeted for. And I think that we ended up going with a different cleaning company that was less expensive.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So I was looking at major discrepancies and stuff like that. Wanting to understand that. Yeah. It looks good.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that 3,000, even though we have damages above, I will double check for you. But I believe that it had to do with some sort of additional fee that we ended up being able to charge based on some of that situation, but I'll double check.
Sure. Sure.
So the insurance, minor discrepancies, but taxes and insurance actual was more than 91,050 versus 92, almost 93,000 for taxes and insurance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the property tax was higher.
Yes.
It's really helpful to have these breakouts.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, this is really good, Christine.
Yeah, I know. It looks nice. Isn't it good? And next month we'll have even more information for you. Our fee accountant has been doing a lot of great work. Mary helped a lot with this. So it doesn't make a big difference. So I'm excited as things start to, our accounting starts to get back into normalcy, that it's nice to be able to see things that are clear to understand.
And these accountings are always going to come out in the black? Like the Richards building?
The Richards building has never done well. It's always been a tough building, but they have done, I have to say our property management has done an amazing job at keeping it full. And she has worked a lot with David on getting people with vouchers into the building, and that has made a huge difference. Their partnership has really changed the AW Richards building. And I think that Courtney should get most of the credit, but David needs to get some credit too. They've worked really hard together to get this where it needs to be.
Well, I remember Chris Hart saying that the heating system in AW Richards was difficult to work with and expensive, so that there wasn't very much that we could do to reduce the costs there.
That is true. It is true. It's still the case.
But it came in the black. You're
Yeah.
quite right, Byron. Any other comments?
That's good.
So moving to check signing. Byron, you're sending checks in May?
Yes.
Yeah, and I apologize. So for the time being, we really need to keep doing it in the evening if possible, just because Billy Joe, that's when Billy Joe is able to get in. So if that works for people, that would be great. If it doesn't work for people, then I could set up a time on Friday mornings to have people come in, but I'm not normally there on Fridays, so it would take, it would take maneuvering some of the schedule around a little.
If you
I
need
have
to,
no problem coming in the evening.
Yeah, I can only come in maybe before 3, but if they were left in the room where I normally sign the checks, I could sign them and then Billy Joe could pick them up when she comes in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to have anybody come into the office just for me, but I can't do it after 3.
Yeah, no, I understand. Well, right now Byron has done it. I don't know if just for June we could get someone who, yep, Elizabeth.
I can do June instead of July if you want.
Okay, is that okay?
It's worked out well for me to go in at 7 to sign checks too, so I'm happy to swap with you or go in for June. So either way works out well for me.
The time in the evening, I'm free afternoon and evening on Thursday, so that's no big deal.
So which would you prefer, June or July?
Doesn't matter. What's good for you?
Either one will work for me too.
Okay, so how about I'll take June and you take July?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, great.
And
just tell me what time should I be there in the evening?
I'll let Billy Joe reach out to you. She usually sets up the time, and I
That's
think
fine. That's
okay.
fine. Absolutely.
I'm going there about 6:45.
That's fine.
So that works.
Yeah.
And second time I did it, I signed everything in my car and discovered that some of the checks had slid down to the left side of my, so I had to turn around and drive back. So from there on in, I put my mask on and came in and signed things. Very helpful. Oh,
Disconcerting.
yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Transition to fee accountant. You were saying that we're going to have even more complete and detail and things that will be helpful to work with.
Let me double check that I'm not lying to you about June. Hang on. Let me just look at my schedule here. So Thursday, the 4th, 5, 11, 5, 18th. It's fine. The 25th. Yeah, I'm clear for June. That's fine. Perfect. Good.
Good.
All right.
And I will make sure I have July. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Hopefully,
Okay.
when I'm out of quarantine, I might be able to pull my weight here.
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about
we
it.
all do what we have to do.
I don't
Yeah.
go anywhere. Nowhere.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Christine, I just want to compliment you and the staff and the people you've hired to keep in touch with everybody about outstanding work to keep everybody safe and work with the residents. I mean, my hat's off to you. It really is. Great job.
Yes.
Thank you. They have done an amazing job, and our staff has done great. And, you know, I'm looking at ways to help them to feel appreciated. And so I'm working on some of that this week. And because I realize that not just saying, you know, I appreciate you, but also coming up with some ways of giving them some time off, because I find that people are not taking time off right now, that really everybody needs some time off right now. It's been very traumatic. And so giving people time off to use within the next month, saying, I'm giving you additional time, but you got to use it. And then I'm also sending them each a something little in the mail, just to say thank you, a handwritten card and a little gift. But if you know, I think that coming from the board, that's very helpful. And so I don't know.
Maybe we could write a letter from the commissioners to the staff and just celebrate all the hard work they're doing.
I think that would be.
Maybe a paragraph from each of us.
That's a great idea. Yes. Because I mean,
Even
that's
if
a
it's,
lot of work
even
and
if it's a little duplicative, it's still okay. It's something from each of us would make it more personal.
I think that's excellent. Wonderful.
I agree. I think that would be really great.
Yeah.
So maybe if we each did our paragraph and sent it to Christine in the next week or so.
Absolutely.
We could put it into a letter and send it out.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to suggest, that we need a deliver by such and such a time. So next week will lead us into Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah,
So,
if I could get it by maybe the end of the day on Tuesday.
Perfect. Be glad to.
And the sooner I get them, if everybody sends it to me before then, I'll put it together faster. But I'll make sure that the staff, everybody gets a copy, and I'll also post it on our website and our Facebook. And that way it's not just to them, but the community knows as well how you're feeling. That would be great.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's
Good
a great
idea.
individual statements. I think it's wonderful. Yeah.
and so that would be Tuesday, the 26th.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll have it to you by then.
Good.
Good.
Thank you. That's a great idea. That's wonderful. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, I think we all feel so indebted to all of the work that the staff is doing, that it
absolutely.
be a great way to express that. The last, excuse me, go ahead. Did you say something, Donna?
I was talking to my dogs.
Okay.
Two Bernese mountain dogs, you know?
Yep. Put them on the, there will be large projects in progress. FEMA, PDMA.
So yeah, I think that's yellow. No, I'm not sure what color, Chris.
Orange.
Orange. So yes, so we talked a lot about Red Clover 2. I think we talked about that we're hoping to close on with the construction starting right after June 15th, which is very soon. And so we're very excited about that, and we're very hopeful that it will happen quickly, even though we have the current pandemic, but it looks like there are provisions for construction, so we're in a good place.
Well, June 15th was the end of the end of the emergency, according to what I've heard from the governor just recently.
Yeah, right.
That auspicious PDMA Melrose FEMA project.
So we are trying to get some of this work done this summer, the demolition of the remaining buildings, and it's really needed now. We have found that we found some vandalism in one of the empty units, and I think it's really imperative at this point that we get them done. We had to shore them all up today again to block entry because people are going in there, and so yeah. I think we did great for a very long time, but I think our time is up. So it's time to get going. So that put a little bit of a fire under them as well. And so they're really working on it. They're going to bring someone in again to take out a lot of the items that are reusable. And then we have to do the abatement, and then we'll be tearing them down. So we're hopeful that that gets done this summer. I cannot wait. It's like the playground. I just need to be, I want it to be over. I want to get it down. It's just not safe, and I'll feel better once they're not there.
Well, unfortunately, squatters, once they know something this is there, the sooner the better. The moving to work, MTW, awaiting on notice.
We're still waiting. No news. No news. And I guess that's good because we're not in the position right now to work on it anyway. But we're still in the lottery, so that's good. And Chris is working with FEMA on the completion of the Melrose, pulling down the buildings and widening the brook, but also on the COVID related expenses.
Okay. That's all I have on this agenda. Any items that commissioners want to bring up?
Nope, I think it's good.
If I could stay on for a moment with Christine and get a little tutelage for stupid old people about getting on other than by phone.
Sure, I'm happy to help.
Thank you.
I would say inexperienced rather than stupid would be much more appropriate.
Exactly.
Absolutely,
And I might not be able to help. I'm not sure because I'm not coming in the same way you are. I have an account, and so I just log into my account.
Yeah.
And so you all are coming in, and so I don't know. Maybe one other person will stay on and let us know how they came in via the video.
Okay.
Okay.
I simply clicked on the link in your email to us. And I had downloaded Moving to Work.
Yeah, I had
So
downloaded it to work, and that made a difference.
Yeah. Well, Byron, I really try to make sure that people know that we're immigrants in this world. We're not natives. So, I say it frequently. My grandchildren roll their eyes, but they said they'll help you. So do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. Elizabeth and Donna, all those in favor, please say aye and hold up hands.
Aye.
Aye.
So the meeting of the State Board of Education, 20 May 2020, will come to order. Let's begin with a call of the roll. Please identify yourselves in any, or maybe Suzanne, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, I will. Oliver Olson.
Present.
William Mathis.
Here.
Kyle Courtois.
Here.
Peter Peltz.
Here.
Jenna O'Farrell.
Here.
Sabina Brochu.
Here.
John Carroll.
Here. So we are missing Kim.
Kim and Kathy.
Right.
And John.
Very good. Thank you all for being on board. We've got an agenda that has changed some in the last 5 or 10 days. A lot of moving parts going on. But you all
excuse
have
me, Mr. Chair, one thing. I just want to remind you to mention that we are being recorded.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're great. I really appreciate this.
Oh,
so this is a reminder to all of you, all of us, that this meeting is being recorded. I think probably both in audio and video, and of course it will be. Is it being simulcast?
It is not.
Yeah, but it is. People are able to pick up on the audio very easily, and I think we have some guests in the audience, which we're very happy to have. And so people will be coming and going. Dan will be joining us, I'm sure, as soon as he can. I reckon he's right now involved with the governor's Wednesday press conference.
Yes, he is.
Okay. So you've seen the agenda, and it is a little bit different than perhaps an earlier version you might have seen. But I know that Suzanne got you all the agenda probably Monday. So are there any proposals for amendments to the agenda? All right, then, hearing none. Let us then move on to the consent agenda. We're at item B now, consent agenda. And the only item on the consent agenda are the minutes of our last meeting. Is there a motion with regard to the minutes?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second from Oliver.
It's been moved by Mr. Mathis and seconded by Mr. Olson that the minutes be adopted as presented. Is there discussion? No amendments to the minutes? Are you ready for the question? Those in favor of adopting the minutes as presented, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
I'm sorry, Suzanne, will you call the roll?
Yes, I will. Oliver Olson.
Aye.
William Mathis.
Aye.
Kyle Courtois.
Aye.
Peter Peltz.
Aye.
Jenna O'Farrell.
Aye.
Sabina Brochu. Oh, we're a non-voter.
I can't vote, yeah.
Sorry, thank you. John, will you be voting today?
No need to, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all, very good. Are there any board members who have announcements of interest, activities they've been working on, or concerns?
I just wanted to make sure, I don't know if I missed roll, Kim Gleason.
Oh.
I'm on.
Welcome aboard, Kim. We just completed adoption of the consent agenda.
Perfect, thanks.
And we're up now for Any board announcements? Any members of the board who have news they wish to share with others?
I just have to politely excuse myself at 3:45 for like 15 to 20 minutes for my student council meeting, and then I'll hop right back into the meeting with you guys.
Thank you, Sabina. We understand. Young talent is in high demand in this state, as it is anywhere. Thank you. Any board members have anything they wish to report? All right then, and it's time for student reports. Sabina or Kyle, do you wish to fill us in on the world as you're experiencing it?
Well, I finished up my AP classes, so that's been really nice. And then I only have a couple classes left that I have to finish up, so it feels really good to get a lot of that done.
That's terrific. That's great. Go ahead, Sabina.
At CVU, we have our last day of learning classes on June 5th, and then we have like a week of kind of celebratory, saying goodbye and ending the school year. So I think we're less than 3 weeks away from my last day of learning, so it's pretty exciting.
Great, great. Now, will you have end of year examinations?
Yes, we will. The way that CVU is doing it is that your grade in a class cannot go below your Q3 grade unless you show like that you're not engaged in class, but otherwise if you show a significant amount of engagement, your grade won't drop below it. So end of year exams won't obviously hold as much of an impact on your grade as they have in the past, but a lot of classes are still having end of year exams. So students do have the opportunity to raise their grade. Their grade simply just can't go down unless they're checking out and just not doing any work.
I see. Interesting.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. No.
I'd like to ask the students what their perception of the cyber learning, the computers, how the transition is working for them, has worked, what's the pluses, what's the minuses.
I think for me, a lot of the positives is that our school already had many teachers were either using Google Classroom or Moodle to send out work virtually. So a lot of teachers were already aware of how that worked. And so it was a pretty simple transition in that sense, but it's just really hard to not, go to class and see people in the same way that you used to. And so, going into a Google Classroom meeting and just looking at people's faces on a screen is a lot different than engaging with them in person. And so it takes away from a lot of what is important in our education system, that in-person instruction and, getting to connect with people about something more than just the content of your learning that day.
That's very important.
How about you, Kyle?
For me, it hasn't been a really hard transition because it was the end of the year, and as a senior, there wasn't as many things going on anyways coming down at the end of the year. So really, a lot of the stuff I was doing was already online. So it wasn't a lot left when it came to teaching. It was just a lot of getting some work done.
Kyle, it's Kim. I was just wondering how they'll be, or have they figured out yet how they'll be celebrating graduation at BFA?
So what they're going to do is at the Collins Pearly complex down in St. Albans, I think over a couple day period, they're going to do like graduation where they'll have a few people at a time go up on stage, receive their diploma, take pictures, all that. So it won't be like one big celebration, but I think it's like a 3 or 4 day period where they have like a couple kids at a time throughout the day.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, that brings us to, that's a nice transition to item C, which is a resolution in honor of you, Kyle, as our second year voting member. Kim and Jenna have worked hard to pull together resolution and some other things. So it would be appropriate at this time if Kim or Jenna would like to make a motion.
Not exactly sure how that goes. I know that Jenna is going to read the resolution. So do you
Yes,
need a
if you would
motion to?
make a motion to adopt the following resolution and then read it, please.
Make a motion to adopt the following resolution, and Jenna, take it away.
Okay, Vermont State Board of Education resolution of appreciation for Kyle Courtois. Whereas Kyle has served with distinction on the State Board of Education from July 2018 through June 2020 and provided a mature and well-informed voice. And whereas Kyle has drawn from experiences as an educational leader at Bellows Free Academy, St. Albans, balancing the demands of school work, and State Board of Education meetings. And whereas Kyle has informed the State Board of Education with monthly updates highlighting important issues in education, such as proficiency-based teaching, learning, and assessment, and how students are impacted and affecting change in these domains. And whereas Kyle has shared his opinions and his votes with conviction, and whereas Kyle was a vital member of the State Board of Education, not just a student voice, but a voice for Vermont, and be it therefore resolved that the State Board of Education bestows its appreciation and commendations to Kyle. We thank him for his service and comradeship. Furthermore, we wish him continued success in his next adventure at the University of Vermont. Dated in Vermont, without a location, this day, 20th of May, 2020. So thank you, Kyle.
Well done. Very nice. Now you've heard the motion, and is there a second?
This is Oliver, I'll second.
It's been seconded by Oliver Olson. Are you ready for the question? Suzanne, will you please read the roll?
Yes, I will. Oliver Olson,
Yes.
William Mathis,
Aye.
Peter Peltz,
Yes.
Jenna O'Farrell,
Yes.
Kim Gleason,
Yes.
John, will you be voting?
The chair votes yes. And so the motion carries unanimously. And Kyle, we thank you very much for your 2 years of service with us. It's been a delight to have you with us. And I think maybe Kim and Jenna can tell you a little bit about something else.
Yes, I did want to mention, thanks so much, Kyle, for your time and your talent and your commitment to the State Board of Ed and education in Vermont in general. And we congratulate you and wish you best of luck at UVM. And you will have a delivery coming your way. It's a little hard to honor our departing seniors from afar, but you'll have a delivery as a token of our appreciation for your time. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And that will be coming this week in an unspecific time, but delivered to your door.
Thank you very much.
Very good. And my thanks to Jenna and Kim for pulling this together. Well done. Thank you.
Best of luck, Kyle.
Thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity to be here. So I appreciate it.
Right. Very good. We hope it was worthwhile for you.
Of course.
So we're a little bit ahead of schedule, and we'll go now to the chair's report. There are a bunch of things I want to just fill you in on that we all have been following or engaged in for some time. Let me just begin by speaking about the Act 173 legislation and the bill so-called S343, which originated in the Senate, was approved and then sent to the House and approved there without change. Accomplishes one of the things that we thought was very important, which is to extend the public comment period for the rules, for the 1300 and the 2360 rules, that are going through to the final stages of approval. The legislation extends the comment period to 31 December of this year, as we had requested. And you'll recall, we felt that it was imperative to extend the comment period beyond its original 7 weeks or so to something more like 7 months, because so many folks who would wish to comment about special education are frankly very, very distracted and committed with current obligations under the present emergency situation. So in fairness to those folks, it's our hope that life will return to something like normal for those parents of special needs children and for educators as well. And that, so we will have a board discussion sometime soon about how and when we should extend the comment period and provide for more written and oral comments. I think first I might begin by asking the stakeholders to give us their guidance about what they think will work well for families and parents and educators who want to get in their comments before the end of this year. Then once we receive the comments, then in early January, we'll need to sit down and decide which of the comments we believe should be incorporated into the drafts in front of us. And after that conversation, we then adopt a proposed final draft, and that then goes to the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules and plays out the last steps of the APA rulemaking process. I might just mention that the Senate Bill 343 also extends the deadline for implementation, or the date of implementation of the census-based funding rules, moves them back 1 year to 2022. They were to be implemented next year. They're pushed back to 2022. And the rules for independent schools are pushed back by the legislation to 2023. So furthermore, the legislation directs that the board shall initiate the new rules for independent schools, shall begin rulemaking on the 30th of June, 2021. You may recall that the original statute had said November of this year. And in a conversation in February we had with all the stakeholders, you'll recall that it was agreed that was a little bit too quick for all the parties to get together and come to us with a consolidated proposal. So we successfully advocated for that startup of the rules making process, the formal process, to be pushed to 30 June. And then we will have plenty of time to get those rules pulled together in time for the independent schools who don't implement until 2023. Any questions about that? Comments, questions? Next topic is Battenkill Valley. You've received a copy of the letter that came from the board to really all of the relevant parties, and you have received their response. I would welcome to hear from you as to what you think the response should be. In fact, maybe right now is a good time to pipe up. My own inclination was to let things set for a while, but there may be other views. Any comments on that? Well, I don't hear any, but if upon further reflection you feel that there's something more that the board should be doing.
John, I do have a question. I apologize, I couldn't find the mute. So it just seems as though this has been problematic and in terms of moving towards their target deadlines for some time. And I just don't know what are we being asked in terms of role that we would play in this? What if we say it just needs to happen, and what if we extend further? What are those consequences?
That's a great question, Kim. We have said in the letter that we sent that as far as we're concerned, the deadline for implementation remains as we stated in November of 2018. And so at the moment, the way things stand is we expect them to comply with that deadline for completing the bringing together of their districts into the Southwest Vermont unit. I would have to ask Dan or Emily, neither for my, Emily, are you on the call yet? Emily Simmons?
I can reach out to her, John, if you would like.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes.
And we can address this question perhaps later in the meeting when we get them, Kim, but it's a good question. What are the consequences of their failure to comply with the board's request? Does any member of the board happen to have an understanding of how that's supposed to work, Bill or Oliver? Okay.
And the other thing that I would pose, and that I don't think I saw, but I apologize if I'm wrong, was there, do we have statement from the superintendent in that area? We are having, what I read was characterization by the chairs of what the superintendents would say about this. And I don't know that I saw there to be sort of testament of the superintendents of the capacity to deal with this, or what the situation is. And I apologize because it's not an area I'm intimately familiar with in terms of geography and what all is going on down there. Maybe Oliver can share perspective.
Yeah, just I would go back to the history in 2018 when the superintendents both came before the board. And at that time, there was a recommendation from the secretary to realign the two school districts, Arlington and Sandgate, to the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union with an effective date of July 1st, 2020. At that time, we heard from the two superintendents, and they requested at that time an additional year. And we did ask, my recall is we asked if they felt comfortable with that elongated timeline. And at the time they said that was doable. I'm paraphrasing, but that was my recollection. And based on their testimony, we put forth, the board put forth and I happened to be the mover, I recall, of an amendment to the original proposal to extend the deadline another year to 2021. So that's the history. And that I should add, that's on top of, this has been ongoing for a decade now.
That's what I was reading. And I guess in the most recent correspondence from them, it I don't even know how likely it is that superintendents would disagree with the positions of their board chairs. But I didn't see that they signed it as well. And just knowing operationally, sometimes it's that much harder when you're separate and than it is when you're together. If Battenkill is, or I may even get the names of these communities wrong, but is waiting for there to be proved inefficiencies in the previous merger, that takes time as one who's merged. And that was not necessarily the first thing that was being sought. I would say efficiencies in operations, not necessarily demonstrated by financial results immediately, but rather by strategic thinking that is better aligned because you're thinking about a whole. So it's, before we could or should consider any delay, I would encourage that we would hear directly from those superintendents who either can or can't think that they can merge on the timeline that has been afforded and delayed before.
Yeah, Kim, those are good points. The letter in response to ours, keeping in mind that our letter of notification was sent to the chairs of the Arlington and Sandgate school boards, but also to the Battenkill Valley Supervisory Union chair, also the superintendent of the Battenkill Valley Supervisory Union, also the chair of the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union, that is into which we suggest they be joined, and the superintendent. We've heard from only 2 of the 6, plus a member of the House was a co-signatory to their letter. And their response was that we asked the state, of the 2 folks, we asked the State Board of Education to delay the decision to enlarge the SVSU boundaries to target an operational date no sooner than July 1, 2022, yet another year. I think to your point, Kim, it might be appropriate to write to the 4 people who did not reply and say, are you in concurrence with the proposal that we received or not? And see what that brings.
Or maybe not if we don't think we would entertain that. I guess I just also, did I read between the lines that it looks like they are wondering if there's a better alignment for them? I truly don't appreciate, I'm sure, the nuances of what's going on down there. So I don't know if that was also something they're seeking. Are they looking for a different answer or just a delay? And I did see that we reached out to far more than responded in that letter. So again, I don't know if we want to ask if they concur, if we think we wouldn't consider it anyway, but I do think we certainly couldn't consider anything until we've heard from the entirety of those affected.
John, I have Donna Russo Savage on the call at the moment. I'm
Good.
waiting for Emily Simmons to join us.
Okay, that's great. Good. Donna, thanks for joining us.
You're very welcome. Hi.
Hi. So a question has been put, Donna. What happens if the Battenkill Valley Supervisory Union does not, and the others do not comply with the board's directive of I think it was November of 2018?
That's a very good question, and it's actually similar to a lot of similar questions of what happens if a school district doesn't comply. I guess there are 2 things. One is that it's not a legal entity, it's just a unit. And the state board has full authority to create this unit, this service unit. So it would occur, the service unit would be created and the state would no longer recognize that there was a Battenkill Valley SU. So I suppose if there was money that was
maybe, maybe a pass through from the federal government that went to the SU. I assume that it would then go to the Southwest Vermont because according to your order, the Battenkill Valley SU would no longer exist. I would want to run that by Emily Simmons, however, but I don't see why for example, money would go to Battenkill Valley grants from the feds if it doesn't exist anymore. And it's not as though they have to do things proactively to become an entity that can act in an effective way, but they don't have to do anything to actually become that service entity. That's something that's totally up to you. So does that give a little bit of an answer?
Well, it's a start. Yeah, I guess my own inclination is to be less interested in consequences if they don't comply, and more interested in what can we do to facilitate, encourage, support the implementation of what the board advises needs to happen, and which, by the way, the parties have concurred can and should be done.
Right.
That there seems to.
I think that the kind of, excuse me.
Yeah, there just seems to have been a consensus reached between the board and the parties, and they're now saying that they need time.
Well, John, I want to be careful. I don't think, in fairness to them, I don't, and obviously I don't want to speak for them, but just in fairness to them, as I go back to November 2018, I don't think there was consensus on their part. So I just want to be really cautious. Where there was consensus was when we offered to extend the deadline, and the question was posed to the superintendents whether they would be able to achieve the integration by that new deadline. And the answer was yes. But I think it's fair to say that at least the Battenkill Supervisory Union was not supportive of the change.
So the superintendent said, yes, it's possible to achieve this, but the Battenkill folks have not said that it's desirable.
I think that's probably a fair characterization. Would you agree, Donna?
Yes, I agree.
Mr. Chairman.
As far as the kind of support that could be given, the agency would be stepping in as far as helping them with if they needed to, send documentation to the feds or come up with new business ID numbers or transfer systems, or the regular kind of assistance that the agency would give to any supervisory union that had business kinds of issues that it was dealing with. It isn't transforming them into a new entity that is larger is really something that they do themselves because they have those appointees to their board. It isn't really something that either the state board or the agency does for them.
Understood. This has to be, in effect, willing participation. I'm mindful of the time. Bill Mathis, you had something you want to say?
Yes, as Oliver has pointed out, this has been going on for more than a decade, really. I can trace it back 20 years or so. But I think we've given them extra time anyway, and other people have had to go through this process, and they have managed to come through. And I would concur with your original recommendation to let this sit for a while, but not change our deadline.
Board members, how would you feel about my writing to the 4 members of Edrices who have not responded and ask them for their response. And doing nothing else until for now. And what do you think?
And I think, John, just along those lines, part of the letter that we sent, or that you sent on behalf of the board, was asking for a status update.
Yes.
And I didn't really see much of an, keeping in mind we gave them an extra year, and I didn't see a whole. I may have missed something in the letter, but I just didn't see a lot of evidence towards progress being made with that extra year that they were granted.
Yep. Well, I can ask about that. I mean, I think it had been the understanding among the parties that the Battenkill folks would begin conversations with the SBSU folks toward a merger, and we'd like to know what progress has been achieved.
And
Mr. Chair, this is Peter.
Yes.
I'd like to see, I wouldn't just leave it open-ended. I'd like to, if you're going to write something to them, to say that, we expect them to follow what we have agreed to do. I mean, we have our last. I'd like to see a little bit more teeth into this exchange rather than just leaving it open-ended. But I'd be glad to hear from anybody else on that front. This is, as everybody said, this has been going on for a long time, and their resistance is obvious.
How would you all feel if we invited all 6 of the addressees to join us for a 1-hour conversation at our June meeting?
I would not think that to be productive if we don't have any interest in extending their deadline. I'm just hearing history from you all, and I'm thinking that sounds like it leads them to believe we might consider something differently. As I think about it more in the delay of Act 173, like in not moving towards unification for those districts, all the other things that will need to be implemented in the wake of this COVID pandemic are that much harder to do in pieces. And I just think I would feel as though that is suggesting to them we are considering seriously doing something other than continuing to apply the deadline we had previously set. So if we don't think we're going to do that, then I don't think it's time well spent.
Other thoughts?
I agree with
Call from Norwood BG.
Sorry. Bill, you have a thought?
I think we should go on, and we do have other things that are happening, not to mention this global virus that's going around. And to spend more time on this one, we've already put extraordinary time into this so far. And I would agree that we should provide all the support that we possibly can and go forward in that way. But it's time for them to do some things. And I don't see anything to be gained by spending time with us at this point.
Okay. All right. So,
and John, just I think following your earlier lead, I think maybe the letter would ask what resources or assistance, technical assistance they could benefit from or need help with, might be a good approach.
okay. Those are helpful thoughts. I will send a letter to all 6 and with some of these thoughts. Let's just quickly move on to in 5 minutes we will start the conversation we intend to have with representatives of the VSBA, the VPA, the VSA, and the Vermont NEA. Just to finish up in the chair's report, the subject of driver's ed. As you will recall, we tabled a proposal received at the April meeting. We have not received any proposal that is materially different. We had hoped that we could receive a proposal that addressed the concerns expressed by the board, noteworthy being some hard data about public safety, some evidence that there is support or concurrence from school boards and others who had expressed concerns. You may recall that both the Vermont NEA and the Vermont Principals Association had written to us with great concerns about waiving the 6-hour driver training requirement. So although we have not received a proposal, sort of an enhanced proposal that addresses our concerns, it's my understanding that the drivers have been, the driver education folks and the department have been working and have come up with a number of initiatives that would kind of accelerate the resumption of driver education and examinations within a matter of 2 or 3 weeks by some means other than, and so that apparently obviates the need for a waiver. And apparently this is I haven't seen the particulars, and if anybody else has, please pipe up. But our impression is that the association or organization of professional driver educators and the Department of Motor Vehicles have been working on something that will address the primary concerns that the DMV had.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
We're discussing a motion that has been tabled.
Yes, I'm trying to merely update you on what's happened to that topic. You're correct, sir. You are correct. I'm not suggesting any action. I just am trying to, I've had many questions as to why is this not on the agenda, and I'm trying to answer that question. Any other comments or questions about this topic?
I was definitely one of those, John, with the question about why it wasn't on, in that I had heard that the Drivers Educators Association, whichever, I don't have the right acronym for that, but, and the DMV had worked together on something that had yet to have collaboration with the AOE. And perhaps it's because it is, I don't know if it's necessary if there's not a waiver being requested. But I will say that addressing this if a waiver is being requested in June is not timely for planning for the students who are currently in the programs, as June will be past the end of the school year. And I put that out there in thinking about whatever creativity is coming about to accomplish safely the necessary driving hours. I would be hopeful that it, could be achieved regardless of where that may stand with respect to the, I guess, the teacher's contract year or whatever in these situations, so that the hours can be achieved in a safe manner, particularly if a waiver is not being sought. And I think we heard loud and clear from those educators that they did not feel comfortable with a waiver. So I was concerned, and I definitely was one of those who inquired with you why it was not being addressed now versus later. And I didn't know if the agency intends to engage with it, and if we were going to get a heads up if there was either a waiver or some sort of solution so that the field would have information on how to react. I did inquire with our superintendent to see, like, just locally how they're addressing it, and I haven't heard back yet on that, just to see on the ground how are they planning for those necessary hours, and where did we stand with respect to our students? Are they 2/3 done? Are they half done? The 6 hours, I was trying to get some info.
Okay. So perhaps when Dan comes and when he has his opportunity for his report, we can inquire about this. So far as I can tell, in any case, the board's involvement at the moment is in suspension. That is to say, we were involved only because we would have to approve a waiver that has been tabled. And I would certainly hope that if Dan can't fill us in too much now, I would certainly hope that at the June meeting, we could, or before, we could hear from the DMV and the driver's ed folks on what the structure of their agreement will look like and plans going forward. My impression from third parties is that the plan they've worked out solves most of the concerns about delayed access by means other than waiving the rule. If there's nothing else, I'd like to move on now to item E. I think standing by, we probably have some members representing the 4 organizations that we often turn to for insight and perspective about education in Vermont. We had hoped possibly to hear from Jay Fannin of Vermont NEA, Jeff Francis of Vermont Superintendents Association, Sue Siglowski of Vermont School Boards Association, and Jay Nichols of Vermont Principals Association. I'm hoping that any of those folks who are available will now identify themselves and will carry on in a kind of panel discussion.
Jay Nichols of EPA is here.
Hello, Jay.
Hi, guys.
Sue?
Yes.
Jeff Francis?
Sue
Jeff Fannin?
I'm here
Jeff.
from Vermont School Boards Association.
Yep.
Jeffrey Francis is present.
And Jeff Fannin.
Jeff Fannin is here.
Wonderful. Wonderful. All the heavy hitters. Thank you, all 4 of you, for making yourselves available to this board. I think what inspired the idea of hearing from you folks is a conversation that all 4 of you or your organizations had with us in August at the State House. If you recall, the 4 of you, plus I believe Mel Moore, sat together up front and talked to us about Act 173 and the imperative to bring Act 173 into closer alignment with the concerns and the expertise of stakeholders. And that was a turning point for this board that I think ultimately led to quite an excellent product, being Rule 1300 and 2360. I hope here is simply that, and I want to thank Bill Mathis for some conversations and Kim also for communications that have urged us to be trying to get our arms around where we stand and where we might be headed, what your concerns are, and what, if anything, the board can do to be of assistance. So I just turn it over to the 4 of you to begin any way you want. We want to hear what you guys have to say to each other and to us. Sue, would you like to start?
I would like to be more toward the end, if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, only because school boards are, their task is to make sure that schools are well run, not to run them. And I think you're going to hear about a number of operational issues that are not necessarily the school board's direct purview. Yep. And I do have some information to convey to you, but it might be helpful for you to hear from some of my comrades first.
And I think Jeff, thank you, Sue. I think Jeff Fannin, you have a hard stop at 2.
I do.
So hop in whenever you want.
Okay. I'm having a little hard time hearing. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I've got my volume all the way up. We'll try that. So thank you first off for giving me the opportunity to chat with you today and visit and actually have an exchange of ideas and conversation. I think that's most important. You know, in your email, John, it talked about issues that we're having and concerns and opportunities for a discussion. So I'm going to treat it as such. To be very honest with you. Meeting with we have a staff meeting this morning, obviously virtually, and we still are having a hard time with the remote. The educators of the state are having a hard time with the remote learning environment. It is not, and I'll just say this candidly and bluntly, it is truly not a learning environment. We're holding on. I had one of my field persons had a meeting with members last night, and the educators of that area, and I'm sure it's shared around the state, are increasingly concerned about a larger and larger group of students who are not getting services, who aren't taking it, who are barely checking in for attendance, aren't turning in assignments, and digitally aren't capable of getting online. But even if they are, it's not about a digital divide necessarily. It's about a different divide, right? They may have the ability to get on, but are they? And do they have the supports at home to facilitate that work that needs to be done? So we can all say, yeah, we can demand that they turn in homework assignment and show up and this, that, and the other thing, but it's much more than that. It's the supports at home that they typically get in school that they are simply not getting here today. So it's the equity gap that we see growing, ever larger. And so the longer we remain in the remote learning environment, the more significant that gap will become. The haves will continue to have. The have-nots will continue to suffer, and now we're seeing them fall further and further behind. So it's real, and I just want to start with that. And it's not I just want us to all be grounded in the fact that we are not in normal times. We all know that, but kids aren't getting many kids are not getting the education they truly need. The kids that are, the kids in, the high flyers and the parents who support them, don't worry about them necessarily. It's the kids who aren't, that we don't hear from. That's the one, those are the ones we need to be focused on. And my members are truly concerned about that gap widening.
And Jeff, is that a 20 or 30% of the students?
That it's funny. I saw something from Maryland yesterday. They see it as 25% in Maryland. That was a superintendent's association, I guess, in Maryland's showing 25% lacking. I don't know that we've ever done the data drill down here in Vermont, but it varies. And I've heard numbers, and Jay or Jeff can share with you numbers they've heard from their members. We don't track it on our member basis, but I know that, for example, earlier on it was 40% hadn't shown up. But then you look at the AP class where it's 100% attendance, right? So you got a teacher who's saying, I teach AP and I got 100% attendance, and then I teach another class and I've got 40%, not showing up, and so it's the divide that widens.
It is. Jeff, that's a very chilling and attention-getting way to start this conversation.
Sorry, it's the reality.
It's the reality, and I feel like we need to be reminded of that reality. We're starting to get so accustomed to the situation that we have that perhaps we're losing touch with how catastrophic it may be in some parts of our student population.
And I will be honest with you, I heard earlier on, this is not just a Chittenden County versus pick your other rural county in Vermont. I don't want to pick on anybody, but it happens. I'm hearing it in Chittenden County, in Addison County, and some other counties that are quite capable, and we think of as being quite able to take care of their own and take care of themselves, if you will. But it's not just Essex County. It's not just Caledonia County. It's in pockets in every county.
Thank you.
So, I mean, there's more that we have other, I'll just say two other things I just think I'll add to the discussion. Special ed. And I appreciate last week we meet weekly with Dan French and other groups here and some other groups as well. And we talked about special ed, but it remains a real concern for my members. And they're feeling very stressed. It's very stressful. And I know that at the national level, they're seeking flexibility, but so far Congress has not issued any. And so you've got this tug of war about what can parents ask for when they advocate for their kids, and rightly so, versus what we can deliver in this remote environment. It's a real, it's not easy. And it's not, and I know there's guidance at the AOE, but I'm probably going to come back to you, Dan. I'm looking at you, and now you don't know it, but and seek some further guidance that we can issue out to the field in a much more succinct manner, and hopefully we can allay some fears. But it's a real concern as well. And finally, and not least of all, is how do we begin the discussion to reopen schools in a safe manner. That's safe for kids, staff, families. These kids go home to their families. I mean, how do we reopen schools in a safe way? And it's got, there's a great report out of Johns Hopkins about that very issue and the lack of information that we truly have, the dearth of information and the need for more analysis and collection of data. It's a great Johns Hopkins study report. It's not a study, it's a report right now about how do you safely reopen schools. So there's a long ways to go between now and whenever we do that. But those are the three big topic items I bring to the table today, and happy to have a discussion.
Jeff, thank you. That was terrific. Jeff Francis, do you want to go?
Sure. This is Jeff Francis. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
I'm sorry that I don't have the video. It's the bandwidth in my own system makes it challenging to be there with you visually. But so the first comment I would say is that superintendents, I think, have never worked more closely together, and their pattern of work is to work closely together. But since the days immediately preceding the determination to close schools, they were working together both on a statewide basis and regionally, and they continue to do that. And because they are working together so closely, I actually have more access to information from superintendents routinely than I otherwise would. So the navigation of this crisis has brought the superintendent leaders of the state more closely together, and I'm in near constant contact with many of them, and certainly with the leaders of our association. So to prepare for this call, I had conversations with several superintendents because I wanted to make sure that the information that I conveyed to you was most current, and thematically, it's very consistent with what Jeff Fannin said. So I'm working from an outline that was prepared to inform this conversation, and the bullet that most closely corresponds with what Jeff said says this: inequity across the state is highlighted and magnified at this time. Internet access, adult support, or adequate learning environment at home are all factors. So that is a huge challenge. In terms of recognizing assets, I think that in general, communities have been extraordinarily supportive of the work and efforts that are happening on behalf of school children, but it's happening in an extraordinarily challenging and challenged environment. And, we could just talk about what the challenges are and break them down, but it goes to the technological, the economic, the change in how people are accustomed to operating, the fear associated with navigating a crisis, the fact that the diversity in communities and the nature of communities in terms of historically and perceived to be well-resourced or not. And those themes are it's really just another way of stating what Jeff Fannin was saying. The element that really, I think, has been better understood does go to the inequities in the state. but also the importance of family dynamics in the learning process. So as Jeff Fannin indicated, if you have what he referred to, I think, as the so-called high flyers availing themselves of nearly any learning method, they will do well. But the families that, or the situations that are more stressed, those stresses come, into evidence more sharply when the school, which is an institutional support societally for certainly all children and all families, but dramatically for those that are less stable or less well resourced, you start to realize the societal vulnerability when an institution like public education is shaken by, in this case, the COVID-19 crisis. The things that sort of contextually resonate with me go to the pace that school districts have been asked to contend with. And I would say that the state of Vermont has done a good job navigating this crisis, including working with school systems. But there are tremendous challenges associated with the integration of what I would say is statewide guidance. That is the guidance that's put out into the public domain on behalf of the state and in response to the COVID-19 crisis overall, and how that manifests itself in schools that are faced with hourly operational decisions about what they're going to do. And those operational decisions affect what's going to happen today, what will happen next week, what will happen next month, what will happen over the summer, and what will happen with the start of school next year and beyond. And those are all activities that require a lot of clarity and stability in order to be able to know what's coming in an effort to educate all the kids in the state. And because of the way we are, I would say, emerging from and navigating out of this crisis, it's very, very challenging to have the information you need in time to make the kinds of decisions that are major systems navigations. So that's been a factor.
Jeff,
I don't think that, yes?
Let me just ask you, can you give an illustration of what you've just described, this need for statewide guidance, and that's for example missing, and that schools are kind of having to wait on?
I will, and my colleagues can also cite their own examples, and this is not in any way, shape, or manner intended to be either it's not criticism, it's observational. So earlier you were talking about driver's education. That's an example. At the outset of this crisis, it was, how are you going to get food? How are you going to keep personnel safe? How are you going to manage remote learning? And all of those things in some form or fashion rely on a systematic approach. So if the guidance in terms of who can work and when they can work, or internet connectivity, it is so multifaceted that I think it's both remarkable that folks have done as well as they have done, but also it's going to be a constant navigation from this point forward. And, you could put as fine a point on the examples or as broad a point on the examples. Another big example that will resonate with people just has to do with the tradition of how you honor senior students as they point toward graduation. And, Jay's more articulate on this than I am, because he's working with principals that are trying to manage a lot of community input on what constitutes a suitable celebration for these high school seniors. But when the guidance changes in terms of social distancing and what constitutes a safe practice from a health standard, it really it culminates in a lot of pressureful moments as you want to do the right thing in terms of what the health recommendations are or requirements, and also make sure that something, that the students get the recognition they need. And 2 points. One is, I don't think in any way, shape, or manner this element of the navigation usurps in terms of importance the equity piece that Jeff Banner was talking about. I guess it's and I'll end here and let others speak, but it just brings into focus sort of the sharpness of all the multitude of elements that go into operating a school system that have stakeholders who are generally content when things are going well, but when there's a change in practice, albeit necessitated by the crisis, you get a lot of input and reaction about how things should go. And, that extends from every position in the school system, and I say every position in the school system, to families who have children in schools, to the community at large. And if you wanted to spend more time on examples, we can provide them to you. But I think it's really just I think it's a contextually useful comment as people consider just how big this is, because it's enormous. It is enormous. And I haven't even talked about getting back to school and the implications of a lot of uncertainty around a huge element of the delivery system, which is the funding.
Indeed. Thank you, Jeff. Jay, do you want to go?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So just a couple points based on things that Jeff said. Jeff Vanna mentioned the special ed piece. That's a big issue for my members as well. One of the things with the special ed piece is that the Secretary of Education for the United States, Betsy DeVos, she has some latitude to waive some of the rules around special education. And some of those rules don't make sense around certain things that can't be done or are very hard to do because you don't have access to the kids like you normally would. But the feds haven't been supportive in that. The other thing I'll mention, Jeff Francis mentioned graduation, and I want to make it clear that although the guidance related to graduation has changed a couple different times, it has changed based on questions we in the field have brought back to the AOE, and the AOE trying to provide clarity in that area. And even when the AOE provides clarity, it's still, some systems were like, oh, we're going to do this. Now we realize we can't do that. So no matter what we do in terms of trying to provide clarity, there's always going to be some angst that comes up. It's just that kind of a situation. In terms of my own points, I'll make a few points here. Number one is I want to be clear that, we're not really doing remote learning. It's not like Southern New Hampshire University where you sign up for a remote learning class. We're doing remote learning in a crisis. Big difference. These kids didn't sign up for this. These teachers weren't trained to do this for the most part. That's a huge issue. The pandemic, this has been mentioned already, has shined a light on inequities in our system, inequities that many of us have known that were always there. But not only has it shined a light, it probably has increased the inequities. Because there are some students, I think both Jeffs mentioned AP students, there are some students that are doing fantastic. They're not having a problem. They're able to access, they've got the support, and they're doing well. Many more students, though, are really struggling. And if you're at home with a parent who struggled with school in the first place or doesn't have the skill set to support you in those academic endeavors, it makes it that much harder for those students. We know that students are going to be coming back to school with significant academic regression. There's no question about it. One national study is showing students may lose as much as 50% of their math content knowledge learned this year. Remember, we always talk about the summer slide. This time we're talking about a 6 or 7 month slide before they come back into school. That's a huge amount of time. And that same study is talking about 25% loss of reading skills learned this year on average. Now, remember, when we talk about on average, it is an average. What happens is there's some kids that are more affected by it than others. And the kids that are more effective tend to be the kids that are most vulnerable kids that live on the margins, that are in poverty. Typically, those are the kids that don't have the resources at home that tend to lose the most in these situations. And that's not the biggest concern for principals. In terms of students, a bigger concern is the social emotional trauma students will be returning to school with. People are really worried about the the ability to self-regulate, especially with the little kids. I mean, that's hard for little kids anyway. To go this much time without being in school, it's going to be difficult for them. Middle school students often need lots of social interactions with each other. They haven't had that for a long time. That's going to be difficult for them. And if we have a system where they have to be socially distanced and there's certain procedures in there, what's that going to look like in a middle school? I met with middle school principals today, and they're like, geez, we can barely keep these kids from touching each other all the time as it is. You know, how are we going to get them to wear a mask when you know, in a new setting? So who knows? That's going to be difficult. We're worried about that. We're also worried about the potential of a lack of revenue leading to cuts in human resources. Principals are worried about loss of staffing that will further hinder schools when they're trying to provide academic catch-up and social emotional catch-up. We know our students are going to have more needs than they've ever had before. And principals are worried about the financial implications of a loss of revenue and worried about the realities of what will need to be done to start school next year, whether that be done remotely or in person or in some type of hybrid model. And we've been discussing lots of different options of what that could look like, depending on what guidance we get at the time. We've also talked about the possibility of the state borrowing over a period of time to backfill revenue loss in the ed fund, pushing hard for flexibility either in another CARES Act or with some more flexibility in the current CARES Act, so that state revenues that have been lost as a result of this pandemic can be backfilled with federal funds that have been used, that have been given to the state. If that flexibility doesn't occur and no other money appears and schools have to cut to make up the difference, remember, 80% of our budgets are personnel. And it's pretty hard, as Mark Perot said yesterday, at Joint Fiscal Office, he said yesterday, it's pretty hard to cut the electric bill, pretty hard to cut the heating bill. You know, those things you have to pay for. We want to make sure that the governor and others don't fail to see the critical necessity of our public education system. Someone said to me the other day, well, schools need to suffer too. My response was, you don't think schools are suffering? Then you haven't been paying attention. You know, schools are working very hard to provide kids with food, with connections, with academic support where possible, and they know that they're going to be in a hole starting back. Schools are in a position where they need all the supports they can get. And the last thing I'll say is that broadband and cell service across the state. I testified in House Technology Committee this morning. That's becoming almost a fundamental Vermont necessity. Almost has to be a fundamental right, right up there with housing. We have to have it. If we really want people to come to our state, let's look at this as an opportunity. Let's find a way to provide broadband and cell service across our state so we truly can have remote workers here. There's plenty of people that work at places like Google that could work remotely that would love a bit of work in Vermont and live in the woods, so to speak, but can't do it because there's not good enough internet connection. And the last thing I want to say, I touched on this already, but for us, although we don't always agree with the AOE, they've been responsive to us and they've been meeting with us on a regular basis, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Sue, that leaves you.
Yes, that leaves me. Thank you. I appreciate all of the critical issues that were raised by my colleagues preceding me today. And what do they all have in common? Resources needed to address them. And Jay touched on this just now a little bit. There is a significant deficit in the Ed Fund for FY 2021, and the legislature's working right now to figure out how to address that. As he mentioned, there's the issue of the federal funds and lack of flexibility and how those can be used. And that's an evolving situation that we hope evolves toward more flexibility so that those funds could actually be used to help fill the hole in the Ed Fund directly rather than having to have a complicated workaround. That situation is still unfolding, and we're certainly keeping a close eye on it and providing input regarding the education fund deficit. And sort of a subset of that issue is that we have 19 school districts that don't have approved budgets yet. This is a really complex issue because it's being amplified by COVID-19 and problems with being even able to schedule a vote in some cases. We've been working with the superintendents and school board chairs of those districts, the VSA and the VSBA, and have held several meetings with them and have heard from them that their three principal concerns are whether and when they could bring proposed budgets for a vote, whether economic conditions would create a less favorable environment for achieving approval of a proposed budget, and how they could sufficiently respond to the challenges, all the challenges that you've just heard about of serving school children through the COVID-19 crisis and beyond if they're operating without an approved budget or with a budget that's insufficient to respond to their needs. We spent a significant amount of time testifying and submitted comprehensive testimony last week to the House Education Committee on this topic, and conveyed to them a lot of information, including that these districts are working to secure voter approval. They're planning votes prior to June 30th, even though it's been very difficult for them to schedule them due to public health concerns. And they definitely want to see this. Excuse me?
No question.
Oh, I thought I had heard a question. They would like to see this matter brought to resolution. So we have been working with them, as I said, to try to do that. The last area that I would point out has also to do with special education, which has been brought up by a number of people, and it just has to do with the difficult situation school boards are put in due to the governor's order that districts must pay all school staff in accordance with their regularly scheduled hours, whether they are working those scheduled hours or not, and the lack of information about whether school districts can expect to be reimbursed for special education costs. If those costs are not reimbursed or are only partially reimbursed, then it could lead to school boards needing to deficit spend in order to pay all school staff in accordance with their regularly scheduled hours. At this point, I'll hand it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you, Sue. Board members, do you have questions you'd like to put to our panel?
Yes, by all means.
I'm not surprised. Go ahead, Bill.
The biggest question, and it was raised here, was equity, and I agree with that. But what is it that the state board could do to be the most effective?
Sue, Jeff, Jay, any response to Bill's question?
The question is, what do we need to do now and what's first?
Anybody have a response to Bill's question?
Anybody else can weigh in, but this is Jay, and I've got to say, Bill, that's the question we're all asking. I don't think there's necessarily anything right now the state board can do. I think being aware of it, helping to advocate for the things that we need will be important. But I don't think there's a specific action that you folks could take at this time. But if Sue or Jeff has a thought on that, I'd love to hear it too.
I agree with Jay, and we're going to sound like a broken record here. We all agree with each other. And a couple things. Everybody's working pretty doggone hard, and that I mean that from bus driver to food service worker to paraeducator to teacher to principal and superintendent and school board members. Everybody is thrown into this. So I think just making everybody in the state board aware of that issue, Bill Mathis, I think is why we're here today. We are struggling as we advance further, and we may look to the State Board of Education for further recommendations and guidance, and working with the Agency of Education. But right now, we're all just trying to get through it. Now, your interactions with the AOE are different than they were, say, 5 years ago. So it's a different ask of the State Board of Education today than it might have been 5 years ago. And I'll just say it that way.
Yep.
So this is Jeff Francis. One observation I think that I've made, and I suspect that others have made it as well, is that the pre-COVID-19 policy and political process was dominated by people who had agency in terms of, how you navigate the political and policy process. And I would include myself and my association in that group. You also have advocates who have spoken out over time for equity, and I would include myself and my association in that group as well, with varying levels of success, right? So people have known for a long time that there were issues of inequitable opportunity in the education delivery system and society. We've known that we needed better internet access. We've known that we needed better access to good food and nutrition. We've known that we've needed to alter the methods by which we deliver education to make sure that not only the most capable individuals and families at every measure, but also those that aren't capable, benefit from the investment in public education and all other public systems. And yet, when we were confronted with this crisis, it became more apparent that inequities existed. So we had a chance really to test people's assertions and observation in a real case example. And what we see, I think, doesn't necessarily surprise anybody, but we don't particularly like what we see. So I think one thing that the state board could do would be to assess the opportunities in the state almost on an equity scale or measurement, as it were, and contribute to driving policy that would make sure that when we find ourselves in similar circumstances, irrespective of to what we are going to attribute that, because as a society we're going to face more crises moving forward, that we're better situated then than we are right now. So what's an example of that? An example would be to, rather than talk about internet connectivity for 15 years, a goal is set to have it in a sufficient manner. Now, a response to that might be, well, gee whiz, once you have internet connectivity, there's no real guarantee that it will be accessed in the way that it needs to be, either through the technology associated with devices or cultural attitudes about making sure that everybody has what they need. So I could quickly get into sort of an abstract explanation of what I'm trying to say. I don't want to do that. My summary statement is take the lessons learned, and there are plenty of them, just in the last 3 months or 2 months. And, as an exercise, engage an entity like the state board in understanding how you can do better as a society. In your case, the lens would be the public education system, and establish some goals and methods for measuring progress toward those goals. So that's an idea. I apologize for the abundance of words, but that's a concept that you might consider.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chair, this is Peter. Can I just say something briefly?
Please.
to Jeff and everybody else, don't you think that this this is an opportunity we shouldn't lose in terms of looking at how we're delivering education, and it has to go beyond just the role of the state board. It has to be coalesced on a broad front, and I hope that can happen. It hasn't happened in the past, but I do hope that this does emerge in terms of really how we're going to find a way to reach all kids and do a better job of it. But I do think it's going to take a much more broader front than just the state board to get involved in this.
One thing that these thoughts have brought up for me is that this is a watershed event, and what we've got now is a system that is inequitable, and it will drive us, I think, to more of a human services kind of operation as opposed to a test-based accountability system. That would change all of our roles in different ways. Thoughts?
This is Jenna. Can I jump in? Is that okay?
Of course.
I just wanted to, from where I am in the Northeast Kingdom, speak the amazing work of all the schools and from everybody in the schools. I think it was a huge lift for schools to become childcare facilities, and the food service delivery model that every child in the Northeast Kingdom was getting food, and the amazing ability that schools became experts in areas that they usually don't go to. So it's been an amazing partnership. Superintendents have been working with human service agencies in ways that they haven't before, and it's been a great relationship. I'm also thinking a lot about not only the equity, but I think equities issues are huge across the entire state, but I think about that continued uneven implementation. At the beginning of this conversation, we talked about statewide guidance. I wonder if the areas that you guys, Jeff, Jay, and what you represent, if you're able to come up with some best practices or some framework that move schools forward in some equitable, even implementation, even within like some loose guidance. We have a state where from district to district, things look really, really different. Some districts are doing attendance, some are not. Some are grading, some are not. Some are making up snow days, some are not. It's just looking a little funky everywhere right now. And, I think all kids are kind of like, and opting out a little bit where you would see them engaged otherwise. And my other thought is around, what does professional development look like, or professional support? You guys talked about social emotional learning. We have uneven implementation of social emotional curriculum in our schools. And if we do not figure out a way to support our teachers now, support our teachers over the summer, support our teachers in August, how are they going to be in a place or space to support students and what students are bringing into the classroom? And if it's one thing to talk about it, it's another to have like a plan, like a real focused strategic curriculum plan around what does that parallel process look like to support our teachers, to support our kids. And I think that probably needs some guidance, not from the State Board of Education and not from AOE, but probably from superintendents and from principals. So I don't know if you guys have any thoughts around how to develop some of your own framework as best practices within your organizations.
So I'm going to jump in and first off say thank you. I appreciate that, Jennifer. It was great. Two quick things. We've been at Vermont NEA. We were hosting a webinar that was, I think it was last week or the week before, with Dave Melnick from the Northeast Family Institute, NFI. More than 400 members or teachers, support staff. I mean, everybody. I think there are principals on board. I don't know who else. I mean, it was just wide open. Participated in that. We sponsored that. Today we've got another one, and I forget what time it is. 3 o'clock today. More than 600 people have signed up. We've got another one on June 3rd. More than 600 people have already signed up. So there is a real need amongst educators, and I mean superintendents on down, to get the social emotional training and PD that we know they need. And I don't know if it was Jay, Sue, or Jeff who said earlier about the significant needs that kids are going to come back to. It is absolutely critical that we figure out and pivot to that and figure out how to help them and help educators work with them when they do come back. So thank you for that. And going back to Bill Mathis's comment about should we be switching from testing to a more human services based model, I think that could be a recommendation from the State Board of Education. One of the things we got a waiver this year from the statewide testing because of the pandemic. Great, fantastic, the right thing to do. We all know the kids, as Jay pointed out earlier, they're going to be 6 months, the gap. So what are we going to test next year? And why would we spend a dime on testing to get back what we know is going to be the results? Kids have slipped. But here's the thing, even the parents who are the most academically supported kids, right? The kids who are doing well, the high flyers, as I call them, they're worried about their kids are falling behind. Falling behind who? Every kid in the country is in the same predicament. They will get into the good schools that they want to get in because every kid is slipping. So the testing, I think Bill's right on. There's no need to test. We ought to be really getting at the human services needs of these kids. And that could be a great recommendation from the State Board of Education to make. It's an observation. You guys step back, look at it and say, why would we spend a dime on testing when we need to be throwing more resources at kids' social emotional needs? So that trying to tie both of those previous comments together, and I'm sure others can weigh in or not.
A question for you. It's hard for me to imagine how you go about planning for returning, I want to say, to normal, returning to wherever we're headed without knowing where we are headed. I mean, it's the old saying, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. It's hard to imagine. It seems like that there's a need for a scenario or one or two alternate scenarios that posit what school will look like if it exists at all in September, what it might look like in January of next year, what it might look like in May of next year. Presumably this would be based upon scientific analysis of how the various ways in which this pandemic may play out, and therefore then what it might mean for institutions like schools. Is there any place in the state, I would think it ought to be at the Department of Health or the governor's office, where scenarios are being played out, which scenarios are made available to you people so that you can say, all right, the most likely scenario is the following. We're going to make plans for that. Knowing, though, that it could go faster, it could go slower. Is there any kind of common scenario for that you all are working with?
I can go first. I don't think that there is. We have meetings with principals Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We have elementary, and then we have middle, and then we have high school principals. And at those meetings, we're talking about scenarios ourselves. So what happens if the guidance is X? And we can only have so many people per room, or we can only run half our buses, or we have to have staggered bus routes. So I know principals are having those conversations, and they're looking at lots of different things. I know one district I won't mention is talking about the possibility of bringing back the elementary kids and keeping the high school kids remote and moving a bunch of elementary kids into the high schools or into that particular high school to spread the kids out as one possible option. Some schools are looking at half the school will come to school physically on A days, the other half on B days, if they're in a situation where they can't bring them all back. There's also some smaller schools that feel like yeah, we pretty much already figured out. Our class sizes are small. We've got enough room. So it's going to be on a case-by-case basis. As the guidance comes out, school districts and principals specifically will work with that guidance to try to develop plans. The hard part is nobody knows what the guidance is yet, and even Dr. Levine's not going to know what the guidance is right now. So there's a lot of ambiguity, and that certainly is tough for leaders to deal with and for teachers to deal with. One other thing I want to mention, John, before we go on, we also have one other issue that we haven't brought forth, and that is that roughly about a third of our school employees will be high risk for COVID-19. A little bit less than that for teachers, but certainly custodial staff, administrators, many of our paraeducators, food service, certainly our bus drivers. A lot of them are older or may have underlying medical conditions, so we don't know what that'll look like either. Will there be some teachers that won't be allowed to come back to school or will only be able to teach remotely? That remains to be seen as well.
Well, I grant you that there is there is nothing like a certain scenario, but there are alternate scenarios, and you could probably say this is the most likely one, but it's not certain. 40% probability of this, 30% probability of that. But it seems to me that the work of framing that rests actually outside the field of educators. This is essentially a public health, public policy question that it feels like the state needs to give guidance to our institutions of schools, whether it's teachers or principals or superintendents, as to this is what you ought to start planning for. This is the best likelihood of what we expecting to be possible in September, then November, then January. Just knowing that it's merely a prognosis, but it's the best information we have at the moment. And it seems like I hear you, Jay, describing people are imagining all kinds of different scenarios. At some point, we need to get past all kinds of different scenarios and onto the what's our best guess about what will unfold in August or October. And that, I think, has to come from public health experts or from the governor's office, informed by public health forecasts and needs, hopefully a greater reliance upon scientific information than we've seen at the national level, so that you guys have sort of a roadmap of what's likely. And then you can start fitting into it considerations like the vulnerable, the 1/3 of your staff, people who are vulnerable and so on, and know how acute that's likely to be in November versus next January. Admittedly, any of these sort of most likely scenarios could in fact not materialize. We have to be willing to work in an age of uncertainty, make decisions in an age of uncertainty, but that doesn't mean we have to not have any idea what might happen. We might at least narrow the possibilities. So I guess this isn't a call so much to you guys as it is to the leadership in the state to give you more guidance about what's the environment you're likely to find in July, September, and so forth. Then you'll know what to do.
I think there is a individual theme or a single theme, and that would probably be civilization, democracy, things like that. We have a tremendous opportunity here in terms of this is the first time I've seen basically the nation and the world act as a united force working together for a common end. If we blow that, we've blown everything. And so maybe in a more narrow sense, our role is to play the bully pulpit, is to take your idea, John, of these forums around the state and across the nation and bring people to thinking about the common good.
Other comments? We have about 5 minutes left. Any sort of closing thoughts or charges to the board? The board wants to be helpful, but as Jeff, I think, astutely pointed out, the board's authority is very different than it was pre-2012. And we mostly, as Bill suggests, can serve as an entity to convene interested parties, but there's not probably not a lot beyond that we can do. Other comments or thoughts?
I've got to jump to another one, but I just want to thank you, John, and everybody for participating and asking for us to weigh in, and it's appreciated, truly. So thank you for all you folks do, and will be more to be said and done, I know.
Thank you, Jeff. What we do is nothing compared to what you guys,
yeah, that's right.
hand-to-hand combat that you folks are dealing with every day now. And we thank the four of you and your organization for just your fortitude and your staying with it and getting us through as best we can, and to, as Bill suggests, with some good fortune and good people like you, I think we can come out the other side a stronger community, a stronger society, maybe even better schools. Even better schools that understand even more than they did before our vulnerabilities and the capabilities that we need to strengthen, whether it's telecommunications or, for that matter, family life, so that we support families. Here we've had to rely so much on families because community institutions like schools have been kind of crippled by or hampered from doing what they normally do, providing support for kids, especially for those kids of families whose resources or ability to provide for their children are compromised. And it inspires me to think, what can we do to strengthen the Vermont family that has had such a hard time with this, so that the next time their children have to rely upon that family has greater resources and abilities to provide that support. Any other comments or closing thoughts from folks? Well, Sue and Jay and Jeff, we thank you each and all for joining with us. I think this board would like to convene, as Bill suggests, conversations around the state with the public and with stakeholders, including many of your members. And I think that might be our work in the coming months. Thank you all.
Very much. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having us.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you each.
Stay well.
Peace.
Thank you all.
Board, we are scheduled now to go on to public to be heard. It's 2:01. Is there anybody on board the call who would like to speak during this period called public to be heard? Suzanne, can you see if there's anybody in queue who's wishing to speak with us?
John, there are several people on the call that I cannot identify. They dialed in, and no one has let me know that they wish to speak during the public to be heard portion of the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Members of the public, we welcome your participation in this meeting, first by being here with us, but also we have set aside 20 minutes to hear from you. So you're more than welcome to pipe up on any topic of interest to you. By the way, you need to unmute. I guess is there somebody who wishes to speak?
Someone tried, but it was not clear.
I see. I'll give it another couple minutes, and then I think we will.
Hey, folks, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, good. Hey, let me first identify myself. This is John Marquet from NWEA. How are you?
Mr. Marquet, can you speak up a bit? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah. Is that any better?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, may I ask you to identify which organization you represent?
Northwest Evaluation Association, NWEA.
Thank you.
Thank you. And your last name is spelled how, sir?
M as in Mary, A-R-C-H-E-I, and my first name's John.
Mr. Marquet, thank you for joining us. What would you like to tell us?
More of a question to start, and that is, outside of dialing in, is there a different mode of participating publicly? Is there a live stream link or something? I know somebody had referenced all the people are dialed in.
Suzanne, would you answer that question?
There is a direct link that is supplied to the state board members.
Okay, so no public access to that link?
I don't see why I could not share that with you. If you would like to shoot me an email, I can send you a direct link.
Okay, I was just curious.
Sure.
That was the only mode for participating. I guess one question I could just submit, and it's really just a general question. I've participated on the public side of state board meetings in the past intermittently, so I've kind of been in tune to some of the conversations. I heard a gentleman speak earlier that had to leave the call. I wasn't sure if it was from the Teachers Association or the Teachers Union. I forget who that was, but he was commenting on the role of assessment and where potentially some of the state's attention should be as we think about bringing kids back into a classroom environment or back into school in whatever model that might look like. So I guess my question to the board members is, have there been any conversations about how you're going to understand where kids are when they do come back, and how are teachers and school systems going to understand and have information on what the correct point of delivering instruction would be? Have any of those conversations occurred?
Good question. Board, does anybody wish to respond?
Yeah. We have an evaluation system for the schools that hasn't delivered as much as we'd like. And I think we're going to continue discussions along those lines. But I think we're going to have to look at things that do include testing. But that's not exclusively testing. It's going to have to deal with some of these things, such as what is the difference in income in different families? What's the food supply that's there? What can schools do about this? What can they do about physical development and so forth? I think we've got to look at a broader range of things.
Mr. Marquet, another answer to that question your question of how do we understand where kids are when they come back. I'm not an educator, but what little I know makes me think that most teachers will be able to form a fairly nuanced and reliable assessment of where their kids are when they got them back in school and are seeing them face to face over a period of several weeks and maybe even months. And those teachers will, I think, have an assessment of the youngsters in their universe. Now, that's not a statewide assessment, of course, but I think probably the sentiment among many is that right now what we're concerned about is just the first and foremost, the well-being of children and their health, and then secondarily, their educational situation, how much erosion of learning or readiness to learn may have taken place. But my guess is that teachers, more than anybody, know what to look for, know what they're used to seeing, and will be able to characterize how it's different than what they're used to seeing. When Mr. Fannin was speaking about assessments, I think he was speaking in particular about statewide kind of high stakes assessments that allow us to make comparisons of the performance or academic readiness of Vermont kids versus other states. And his point was, well, you don't really need to worry about that too much because other states are going through the same thing. I think that even though folks would forego statewide assessments, I'm certain that what'll be top of mind for teachers when they return to classrooms is, how's Jimmy doing? How's Eloise doing? And what do we do to get them back on track? I hope that answers your question, Sam.
It sure does, and I agree wholeheartedly. The question I asked is only a small piece of all the points of consideration that everyone needs to be thinking about. And I think your last remark, at least in my opinion, is ultimately the most important. The social and emotional well-being of the kids and the teachers during this crisis. We all need to get a handle on that, and it needs to be the priority. So,
Right.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to join in this conversation?
Yeah, hi, this is Rachel Seelig. Can you all hear me?
I certainly can, Rachel.
Great. I was actually planning on participating in your later public comment. I'm here as a member of the public, but in two capacities today.
Yes.
I'm both a staff attorney in the Disability Law Project at Vermont Legal Aid, and I chair the State Advisory Panel on Special Education. So I really appreciated the conversation you all have just been having about how COVID has been impacting our students. And with my Disability Law Project hat, I think there are a couple of things that I would just like to point out, especially because so much of the conversation has been focused on how much more in the forefront the inequities in our system, in our education system, have been highlighted because of COVID. One big piece of what's going on with that is also the state is receiving a significant amount of money through the CARES Act, 90% of which will be going to our school districts. And that money has a whole bunch of permissible uses, everything from purchasing personalized protective equipment to providing summer services and after school services, not just to kids with disabilities, but to all kids who are marginalized, whether it's because of poverty or limited English proficiency or migrant or homelessness status. And that money, I think both the money that will stay at the state level and the money that goes to districts, we would strongly encourage some sort of framework or guidance that helps districts prioritize those funds to addressing these inequities that have become so apparent through this emergency. And that's something that we've, feedback we've shared with the agency and with legislators, but I think this is another body that would be very appropriate to be thinking about how can we support districts in using those funds that are coming in to address these inequities. And then the second thing that I would say in terms of assessment and testing is that for our students with disabilities for whom they have IEPs, I actually think assessment is an incredibly important thing to be having both during this period of continuity of learning to remote learning and over the summer for those students who receive summer services, and in the fall, because I think we do need to be objective in understanding the losses that we're anticipating. Those losses for kids with disabilities can change their eligibility for things like extended school year. And even though everyone is doing their best, can impact whether they really actually need compensatory education as kind of an equitable remedy for this loss that they've experienced. And there's some guidance that the agency put out on extended school year and compensatory education that has certainly concerned us at the Disability Law Project, because it recommends not doing those kinds of assessments until schools have resumed normal activities. And our concern is just that it's going to be a long time before we can really expect normal activities to be resumed. And certainly if kids have already experienced losses now, to wait through this whole period, through the summer and potentially into the fall before we try and make that right for them, I think really does a disservice to some of our most vulnerable kids. So those are the two things that I just wanted to point out for all of you.
Thank
on
you.
this topic.
Thank you. Just a question on that latter point. So before schools kind of resume something, well, the new normal, whatever that might be, how does this assessment, how do you visualize these assessments taking place?
So there are some of the companies that produce some of the more objective measures that we use to track progress of students have published which of their assessments can absolutely be performed remotely, and which can be performed remotely under certain circumstances. And I have somewhere in my email what was probably not a comprehensive list, but there are certainly tools out there that we can use even in this remote environment to make sure that we're tracking progress. And I'm sure that educators using curriculum-based assessments are also able to do that progress tracking. And I think, need to keep track of the reality of our situation is a really difficult one. But whether it's because kids aren't checking in or because, an online lesson isn't working for them, I'm not sure the cause of the regression is as important as the reality of the regression that we're expecting.
For sure. Thank you. Board members, any comments or questions for Ms. Seelig? Thank you very much for joining us, Ms. Seelig. You're welcome to speak with us during the hearing later on in the day.
I will plan on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public who wishes to be heard at this time? Hearing none, I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute recess. That's real quick. 5 minutes. Let's try to be back at 2:20. Before I say that, Suzanne, has Secretary French joined us yet?
Yes, I'm here,
He
John.
has.
Hello, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for being with us. We'll come back to you in 5 minutes, and we'll be all yours. Thank you.
John, I was going to let you know I have to leave a little bit earlier than I thought, so I'll head out now.
Okay, Kyle, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care, bud.
Kyle, good luck.
Thank you. See you, everyone.
Take care.
Bye.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. How was the governor's press conference?
It went pretty smoothly. It's long. I think it went to 1 o'clock or past 1 o'clock. This was the first announcement of the economic relief package. So there were a lot of questions around that.
Somebody just told me at the break that CDC has issued guidelines for schools reopening.
That's correct. Yeah, I'll speak to that a little bit.
Good. So there'll be some questions, I'm sure, but you've got 20 minutes and we'll take more if you want it or need it.
Okay, yeah, and I have sort of topics, so I think what I'll do is I'll pause after each topic and see if there's questions from the board.
Okay, great, good. All right. let's see. I don't know who's on, but let's resume. Board members, are you all there?
Yes.
Good. Suzanne,
All
would
of
you
them.
mind doing a roll call, please?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Kyle,
Olive,
Kyle is gone, by the way.
yes. Oliver Olson,
Here.
William Mathis,
Yes, and thanks to Dan for his crumbs metaphor that he used today. Don't know what that is.
That's a technical term, breadcrumb navigation. You know, if you get through a website, it's the trail. I mean, like, how'd you get from point A to point B?
Kim Gleason,
Here.
Jenna O'Farrell,
Here.
Peter Peltz,
Here.
and John Carroll.
Here.
Sabina Brochu. She may have had to step away.
Yep. Very good. Dan, we're all yours.
Okay, good afternoon. So I don't know if you heard, I have a report that can be broken into sections. So what I think I'll do is, you know, pause at the end of each section. I'd be happy to discuss the items for you. Firstly, I'd say in terms of the overall COVID-19 response, you know, we're pleased, you know, with how our statewide discipline, if you will, to the mitigation strategies has paid off. You know, and that I think buys us a window of opportunity to do some planning relative to the education system that we didn't necessarily have the luxury at the beginning of the crisis. And so that's good news to a certain extent. But I think it's also important to acknowledge that, you know, the emergency is not over. The emergency is not going to end coincidental with the end of the school year. So we still have some work to do in that regard. I thought I'd start off with first just commenting on recent guidance that's been produced by the agency, and most specifically the guidance pertaining to the end of the school year. We call end of year celebrations and graduations, which was published originally on May 8th. It was revised recently, I think this week, actually, on the 18th. So you might remember the governor's original order said that schools would be closed for in-person instruction through the rest of the school year unless otherwise ordered. And the original stay home, stay safe order expired on May 15th. That's been extended. But when that original timeline was established, it also included a requirement that I produce guidance on end of year celebrations and graduations by May 8th. And that's indeed what we did. And it's just interesting, I think, to observe, you know, the based on the earlier comments from superintendents in Vermont NEA and the principals and the School Board Association. You know, it's so representative, I think, of the decision making we've been involved in, that we chose May 8th because it was as close as possible to graduation, so we could have the best understanding of the public health context, while at the same time being far enough away from graduation to give local decision makers enough time to plan. So there's a certain negotiation of those kinds of dates, and there's a tension involved with that as folks who decision makers want certitude. At the same time, we need flexibility to adapt. So the guidance I produced says you may hold in-person graduations, but it ties the limitation to those graduations on the public health group size limitation of 10 persons, but it ties it to that benchmark. So as that number evolves, you know, this possibility that we'll be able to hold larger size group graduations and end of year celebrations. And that's pretty much what we're seeing now. I'm in conversation with Department of Health that seems to point to that number increasing somewhere by June 1. I think the governor mentioned today's press conference he'd like to hopefully see it increase. His interpretation of public health data, not necessarily a political observation, but we'll see how that plays out. But what we've been doing under this guidance is I've basically been working with districts as they've been navigating sort of the creative aspect or the invitation to be creative under that guidance. And that's largely manifested itself in what I'll call drive-in graduations, where folks are, families in cars, gathering together some way, and perhaps individual graduates getting out of cars wearing masks to come up and grab a diploma that's in a bag, no handshakes, hugs, that kind of thing. So that sort of was the initial reaction, if you will, the creative reaction to the guidance on May 8th. I expect that will evolve further if the guidance, that number moves a bit from the health department. So, but I would say the other thing in the guidance was a reaffirmation that school will remain closed for in-person instruction for the rest of the school year. So why don't I pause there for a moment, and then I'll move into my next topic. Is there any questions on end of year celebrations and graduations or any of those issues?
Well, as the not coming back to school this year going down, people favorable.
I missed your question, I think, Bill.
How well is the not coming back until fall going down with folks?
Yeah, I think there was. It's hard to trace back in time where people's sort of emotional situation was. I think a couple weeks ago, I think that was more of an open question. So I think I can remember probably around the first week of May when I was starting to signal that it wouldn't be back to normal in the fall, that there's no doubt we wouldn't be able to open the spring. And that was a difficult sort of acknowledgement, but I think then I saw people adapt pretty quickly to that. And I think that also is one of my topics here in a minute will be to talk about the fall. One of the important aspects of this May 8th deadline, not only to establish the criteria for end of year graduations and celebrations and to reaffirm that the rest of the school year for in-person instruction would be closed, but also to sort of set the stage for pivoting to start putting our planning efforts into the fall, that we were more or less saying, okay, here's what's going to happen for the rest of the year, but we have a limited opportunity, amount of time to plan for the fall. So let's put our efforts into that. So I think, yeah, it was a tough pivot to a certain extent, but I think folks have adjusted well. And I think certainly now the weather's been nicer. It's a little harder, to maintain, that sort of disciplined approach. But yeah, folks have responded as well as could be expected.
Dan, it's Kim Gleason.
Hi, Kim.
Hi, Dan. I was just wondering to what extent, if at all, districts or high schools are sharing good ideas or collaborating in any way on how to create a celebration for these graduates.
Yeah, we're not necessarily sharing that at the state level, but I know the superintendents are working very closely together on a regional basis on those issues. So it's, as Jeff mentioned, I think the superintendents are working very close together on reacting to guidance and navigating the crisis. So I see regional sort of responses to these topics. And, I think once again, the issue, I'll call it a pivot as the guidance evolves, if you will, as Jay was alluding to. We do have the benefit, we do weekly calls together, the superintendents and myself, and key leaders of the agency. So we're able to warm people up to one of those pivots, when it's coming, and what might be some of the issues. As Jay alluded to, sometimes those changes are coming from clarity or concerns they want to see in guidance as well. So it can come both ways. But I've noticed a lot more people working very closely together. But this is not necessarily, we don't have anywhere on our website like here's what's going on. We've done that more with sharing a continuity of learning practices, but not necessarily with graduate. And this is it's evolving very rapidly. I was on the phone twice today with 2 different school districts, and I have a couple more email queues queued up to respond to. So it's a pretty granular issue, but I'll do a recap for them on the weekly call tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'll go into my next topic, which is the fall. I've already heard some conversation on that today. I think back again to that sort of May 8th time frame, there were basically two schools of thought emerging nationally, and I will emphasize that we are well connected to what our other states are working on in our national organizations. And as we were contemplating, I think just sort of the natural trajectory of the end of the year as educators, we think that's the end, and then we're starting to turn to something new. The primary school of thought was thinking about the summer as, okay, the emergency's over, and what are we going to do to remediate? So often the summer programs are remediation opportunities for students and extracurricular opportunities for students. And the other school of thought that started to emerge, though, was that the emergency is not over. So it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate to plan essentially for a recovery phase of the emergency yet, when we really have to plan for the fall. I think John used the phrase new normal. It's pretty clear that the emergency will not be over in the summer. So we have to plan for the fall. And if that's the case, and we have a limited amount of time, because remember, school's going on through June, and you have 4th of July weekend in there, and then the availability of teachers to be brought into a local planning process is limited. So if we're planning for the fall, then the school of thought that's emerged nationally, and I think in Vermont as well, is that we need to use summer as a launch pad for the fall. So we're sort of heading to that point, similar as I described with the May guidance, where we have to have guidance out far enough advanced for people to adjust, but we also need to can't put together guidance prematurely absent a good understanding of the public health context. So we're sort of at that moment where these things are coming together. I think someone mentioned the CDC has produced guidance this past weekend, where they qualified as interim guidance. It's a long 60-page document. It's not solely dedicated to education, and school portion is rather small. Actually, it begins on page 44 of that document if you want to pull it down. But we also have a planning framework that's emerged through my organization, the Council of Chief State School Officers, which represents a lot of the parallel work going on in states. And we see internationally the experience of countries like Denmark and Germany and France and so forth. So we're watching all those things very closely, but we're now starting to have to reduce that down to sort of a concrete planning framework. That'll begin this week, actually on Friday, as we meet with the Department of Health folks and our experts on epidemiology and so forth, to start framing out what are the public health concerns or sort of basic parameters based on their approach and their thinking, and to what extent they might feel a need to augment their thinking without experts from outside the state. So we're looking at the complexity that's involved in framing out this sort of decision-making process. We came back to, honestly, the quite simple conclusion that we begin with the public health information. So that process will start, and then we'll be, bringing in, as we frame that out a little bit, bringing in some for statewide stakeholders to plan at what level there's public health guidance at the state level, how does it unfold on a regional basis, because we also have a mechanism for local health officials to be informed into that process as well. And, all that's starting to shape up. If you look at what CDC guidance is and what other countries and states are doing, it speaks to this idea of having a lot of flexibility and options on the table. What we referred to earlier on in the emergency response as sort of a reactive school closure disposition, based on our prior experience with H1N1. CDC had termed this idea of reactive school closure, meaning that you could, in a school district, you might have an outbreak that would warrant closing one school, but not necessarily closing other schools. Or it might warrant closing schools at a certain grade level, but not closing others. So that kind of ingrained flexibility will, I think, be a thread running through the framework, as will be some regional sensitivity as well. So those things are all sort of well known and acknowledged, but I think we're in the same place as many states, as we all have a lot of questions. so we can anticipate, what questions need to be answered by the framing of the planning documents, but then the form of the planning documents, to what extent things are promulgated top down, so to speak, and to what extent there's regional flexibility and who makes which decisions, all those things are being worked on. I expect to be able to publish sort of an initial proposal of that framing to, I'll call my advisory group, which are the superintendents and the union, teachers union and the VPA and so forth. We meet every Friday. I think we'll start to engage at that group level and see how folks want to proceed with the planning. But we do have a limited window of opportunity to get the planning done. Unfortunately, we couldn't start earlier on it, and we'll see how that goes. But I think, right now we're looking at summer as a function of supporting the opening of school as much as remediation. There's also, I think, we're going to intend to open school for in-person instruction as best we can, but certainly I think everyone's got more comfortable with the idea that remote learning will still be a necessary option, that we learn how to do better. So all those things are being considered. I think you'll start to see this come together here fairly quickly in the next couple of weeks. Why don't I stop there? And then my next topics get into the financial aspects of the response, because I think that's also an element to a certain extent of the summer and fall.
Dan, we heard from a couple of the presenters today concerns about the vulnerability of maybe a third of our school staff. And if I recall correctly, the age of the typical Vermont teacher is somewhat older than the national average. So I'm sure you're all thinking about this. How do we move forward when a third of the people involved in educating our children one way or another are at some risk from being in their presence?
Yeah, I think that, once again, to the point about involving the public health folks, that really gets to sort of what are the safety and health conditions necessary, sort of the requisite conditions that must be in place to operate schools. And we can take that down to a very, I think, simpler even idea of just disinfection of surfaces, So you can anticipate districts having different staffs of different ages, different demographics, if you will, and being challenged by staffing it. But just on a simpler dimension is to consider to what extent schools will have adequate cleaning supplies. So if we establish a safety protocol that says, for instance, every day these things shall be cleaned in a school building, what's our ability to sustain that sort of attention to that hygiene requirement? So we can quantify those things, and I think we'll see pretty quickly even from that, because our supply chains in the country are very restricted on supplies. And we'll say PPE isn't necessarily a term we use in education per se, but just that fundamental ability to clean surfaces, if we factor that and we can quantify that and put it into a logistic sort of framework, would point to the need to do more remote learning, because we're not going to be able to have the ability to clean schools as frequently as we'd like, just due to lack of supplies. So those kinds of, as we factor in all the different aspects, including, the age of our teachers and so forth, there are some ways we can actually reduce the decision making down to very simple things, because we just have limitations on those aspects. So I think that's, the issue of safety and health is sort of the primary lens by which I think we'll end up simplifying the decision making, as many states will, because that's sort of the essential precondition before we can do anything in the buildings.
Just another sort of area that came up from the conversation. Jay Fannin estimated that maybe a quarter of students are really, that distance learning is simply not working for them, that they're just, for any number of reasons, disengaged or inaccessible. And as you say, distance learning will probably continue to be part of the solution, the design. So that raises the question about now that we're sort of thinking about the next generation of distance learning, is there a way to get that 40% who are kind of disengaged down to 10%? I mean, and I'm sure you're thinking about this, but it sort of calls to mind the possibility of bringing students to a common place, not necessarily a school, but a firehouse, or any number of common facilities where, number one, they have the benefit of having some contact with each other and the group stimulus to be engaged, and even they've got reliable internet, as opposed to continuing with the model, the highly dispersed model we have now, which quite apart from special needs kids, just ordinary kids, but from challenged settings, are frankly totally checked out of distance learning. So I suppose you and your colleagues are thinking about ways to kind of reconfigure distance learning to sort of mitigate some of the weaknesses of kids being in their homes.
Yeah, it's just to take the idea of the pedagogical approaches, I think we need to get better at those things. But then I think you're pointing to this larger need to figure out how to provision support services, not just necessarily instructional services, but how do we provision support services, not only as they were previously described, but now as a result of this emergency in this context. And I don't think we've yet begun to assess the impact of this on our society. And I'll come back to the financial piece. That's really the harder part, I think, for the financial, because we can look at the bottom line now and say, we've served so many meals and we've cleaned so many tables and, oh, we don't have money for that. But what we can't see around the corner now is, I think, the impact on students and their families and the broader need for social emotional supports that schools, just by the fact that when they're open, sort of provide that social stability. And that absence, how do we figure out how to firstly, backfill a little bit, because we're not going to be able to come out of this disposition altogether of remote learning. But then to anticipate when we are able to reopen schools, just how do we begin to assess that impact? And that's going to be with us for a while. So these are all, absolutely key parts of our thinking. And it's certainly, as we acknowledged before, it's bigger than education. This gets into social services and mental health services and so forth. So, it's sort of one of the challenges right now. I don't want to keep bringing up the money piece because I'll get into that in detail in a minute. We have sort of this friction where we've started this as an emergency response, and we've been deploying the system as an emergency piece of infrastructure. As we get further into it and understand now this is more of a marathon than a 1 mile race, that we have, as we get into these pivot moments, sometimes the incentives and the financial things aren't necessarily in alignment. So we have to figure out new ways to make sure the money can keep flowing, basically putting the train in front of the track. And obviously a key part of that, since so much of our economy has been affected by this, is the federal money that has to come in to alleviate some of these pressures, because the just relying on sort of the natural dynamic, the market forces, if you will, to sort themselves out isn't sufficient, because you have, for instance, just this expectation and a requirement that schools provide more services and are going to need to provide more services. At the same time, we have the significant deficit that helps pay for those services. So there's a mismatch in many cases between the requirements of the provisioning of services and the funding of the services. So I think, the good news is now, once again, we have a bit of a time, I wouldn't say more than maybe 4 weeks, to really plan for the fall. I think that's everyone's thinking nationally. We've given ourselves, congratulations, due to our approach in Vermont, but elsewhere in the country, we've given ourselves a little bit of breathing room to plan. The emergency's not over. we have to continue to plan, pretty aggressively for making the fall a success. And, that's going to include probably more dynamism than what I mean, I guess, by that is it was far simpler to shut the system off than it is to turn it back on, and especially to turn it back on in a piecemeal basis, and understanding that there might be parts of the system coming on and off throughout this sort of next period and into the winter. So, all those, as I think you mentioned before, embracing this idea of flexibility or ambiguity, knowing where our touchstone points are, which are the public health data, and, our surveillance capacity there is improving, meaning we have better testing, we have better abilities to intervene and so forth. So we feel pretty good about that. But that whole idea of having ambiguity or flexibility is not necessarily what the education system was designed for. So to say the least, right? So it's going to be, I think we'll come out of this, thinking differently about change management, if nothing else.
Yeah. Yes, managing in an atmosphere of uncertainty.
Yeah,
that's the test of a good manager.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I ask a question, John?
Of course.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure how to, there's not like a raise your hand feature. So Dan, I am just wondering, I'm recalling that the board handed over the ability to waive days, and I'm wondering what you're seeing statewide. Locally, we are hoping to, waive a day so that we can have our educators working together for a full week before they're done with their contract. So I just didn't know if you're seeing much of that statewide, and if there is any uniformity in how days or snow days or otherwise are being considered.
Yes. Yeah, I should have included that as an item just to report back on you. I think that flexibility and that waiver giving me that authority was very useful to you and also to me and for the school system. In that guidance that was listed on the 8th, I basically did a mass waiver, if you will, for some of the days that were affected, were sort of up for negotiation. No one was really expecting those not to be waived. But then the issue of end of the year, we've been dealing on a case-by-case basis, and I see a very consistent pattern there where we are approving people ability to, the guidance was to conform to their established regional calendars, but they have some flexibility within that. So to ensure that they're conforming with my guidance about conforming to their regional calendars, we are letting them maneuver within there. The most common maneuver is to swap snow days for professional development days and so forth. So we're approving those pretty much right across the board. And I want to say almost probably 2/3 of districts have received waivers along those lines at this point, 2/3 of SUs.
Thank you. I think that's probably awfully helpful to districts in trying to understand from educators what's worked, what's not, and as you speak about the pivot, capturing that, thinking together about best ways to approach whatever it is that comes down later. I think everybody's going to need a break. And our educators have been standing on their heads as well as our administrators. So I think they're going to welcome the opportunity to spend some time together and maybe spend some very concentrated time on what they've learned about the equity challenges and what they want to focus on to address that going forward. So I appreciate you doing that, because waiting for us to have a monthly meeting would not be efficient or helpful. So thanks for taking that.
So Dan, talk to us about money.
Yeah, so, and this is an important element of this. I mean, and I would say that became an increasingly important element somewhere around the first week of May. A lot of what we were doing is just emergency management and sort of planning for tomorrow kind of issue. And then the broader pattern, as we knew, would emerge. I mean, in particular, as Congress started working on the CARES Act. So just real quick summary, I'm happy to go into more detail. There's education-specific CARES Act funding. There's 2 pots there that I'm much more involved in than you'll hear about the larger pot of money, the CRF, which is $1.2 billion that came to the state. The education pots of money, there's two pots of money. One is called ESSER, which is the Elementary Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. That's approximately $30 million. And these are the funds that 90% of which have to go to LEAs. And the second pot of money is smaller. It's a $4.4 million pot of money, what's called the Governor's Emergency Educational Relief Fund. And both of these have been approved for our state. So the SEA level, the agency's role in that, we submitted the paperwork to the U.S. Department of Education, and we've been green lighted essentially to handle those funds. The Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund is not something that's administered, however, by the agency. That's administered by the Executive Office of the Governor. The governor's indicated he's going to work closely with the legislature on how those funds are utilized. And then the ESSER funds, the Elementary Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, these are the 90% of which goes to school districts, approximately $30 million. We were poised to turn on that application for school districts and then stopped in that. We had for two reasons. One, there was some guidance from the U.S. Department of Education that gave everyone national pause, so to speak, about how the funds should be allocated to private schools. There seemed to be an inconsistency or a new interpretation of what has been sort of a long-standing approach under Title I of how to do that calculation. So there was pretty much a broad consensus appeal nationally to the U.S. Department of Education to provide greater clarity, if not change their mind on that. They have not done that. So we were sort of in a holding pattern. I expected that holding pattern to be about a week, not longer. And this is going back probably 2 weeks now. But then subsequently, working with the legislature, as you know, we have a significant deficit in the education fund. The legislature, working with the money committees in particular, they more or less were asking me to hold on releasing these funds to school districts so that they might be available in the same fiscal year that we're going to address the deficit in the ed fund, meaning fiscal year 21, which starts after July 1. So right now, the funds, those funds have not been, the application for those funds has not been turned on. The local districts haven't been able to pull down those funds yet. And the use of those funds is now caught up in a larger concern about state funding for education and what's available to how the federal funds can essentially be used to their maximum effect to help the overall cost of education, including addressing the shortfall in the education fund. So, and that path forward is not clear to me yet. I think I'm sure you've read about some of the political give and take on that. We were in a week ago, I believe, and seems like longer than that now. I think it was perhaps last week, we went in and talked about putting the idea of cost containment or spending on the table when a large part of the conversation to date had been largely around the revenues and using the federal fund and so forth. So those conversations are ongoing. I'm not sure how that will play out. But that's sort of the update on the federal money. And districts, of course, are concerned with how to proceed with, provision of services in the summer and so forth. As we, for instance, feeding students, we've obtained waivers. We've been very aggressive on pursuing those waivers to get the appropriate regulatory construct in order to provide meals when schools aren't open. But then the question remains is, will we have adequate funding to continue to do that? And just the wear and tear on operating those systems round the clock, essentially, when they're used to having some breathing time and recovery time built into them. So the funding is increasingly going to be a challenging piece of this conversation. There's certainly, I think, hope that Congress will appropriate additional funds. We have what's called the HEROES Act, which is being contemplated now. But I think, the issue, what I'm seeing from pretty much all states is they're asking for greater flexibility on how to use the funding that's been provided, in particular, how to make up for lost revenues. And, the issue of just sort of quantifying the magnitude in our system around the ed fund, we're looking at about a $167 million hole. And,
that's just based on the assumptions that we know, and then you factor in, that we'll see high unemployment rates and the ability of people to pay their property taxes and so forth. Those assumptions we can assume are going to increase the magnitude of the problem. So we'll have to figure stuff out pretty quickly, I think, and the legislature is grappling with these very challenging decisions. I think the approach has been, as we're seeing inside of state government, is to break it down into smaller parts. So I think what I'm hearing now is the legislature will basically adjourn on a temporary basis and pass a preliminary budget for like the first quarter of the fiscal year, and then come back in August and hopefully with new information, new federal guidance, be able to address the rest of the budget and the rest of the fiscal year. So the financial piece has really become a key part of my work, as much as, I would say it's probably, I would say 70% of my focus now is on planning for the fall. But I think right behind that is emphasis on how to address the financial aspects, because that's really what's going to enable us to provision the services as we go forward. Why don't I pause there?
Any questions for Dan on that? Dan, I have a question. Perhaps I should know the answer. Is there any conversation in Montpelier about deficit spending?
Yeah, literally everything's on the table. So I think they're very early on in the process. It was sort of put out as a rhetorical question: can the education fund run a deficit? And it's not clear, I think, to what extent it can do that. But certainly it's been contemplated, I think, that there will be borrowing going on to a certain extent. Just so the mechanics of how education funding works at the local level, local municipalities are required to make payments to school districts on a certain time frame, and if they don't have the revenue to do that, they're required to borrow, essentially. Oftentimes, in my experience, school districts work with their local municipalities to work out cash flow issues. But that also, school boards can do short-term borrowing. That's usually an annual authorization, a routine authorization that boards obtain from their electorate on their annual meetings. So municipalities could do short-term borrowing, school districts can borrowing, and then, of course, the issue of whether the state should be doing borrowing for everyone to resolve that. So I think, all those issues are on the table. Pretty much every solution's been evaluated. Certainly part of the dynamic, I think, in the last 10 days has been to really nail down as best we could how the federal money could or could not be used. And part of the challenge there, as we've been talking about, I'll call it, for lack of a better term, the clawback approach, where the legislature might short ed fund payments to districts in exchange for districts being able to use the federal revenue. The challenge with some of that dynamic is that the ESSER funds have different uses, generally more flexible uses than the CRF funds, and they also have two different timelines. So ESSER funds that the districts, once again, that's $30 million pot of money that they can use for 90% of the money comes out locally. Those can be used and encumbered through September of 21, so a whole another year, where the CRF has to be spent by this December. So when we start thinking about, okay, if we use this pot of money this way in order to offset the other pot of money, back to this idea of student supports and the fact that we really don't know what's around that corner in terms of provisioning those services, to put us into a funding mode that relied on the CRF funds, which expire in December, would be really exposing, I think, to some cost liability, because we don't really know what the cost of those services are going to be yet. So I think, it's easier now than it was a week or so ago, because these things all these conversations sort of led to dead ends, if you will. And once again, you start to see the gap emerging between the requirements to meet need and provision services with the limitations on the funding context. So there's obviously a need, I think, if there is a case for governmental involvement, when these sort of gaps emerge in society in these kinds of crises. So I fully expect, and no doubt we'll see Congress intervene more into that space, because I don't see how we'd figure it out otherwise.
Is it not likely also, for example, that Congress might extend the CRF spend deadline? I can imagine every state will encounter the same problem.
Yeah, I think, certainly deadlines is part of it. I mean, you could imagine, to Congress's credit, when they wanted to get this money out the door as quickly as they could, at that moment in time, maybe we thought this whole thing would be over by now. Certainly part of the strategy is to get the economy online again, and to get revenues flowing and so forth. So all those things, are being factored in. But I just see, if once, a lot of that sort of calculation for me is sort of like a two-dimensional. Okay, we can look at the bottom line and try to fill the gap. What I think the piece that's missing is that sort of projection. We don't really understand yet the effect of this emergency on our society. And that's, yes, there's going to be new opportunities there, and we need to let those surface. But there's also going to be places that we're going to have to aggressively intervene to provide societal supports. In the case of schools, for example, that, we just sort of, I would say, take for granted how much stability, or rudder, if you will, on society that schools provide. There's repercussions here that I don't think we've fully articulated, as much as there's opportunity. So these are more editorial comments. I apologize for giving a report. Just some observations.
No.
John, I have a couple of questions if there aren't others. Dan, thinking about the 90%, I understand that the agencies are allowed to take up to 10%. Is that the decision that's already been made for Vermont? I know some states, the agencies aren't taking anything, it's all going back, but it can't be more than 10%. So I just didn't know if that decision's been made, or how those resources are going to support sort of the COVID challenge.
Yeah, it's a great question. I'm unaware of it. I'm not aware of any state that hasn't reserved some portion of that. I've been asked by the legislature. It's not clear to me how those decisions get made, so we're trying to collaborate as clearly as possible with people. When I've been asked what my intention would be, I've declared that my intention is to reserve the maximum at the state level and to focus the bulk of those funds on the student support system statewide. So that might, for example, result in a grant to a region saying, okay, come up with a new pattern of how to provision mental health services and that kind of thing. It's not necessarily money I would keep at the state level, but it's money I would use statewide to provision things as opposed to district by district. But it's not clear to me how the decision making will finally be made on that. We're just more or less, expressing our interest in working with policymakers on these decisions, because I think all the possible revenue sources need to be on the table. But the other thing why I'm pretty confident no SEA in the country has not taken some share of this, because we too have incurred costs as a result of the emergency. So we have stood up systems and so forth, particularly around communications, that have been essential for us to navigate the response.
One other question. I recall that the last of probably the state's funding for FY20 has been paid out to school districts, right? So the districts have the resources that they would have to round out this year, and may know where they stand with respect to their expenses, and if their fund balances could be used. Normally it's 2 years out that you get to use it, but perhaps being able to use that to support taxpayers basically in a shorter timeline than we would have ordinarily. Not that FY22 is likely to be any easier, but that strikes me as something. I don't know if you know whether or not districts are finding themselves more in the red or the green after a year where some of our expenses have certainly been more and some would be less, in that we've not been transporting kids, for instance.
Right. I think, to your question about fiscal year 20, the Ed Fund payment goes out in April. So that's, back when we were in the earlier phases of starting to, I won't say admire, but to get our arms around the magnitude of the financial situation. The original sort of approach was to say, to what extent do we have a fiscal year 20 problem, or to what extent do we have a fiscal year 21 problem? And, it's fair to say a fiscal year 21 problem is also a fiscal year 22 problem, and probably a fiscal year 23 and 24 problem. But I think with increasing confidence, particularly as we had revised revenue projections come in, we started to understand that fiscal year 20 is okay. That from the state level anyway, that as the legislature gets closer to deciding on establishing a yield value, for example, I think they feel increasingly confident that fiscal year 20 from the state level is fine. But the question we often get is, where's ed spending? Where's ed spending? How are districts doing right now? And I think to your observation, it's right on. Every time we've asked, we get sort of this mixed bag. You could envision districts, seeing new costs relative to feeding students. On the other hand, that could be offset by, reduction in transportation costs. And so there's kind of that dynamic going on. So it's hard to predict how people will end the fiscal year. But I think the focus of a lot of the deliberations now are on fiscal year 21 in particular, because there's no obvious solution in sight relative to the shortfall in spending or revenues at the state level. And the spending trajectory that was essentially locked in March at town meetings, other than for those 19 districts that don't have budgets. But those spending trajectories were locked in based on a pre-COVID-19 context, So this is all going to have to be reconciled at some point, and no doubt federal money is going to be part of the solution on the table.
I promise I just have one more observation. Okay. The skinny budget idea, or that the legislators are looking at just doing their first quarter, I know as well as anybody, we are not going to have a skinny number of kids, and we are not going to have a skinny number of needs, and we are not going to be able to have a skinny staff no matter who shows up at our door, because we're all in our contract years or will be. And so I would just hope that we can help share a perspective that it is truly very different for education than perhaps other agencies who consider their budget in a skinny or quarterly basis. We just don't have that capacity. We have contracts and obligations and students and families that are ours for the year. So
it's just the mechanics of it. I just make two observations there. You were asking for a response, but I'll offer. One is, this is an unusual year in that we have a large number of contracts that are open. Many districts settled short agreements as a result of health insurance being negotiated at the state level. So it's a very unusual spring that we have a large number of contracts that were still open through the end of April anyway. And secondly, we also know, in my experience with cash flow in districts, that we really don't see a big impact on our cash flow until school opens and we start to make those first payroll obligations. So the summer is sort of a down month, if you will, or down season. So there's some opportunities that are being looked at, but I think it's just everything needs to be on the table. I know that's a trite phrase to a certain extent, but and I think to their credit, the legislators, as much as they weren't necessarily interested in that concept specifically, acknowledge that they have a very complex and difficult series of decisions to make. As it is, I think it's fair to say that we're not dealing with an immediate, just one-time problem. This is going to be a longer sort of trajectory, and a big part of that is, as much as you said, you take care of families. Well, many of those families don't have jobs. Many of those families won't be able to pay their taxes. And at the same time, they're going to require more support services from society, including schools. So it's how we square that is going to be the challenge before every state, I guess.
Yeah, and I think the outstanding master agreements, I think it's something like 85% of districts are not settled. I think it's more that we're past the opportunity to riff, and we probably all have done what they could in that regard, or most anyway, in anticipation, but also not knowing the needs of our students going into the fall, that we just are past the ability to really change the number of people we're employing, frankly.
Well, just to offer a different perspective, these are extraordinary times, and it seems to me that there's pain felt in all sectors of our economy. And we need to remember that K-12 education is about 16% of our economy, something like that. It's a huge employer. Something like 1 out of 5, 1 out of 6 of all Vermonters are involved in education, K-12 education. So from another perspective, it would seem to me that the K-12 institution of education needs to be prepared to live on a tighter budget. More easily said than done, but a different perspective than Kim's. You know, if as Chair Janet Ansell has said, raising property taxes is off limits, I think that's makes good sense. Deficit funding is certainly available to us as a resource, but flat spending or even diminished or throttled spending, I concur with you folks that it ought to be on the table. It doesn't sound like things went very well when Secretary Gresham made his presentation to Ways and Means last week, but that was a first conversation. Granted, schools suffer from annual increases in health care costs that they can do nothing about. But it seems like these extraordinary times, I, at least for one, would be supportive of putting some downward pressure on what we spend on education. After all, we spend more per student than all but 2 or 3 other states in the country. So it seems like it would feel to me appropriate that our institution of education ought to bear some of this pain. But that's just another point of view.
Scott?
Yeah.
On the point of view, the other question is, we know that, take early education, for example. For every dollar we invest in early education, we save society $7 later, by the time they're adults. And I think a lot of it is not arguing to be as, well, we need to be frugal, there's no question about that. But make the argument that you pay me now or pay me later. And I think we probably need to stand with that to a certain degree, not stupidly so, but just to a degree. And as you say, that's a point of view.
John?
Yes.
It's all over here. So one thing I just want us all to be mindful of is, you know, we clearly have a short-term financial challenge, and there are many ways, as you pointed out, to go about resolving that challenge. But I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that we actually do, I feel pretty strongly that Vermont has a real opportunity ahead of it. And just anecdotally, I'm seeing and hearing from realtors, and I spoke recently with a town manager who's pretty plugged into things. There's a lot of interest by folks in more urban areas, more densely populated areas, to make a permanent move to a place like Vermont, and realtors are definitely getting these inquiries. And you know, we've looked upon our low staff to student ratio as a problem for many years, and it certainly has been an issue worthy of consideration. But in light of this pandemic, I think, and the social distancing norms that are being established, you know, what has traditionally been seen as a challenge may actually present an opportunity in many ways. So we should just, I think, be really cautious about solving our immediate challenge, but not sort of closing the door to a bigger opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Well said.
Other comments? Dan, do you have any more you'd like to fill us in on?
No, I think it's fair to say, I think planning for the fall is the bigger construct, and there's I can share any of those sort of documents with you. Every question that's been raised today is well understood and documented nationally in every state. You know, the nice thing, we're all working together on these issues. To your earlier observations, some are interjecting more political aspects into their decision making than others. I think we've been really fortunate as a state to put the science in the forefront of our decision making, and that will continue to be the basis by which we go forward. But what I'm seeing in the sort of broader pattern of work, there's some general ideas. We all understand there's going to be, it's not return to normal. There's going to be some remote learning. We're going to have to figure out how to keep schools clean and so, all those elements are well known. I think where the challenge now is how to adapt that to the specific Vermont context and to figure out the decision making to implement that sort of local or regional discretion within a larger public health framework that could ensure the safety of all Vermonters. So, we're just going to have to go forward into that, and I think we have the expertise, or at least can tap into the expertise that's necessary to do that. But that's really the focus of the work in front of us right now, and it's going to be an interesting, to say the least, series of coming months as we position the system to do that work.
Dave.
Dan, this is Peter. In regards to remote learning, I know you've mentioned this in the past that it would be most applicable to the secondary level, not the elementary level. Do you have anything more to say about what those opportunities might be coming next fall or beyond?
Yeah, sure. I think there is a role for the state to, develop infrastructure, both from an equity standpoint and for giving people the ability to, develop new approaches and to share them. Back to this idea of sharing things across district boundaries, always sort of a perennial issue in Vermont due to our local control. So there's a series of discrete strategies we're using and system investments that we're making. One is we've made an investment not using COVID funds, but just our state and federal grants to expand access to the Vermont Virtual Learning Cooperative. That's an entity that's been around for about 10 years. This is essentially our virtual high school in Vermont. And they use a learning management system called Canvas, which learning management systems are an essential piece of infrastructure to deliver courses online. So we're basically eliminating barriers for districts to participate in that system. So they'll have access to a learning management system. They also get access to expertise on how to teach online, because one of the functions of VTVLC has been to teach teachers how to teach online. So we have a considerable amount of expertise in that organization to do that. And then lastly, that allows people also to buy courses online offered and developed by other Vermont teachers. So in the case of a small high school that didn't necessarily have a calculus teacher, the calculus course is more readily available. So that whole piece we sort of nailed down early on in our response, and that's really, I think, more appropriate for grades 6 through 12. I use the word course, in learning management systems, the course is the primary paradigm for organizing instruction. So we had to also think about not only how to address the primary grades and elementary aspect, but also how to address the issue where teachers can't necessarily share the new things they're developing. I think, as we say, the necessity is the mother of invention. And as much as we've thrown folks into the deep end of the pool with continuity of learning, we are seeing patterns of good practice emerge, and we want to be able to ensure those can spread more rapidly. So we have made an investment. We're about to announce that probably next week in a system that allows basically teachers to collaborate more readily, more fluidly, and also provides a very lightweight sort of learning management system that's organized around a class as opposed to a course, which is the more typical organization for the primary grades. So we'll be rolling that out next week, I believe. We're starting that. Another piece, this gets to the assessment conversation I started earlier, as you might remember the conversation earlier in the year on metametrics and Lexile and quantile scores. We've finalized that agreement with them. And this will there's a portal of tools that teachers will have for free that allows them, and parents and students as well, that allows them to identify resources that are benchmarked off a specific level, if you will. It also sets the stage for us to do more work statewide on benchmark assessment in addition to our SBAC testing. But this issue of figuring out where to focus remediation on and so forth. We'll be setting the stage to have a statewide framework that's not so subjective, although the subjective reference of teachers is important. This provides a more objective criteria that could be applied across the system. So, those three elements, putting the infrastructure, those pieces of infrastructure in place, and then the sort of last piece is just to provide the capacity of the agency to support, questions that come in by teachers and board members and legislators and so forth. So trying to wrap around a complete support ecosystem and an FAQ sort of knowledge-based, frequently asked questions, knowledge-based around that is sort of where we're going from an infrastructure standpoint.
Great, thank you.
Board, thank you, Dan. We're going to come back to Dan in a pretty short time. I just wanted to see, we're now at item I, and this meeting has given you a taste of the opportunity to start to grapple with some of the big picture stuff that's keeping Dan awake and occupying, I'm sure, 60 hours of his week. I wanted to see if the board has any instinct or vision about how its own work in the next through the summer might be engaged with issues of this sort. They're scheduled to have a meeting in June. We're scheduled not to have a meeting in July. And then we're scheduled to have a meeting in August, followed by the usual September meeting plus the so-called retreat in September. So that's the current landscape of meetings planned. Although we're free to add or remove meetings as we collectively see fit. Somebody who's keyboarding, you might like to mute. So the question gets to be, do you foresee the board in June or in August convening anything a little bit different than its usual meeting, in which we attempt to create a forum for a broader public understanding and our own understanding of the issues, maybe a little bit like what we did today with the conversation with the stakeholders, and again, just now with Dan. Is there any utility in that, and what, if anything, would come of it?
It's Kim. So I wonder if June would be too soon to have the broader perspective. And I have a sense that if we were to get to a place where we were able to actually either partially be meeting in person or give people space to have a rear view mirror look at where we are, we might have more valuable feedback. I'm also wondering if there are close out the school year issues that might need our attention in June. So I could certainly imagine it to be helpful to be convening conversations. I just am not sure that we would necessarily know what those would be just yet. And I would want us to be able to do so when it's most beneficial for as many people as possible, and gives us the feedback that people might be looking for.
Thank you, Kim. Other thoughts?
Yeah, this is Jenna. I just would echo what Kim was saying, and I think if the other organizations, if Jay and Jeff, if they're looking for public comment in terms of what's going to help guide their organizations moving forward, like I think we could be and offer a pretty good platform for that to happen. But I don't know if they'd be ready for June. I don't think they want to kind of debrief what everyone has just experienced. I think it's moving forward if they're looking for input to help lifts, heavy lifts in September, what that looks like, or even August planning. So June might be okay, or they might need more time. So I don't know if July might be the time to say, okay, well, this is what we're planning for. This is where public comment could be really helpful. I feel like they're doing the work, right? Like those are the organizations, the principal, superintendent. Like if that's valuable for them, I think this would be a good forum.
Yeah. I mean, we could either add a meeting in July, or we could substitute a meeting in July for a meeting in June or August. We have all kinds of flexibility. I'm not quite clear, though. I mean, as much as I would like to see the board convene and serve the educational community as a place for bringing ideas into focus, I'm not quite clear whether how to do that in this virtual type meeting. I mean, it's one thing if you say, all right, we're coming to Bennington and we want to hear what you have to say. And people will come out and give us their thoughts. We've had fairly good phone participation in the past, but this isn't exactly a magnetic situation that just draws people to it. So I'm not sure how to make this work. I'd like to make it work, but I don't want it to be a force fit. I mean, Jenna's idea that somehow we could serve the stakeholders, but frankly, Sue pays real close attention to her stakeholders, which is all the state school boards and so on. I don't know. Do you think we can make something available to Jay that's not available to him already from his membership? Question.
I think we probably would not be helping the principals as much, except for a rallying kind of role. But what if we turned that around and started putting a message out there, getting some independent experts who are not biased in one ideology or another, and just talking about what the needs are and trying to raise the level of awareness. I'm thinking out loud here.
Do we as a board know where we're headed in that direction?
Well, it would be to do that.
With regard to what, Peter?
Well, in terms of what our priorities may be or where we want to go with this, it's fairly wide open right now in terms of reacting to this pandemic and everything else. I'm just not quite sure, where we're going to actually, what we're going to actually do. Anyway, whether John, you canvass us or whatever, it'd be nice to know where we want our priorities perhaps to be.
Agreed. And it always gets down to, so what is the role and authority of the state board? And, frankly, its authorities are very limited. And I think most of us sense that if we're able to be helpful, it's probably in the form of provoking conversations or helping to crystallize consensus. I think our first effort with proficiency-based learning was instructive, certainly for us, but then it turned out that the General Assembly had no appetite for dealing with strengthening or reforming or improving or promoting proficiency-based learning in any direction. They had other fish to fry. So we sort of did what we can do there. We could do more perhaps, but so yeah, your question, I guess, Peter, is so what do we do with what we learn?
Right.
Agreed.
We heard some pretty compelling testimony today from the four agencies or 4 groups earlier.
Yeah. one of my reasons for doing that was to hope that the media might see this as an opportunity to hear from people like Jay Fannin exactly how they think this is all working out. And that seems to me the testimony we heard from each of them was arresting and important. And so if that gets shared by way of the media, that will be a valuable contribution, I think. To Bill's thought about spending an afternoon hearing from just sort of independent education thinkers, I can see some virtue in that. I've been approached, and perhaps some of you have as well, by Vermonters and others who have some experience and some expertise and, of course, opinions about how we might use this whole experience as kind of an inflection point to redirect education. That is, to rely more upon so-called distance learning. For example, the Vermont Virtual Learning Center is potentially an enormously valuable resource, providing academic courses that small schools simply cannot make available, but which are taught by Vermont teachers. So it gets to be, would there be a virtue in convening kind of a blue sky discussion? Not so much about the particulars of what's going to happen in September, but what new destination might we have to be moving toward in the next several years as we emerge from the depths of this crisis? Is that something the board would have an interest in convening and trying to, as we did with PBL, what are the lessons to be learned?
I'd go for that.
I think it needs to be structured very well.
And what would that look like, Bill?
Basically, it would be, I'm thinking of several segments of not too long each, 30 or 40 minutes to keep people's attention spans.
Right.
And talk about the pros and cons of virtual learning. Because there are cons. We've heard that there's been some good things happen. I think it's been miraculous in some regards. But then there's also some failures in the thing. And just to inform the public on the policy issues in a balanced way, I think would be a help.
Yeah.
I wonder, too, if we want to thematically try and frame it around equity, some of what's been revealed and areas to not lose focus on as we pivot and turn towards what happens into the future. They identified, equity with respect to digital access and, support in homes and outside of schools and in schools. That being a focus of what has really revealed itself, not in a way that we didn't know existed before, but is certainly amplifying the issue. So I don't know if we want to try and take that on. That was something I think that Jeff Fannin mentioned specifically.
I think that's a great point, Kim. That the model that we left behind, we always knew we were doing a lot to mitigate sort of structural inequities in homes. We know it more now that those services are not directly available to children. And absolutely, to any extent that we might extend and make better some of the tools that we've found work pretty well for some of the kids, better than we thought for some of the kids, really, as you and Jay and others have said, have exaggerated and made greater the difference between the haves and the have-nots, the ordinary student and the student with disadvantages. And surely, one of the best possible strategies to improve any activity or organization is to improve the bottom part, the part that's not doing so well. That lifts the boats, all the boats. And any organization that wants to get better needs to go at its weaknesses, not at its strengths. And our weaknesses are in serving children from unusual and challenging circumstances. That's where we're nowhere near as good as we want to be and as they deserve. So I must say I like the idea of equity, because that, frankly, is where we're failing. And by the way, so is every other state, I'm sure. I'm not trying to pick on Vermont by any means. In fact, by many measures, we do better about that than many states. But still, we're nowhere near as good as we want to be. And if we were to listen to some of these visionaries, that would be very interesting. But I think all of us would want to say, yeah, but how's that going to work out to enhance equity, not aggravate inequity?
Hi, this is Kathy.
Yeah.
I joined late.
Hi, Kathy.
So
Welcome.
To everyone. I came in Secretary French was closing out his last half hour.
Good.
So I apologize for missing some of the conversations from the people that gave testimony, as well as
Sure.
all of you. I will say I like the idea of the equity being the pivot point to start the conversation. As long as we have maybe a little bit broader scope beyond just the obvious of those individuals, those kids that, being able to work online, whether they don't have internet or whatever else they need, to just the inequity that we get through virtual learning for those learning styles that aren't conducive with it. I have a 12-year-old granddaughter and a 15-year-old granddaughter, and they're both at South Burlington. The success rate each of those the kids are having is much different. That has nothing to do, obviously they're in the same household. It's an inequity in the ability for one of them to be successful in this versus the other one that needs to be in the classroom, needs to be supported by their fellow students, needs, that type of thing.
Sure, student learning. Yep.
So I think it's important that someplace in that lineup there is the inequity that exists because of the learning style, possibly.
Let me just toss this back a little bit. Kim, you were the one who did the work of writing up and sort of synthesizing what we did with the proficiency-based learning. Presumably, we would want to produce something that would come out of a conversation like this. What's your sense about what it would take to do that?
I think trying to write that was difficult, not knowing what we were sort of looking for as we were going in. And I think conversations are richer if you're not predetermining what you're looking for necessarily. But I think if we had goals of what we were trying to report out, we could try and frame the discussion in a way that lends itself to hearing what's being said. So we are trying to get the outcome, feedback for the outcome that we're looking for, not the content being predetermined, but rather the framing of it would have been helpful in writing if we had sort of had that going in. I think it was absolutely invaluable to have the notes that Chelsea and
Yeah.
Mike, I think, took for us. That was invaluable. And I think in this format, if we are working in this format that's virtual, I would say there's a limitation to the amount of time people have capacity for this. So that these conversations, I think it probably Bill, I think said, maybe there are several 45-minute conversations or smaller chunks. Maybe we look at it from a digital equity lens and we think about what those broader things are we're hearing from the field. Equity in the context of what? We heard 3 different areas, I think, and invite those topics in small pieces over the course of a few different meetings, maybe. I think I would look for... Oh, go ahead, Kathy.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I got a feedback here. I wonder if we looked at took the approach of several little conversations, and that we twist the equity piece for what a child needs, what a child's needs are. So when you're talking about equity, a child's number one need when you're talking virtual learning, of course, is the technology piece of it, right? But what are the other needs that a student has, I should say, a student has towards being successful in the virtual classroom? So there's the really big technology need, right? There is the support that is needed by the family, just the environment that the student is in, and the more attention to detail that the parents are having to take. Then there's the social aspect. Maybe those by separating them, it would spur interest by people that have experienced one of those things as a parent or as a student, where they feel there's inequity because they don't have the ability to converse and be with their classmates that support them, or maybe it's the inequity of the technology, whatever. But I'm wondering if we approached it that way, it would trigger people that have had that experience with a student as a parent or a teacher or some other way, that it would spur a conversation or a thought.
Yeah. I think between the two of you are getting onto something here, and it's starting to get enough granularity, I think, that we could actually arrive at some, if not recommendations, at least some insights about what to look for as any new paradigm for education emerges from all of this. I mean, as you're speaking, I'm hearing about technology, yes. I guess the other one is sort of the setting within which the learning happens.
Right. Yep.
We sort of have discovered from all of this that the setting of school really, really is vital for some kids. Whereas for other kids, the setting can be at home, could be at their mom's office. It probably could be any number of places. Right. And for some kids, the social setting and having classmates and all that and is important. And for other kids, it does not matter. And so it would be I think it could be quite wonderful to sort of parse out, if you will, what are the elements that contribute to success for children in different kinds of kids, so that we are putting children, making available to children the whole package of learning, the environment and setting of learning that works for them. And that we understand that and we think about that, and that is so that in some cases, virtual learning remotely would be just fine for some kids, for some courses, and would really be anathema for other kids, and that we need to sort of codify that a little bit if we could. Not that we know that much, but people, perhaps we could ask educators to help us think that through.
I think we know that, and the 3 of you have just triggered some ideas, and one of them I'd call the 7 deadly sins, which is the way that we institutionally end up causing inequities or contributing to inequities, but we just don't address them. But they would break into segments pretty easily, like early education. It's not equally distributed. Tracking keeps kids apart. Teachers who are being assigned, the higher track students get the better teachers. Sorry to say it, but that's the truth. And it goes on, and it would be easy to put together at least an outline of what some of those things are if we wanted to use that kind of structured, coherent, concrete approach.
All right, this is.
Can I just add one thing to this
Please.
discussion? I think it kind of extends it a little bit beyond our scope, but just kind of when we talk about equity as a board, it's really place-based. We're really talking about what equity looks like in the classroom in our schools, and we're extending that construct and that working kind of definition or understanding of equity into other people's homes now. And I think we can come up with some best practices to recommend to schools when trying to reach their students. And we can certainly recommend some guidelines, but they're really looking at now, parenting, right? Like, what does parenting look like in everybody's homes? And where there's some judgment around what equity means in or access, what that means or what that value is for families, because I think there's lots of also children who can be engaged, whose families are really opting out of this whole practice altogether, and they're well-educated families who would rather not have their children in front of computers that are saying, go play, go read a book. And so it's kind of this broader scope of equity, access, and kind of a belief system of what a kids need to be successful. And I just think it's a really interesting and dynamic conversation to consider.
Thank you, Jenna. I think that several of you have had some very important thoughts. How would you be willing, each of you, to just put pen to paper, as they say, fingers to keyboards, and just jot down your thoughts about many of which you've expressed, and wherever those thoughts take you, and send them to all of us. Let's maybe have a sort of an open conversation among us and see if from that there emerges sort of a way to begin to try to grapple with this. Ideally, we would take a stab at it in our June meeting. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I think if each of you would be willing in the next week, while you're thinking, is even better yet, in the next 48 hours while you're still thinking about it, is just jot down. It doesn't matter how you write it. It doesn't have to be well composed. Can be a bulleted list. I mean, you mentioned 7 deadly sins, Bill. Let's have them. And you've each, so do you know what I'm asking? It's sort of amorphous, but I think the only way we can move this forward is if we each sort of put out our thoughts and then look at each other's thoughts. And one among us will begin to be able to maybe consolidate it into at least a first attempt with some ideas about who would we want to hear from. Experienced teachers would be really interesting to listen to on this topic. I mean, people who really have a lot of experience with kids and know what happens in homes and about the different learning styles and all of that. I mean, the first kind of person I'd want to hear from is some parents and some parents of different persuasions, as well as educators, and maybe some kids.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, John. And you're right. I know I'm going to have to do it in the next 48 hours, or it's going to be, the excitement of the conversation is gone. But,
yeah, we're all that way.
Yeah.
So give it a go if you don't mind. And then we'll share that and we'll see what emerges from it. All right. We've Dan, I'm very sorry. You can see what's happened. If you've left us, you have good excuse.
No, I'm here. That's fine. No problem.
You have many good things to be doing at the time. I hate to not make good use of it, but it looks like we cannot get to policy coherence, except we've been doing a lot of attempts at policy coherence for the last 6 hours. We should take a break, I think, to give people a chance to stretch, because at 4 o'clock sharp, we start with our public hearing. Dan, but before we go, do you have any comments or thoughts about what you've just heard us talking?
No, I think to Oliver's earlier observation, I mean, we hear often people nationally as well making the observation there's opportunity here. I think you've referred to this in sort of the context of history. You know, this is a significant event, and there will be, you know, institutions in our society and our relationships and how we've provisioned services that have had this sort of trajectory from another era are up for renegotiation to a certain extent. So we should be open to that as much as possible. I think, you know, just since Dr. Mathis sparked my reminder to reference back to my Designing the Future document earlier in his email, is precisely that issue, I think, for me, about thinking what are the essential design elements of the system that are non-negotiable, that we need to ensure are preserved and enacted. But the observation would be that the structures that have historically been created to enact those values are probably the things that are going to be adapting, not so much our values, but our structures. And in particular, those structures that historically have been tied to assumptions on technology of another era or communication technology from another era, we need to be open to the idea that you know, the technology we have today, as imperfect as it is, can enable an expansive curriculum, can enable greater equity, can enable individuals to create in ways that other technologies really limit. So I think, you know, the issue around structure, which is ironically, I think, also where a lot of our costs are as well, that we need to be open to, you know, getting, I think, clear about what our values and purposes are, but then being open to allowing the structures to adapt to meet those. So, you know, historiography is filled with moments like this where societies adapt because of an event. It's not so much continuous with the projection that where we were 6 months ago, but it's a moment of change.
Right.
So.
Thank you, Dan. That's a nice valedictory to what we just have been doing. I must say, I'm impressed by what I've heard among all of you. I think there's been a lot of insight and wisdom today. Now the challenge is knitting it together into a coherent next step for this board. Thank you all. Let's take a break until 4, which is 5 minutes away, by the way. And we'll then open the hearing. And we definitely do have some folks who are planning to speak to us in the hearing. Thank you all.
Do you know how many, John?
I don't know precisely, 3, 4, 5, maybe.
Okay. Somebody had inquired with me about how long they had for testimony, and I said that has varied based on how many people were testifying. So I didn't know if we were providing guidelines on that. It might be something we want to offer.
Yeah, Suzanne will give us an overview at the beginning of the hearing.
Okay.
John?
Yes, ma'am.
I need to jump into my finance committee meeting for my other job, and I will come right back on.
That's fine. It's not necessary that we have a quorum.
Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, thank you, Jenna.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another meeting at 6, but we should be over by then. Thank you.
Okay, Bill, thank you.
Suzanne, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi, it's Jana Osman.
Hi, how are you?
you? Thank you for
I'm
calling
good.
in.
How are you?
I'm doing well. You did a good job being right on time.
I know. Well, I just thought I better call. And so, if you dial the area code, you can't get through. So you just have to dial a number if you're local. So,
Oh, that's good to know. I did not know that. And I'm going to make a note of that for the next time that this happens, because sometimes we have these little weird things happen with Teams. It's supposed to be so easy, and typically it is, but you never think, that it might not work for somebody dialing in locally.
right. Well, it was no problem just to dial it again, but
Yes.
somebody could get flustered if they
Oh,
called
absolutely.
close to the time or something.
So what they've just done is they've just taken a break from the regular state board meeting, and they're going to start right back up in about 4 minutes. So if you wouldn't mind just hanging tight.
Okay,
And
and you're the first to go, right?
yeah, so it sounds like John's going to ask me to go over a couple of things, and then I imagine he will just say your name or I'll say your name, and then you can go. And it looks like, based on another email that I had, it might be you will have 10 minutes. You do not have to use 10 minutes, but you will have 10 minutes.
Okay, is it okay, like, if I read what I wrote?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yes.
Oh, okay, because so is Don, what's the name of the chair? This is like embarrassing.
Oh, no. His name is John Carroll.
Okay. Oh, okay. Did he used to be a special ed coordinator?
I don't believe so, but I'm not quite sure.
Okay. All right. I'll just hang tight till you call me.
Okay, sounds great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going on mute.
Yep.
Okay.
Not quite, no. It's not so much.
Or, I mean,
team.
whatever it is.
Yeah, it's, I think what's, All right, everybody, we'd like to resume our meeting. We're now at agenda item L, a public hearing regarding Rule Series 1300 and 2360. Suzanne, are you able to give us an idea as to our speakers?
Yes, our first speaker is queued and she is ready to go. She is Jana Osman from the Stern Center, and we will cue her momentarily. We had another set of three, a trio of three that wanted to present right after that first public testimony was given, except one of them has had an emergency and they've asked to come back on around 5 or 5:30. So we will have somebody that I'm aware of later on. And then I think I heard that Rachel Seelig from the Disability Law Project may want to speak, but I'm not certain if she is on the line.
I am here. I'm happy to wait till after Dan has gone, though. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So,
so the first one to go would be Jana Osman.
Okay, before you start, Jana, let me just, we received a communication from Nicole Zaghetti, but am I right in thinking that person is not speaking publicly?
That's correct.
Okay, and then the group of three, what are the names there?
Their names are Katie Ballard, Sandra Chittenden, and Jamie Crenshaw, and they will be speaking around 5 or 5:30.
Just a sec. The third name was again, please?
Was Rachel Seelig?
No, Katie Ballard, Sandra Chittenden, and...
Apologies. Jamie Crenshaw.
Thank you. And so they will call in when they're ready to go around 5 or 5:30?
That's what I'm thinking, yes.
Okay, good. Let us then begin to say, but with providing for 15 minutes each for Jana and Rachel. And then we probably will have, if we don't have more conversation there, then we'll have a break and then we'll pick up with Katie, Sandra, and Jamie and work something out with them. So, Jana Osman, if you are prepared to start, we are prepared to listen to you.
Okay, great. My name is Jana Osman, and I currently serve as the Vice President for Advanced Learning at the Stern Center for Language and Learning. I've been at the Stern Center for 10 years, and prior to that, I was the Learning Disabilities Consultant for what was then the Vermont Department of Education. I was the special educator at the Rumney School in Middlesex for 18 years and worked as a practicum coordinator as adjunct faculty at St. Michael's with graduate students getting their master's in special education. And so I began working at the DOE, again, as it was called then, in 2000, when Vermont was in the process of operationalizing the adverse effect condition. As we know, one of the three criteria for determining eligibility. The evaluation and planning team was charged with identifying whether a student did or did not meet the disability condition based on the identifying features within the suspected disability condition, whether or not the student met the criterion for adverse effect based on performance that was one standard deviation from the mean or equivalent on 3 out of 5 different types of measures within a given skill area, and whether the student needed specialized instruction that couldn't be provided within the standard instructional conditions provided within the school. Well, as it happened, I was asked to address the adverse effect condition in the statewide trainings and wrote the guidance provided to educators throughout the state. So, prior to
Ms.
Vermont,
Osmond, can I ask you a question before you go much further?
yeah,
Can you give me some background as to where did the adverse effect concept come from? I mean, our impression from other witnesses in the last several weeks has been that Vermont is somewhat alone these days in dealing with
no,
this.
well, I was going to get into that, but I'll just
Okay.
tell you adverse effect is in the IDEA, and it's been in the IDEA because we've been required to identify for eligibility for special education the disability condition, whether the disability has an adverse effect on learning, and whether the student needs specialized instruction. So what we used to do before Vermont operationalized, adverse effect, what Vermont did that was different was we operationalized it. Prior to that, the IDEA said you must determine whether the disability has an adverse effect. And so generally in our evaluation, because I was an evaluator for 18 years, we would say, yes, the disability has an adverse effect on learning, and if the student needs specialized instruction, the student needs special education and would therefore be found eligible. So Vermont took it and said, let's look at this area and let's operationalize it, because maybe not everybody needs to be in special education if the disability isn't adversely affecting their capacity, ability to learn. So that's what Vermont did, and they did it by having specific criteria that said that the student was performing one standard deviation below the mean on a standardized measure, but you didn't have to necessarily use a standardized measure. You had to look at 3 out of 5, maybe 6 now, different kinds of measures in order to determine if the student was performing among the lowest 15% or equivalent compared to average performing peers in the grade.
I see.
I mean, I'm not even looking at anything because I wrote all of this. And
Yep.
it had an adverse effect on everyone. I had threats on my life. I mean, I'm not kidding. People didn't know what to do with it. And I, in my Pollyanna way, believed that we were really telling the story of a learner. We were looking at multiple measures. It was a broader collaboration than what was in the evaluation. We were looking at evidence of teachers' evaluative information, whether it be criterion referenced or a summative measure. And so I thought, wow, this is great. We get to actually talk to each other as opposed to having an evaluation happen to a teacher, that kind of thing. So that's what happened, was that Vermont operationalized it. And I think we were the only state to do that. At one point, Maine was thinking about it, and they contacted me and said, we're thinking about operationalizing adverse effect. What are you doing in Vermont? Well, so, it seemed obvious at the time that if the student's failure to learn was based on, unless it was based on poor instruction, there would be an adverse effect. So I really thought we were drilling down and building this case study, a student profile, so we could develop the accommodations and supports for acquiring basic skills. But then what happened, it became clear early on that there were students who were identified with a disability who didn't necessarily meet adverse effect, but needed specialized instruction. And so it was apparent that the system was flawed, and it prevented students from accessing their learning because of not meeting adverse effect. They might have partially met adverse effect, but let's say you have a really bright student who is identified as having a disability, has an emotional disturbance that crosses the 3 areas, community, school, and home, and the criterion, there's chronicity and all of those things under the disability conditions, and the student meets that, and they're given a comprehensive evaluation, and on a standardized measure, they have a strong performance. But the student's disability is such, because of their emotional disturbance and their kind of school phobia, the student was unable to work. He was unable to write. He didn't hand in work. He didn't perform in the classroom. And so folks would say to me, well, what can I do for this student? And I would say, no evidence is evidence of adverse effect. The student wasn't submitting anything. There was no classwork. There was no performance on homework. I mean, nothing was happening for the student. And yet the student was denied, you know, meeting the adverse effect conditions because of the evidence that was chosen by the evaluation process. And so there are a lot of stories like this, where students may have strengths. This particular student could keep a journal at home, but in school he can't do it, you know. So the case couldn't be any stronger for this student to access his learning based on need in a skill area as well as his functional performance. And this is really about functional performance. And when adverse effect was operationalized, functional performance was not required to as a consideration until 2004, when the IDEA was reauthorized, and we were asked to focus on present levels of achievement and functional performance on the IEPs. Are you okay?
Yes, we're fine. Let me interrupt you for a moment. To those of you who are listening, and there are about 20 people on this call now.
Oh my gosh.
Please mute your phones or your laptops. We're picking up some background noise from somebody who's listening in, and please mute your call. Thank you.
I'm not going to mute my call, okay?
No, all but you.
Okay, so in 2004, the IDA was reauthorized. I also, by the way, was responsible for launching responsiveness to instruction in Vermont. So in terms of what are those systems of supports available for all learners. So anyway, in 2004, the IDA was reauthorized with a focus on present levels of achievement and functional performance on IEPs. But the evaluation procedures used to measure a child's functional skills, as it was said in the Federal Register, must meet the same procedures described in what has to happen in an evaluation. So there was an imbalance. There should be a parallel structure between what we must do in the IEP and the information we need in the evaluation to reflect in the IEP. In other words, functional assessment, functional skills were not evaluated in the evaluation, just the basic skill areas. So in the case of the writer who can't write because of his emotional disturbance, you know, it's really difficult. So there needs to be a crosswalk between the two, or it really becomes an issue of equity. If a student is denied the protections of special education as a result of functional issues that aren't addressed in the evaluation, or given consideration as a factor that's impeding learning, and the possibility of opportunity for workforce development or higher education. I mean, what do we want our students who struggle with both academic and functional performance? What do we want for our students? And so it really is time to retool, because the retooling will make our special education rules equitable and have a positive impact for Vermont students to realize their hopes and dreams. You know, and so when we're deciding who's eligible for special education and who's eligible for an IEP, we have to consider functional performance and not just academic performance. And so the eligibility rules should be changed to accomplish that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just ask a follow-up question. So
Sure.
is it your recommendation then that not that the adverse effect concept should be eliminated, but that the elements in a youngster's case that are evaluated should include functional considerations as well as academic.
Yes, I do think that we have to comply with the IDEA, which requires that we consider adverse effect. So if we can consider adverse effect without the specific criterion that Vermont applied for identifying that condition, other than showing the evidence, the strong evidence, then, that's really what I would prefer, rather than operationalizing it so that it ends up being discriminatory. I think that we need to be able to report. So we must report adverse effect. That's in the federal guidelines. We must do that. How we do that is the question. I think Vermont is a stringent application that is at times discriminatory.
We've received testimony that more or less comports with what you've said. In fact, at least one witness said that the purpose seemed to be to restrict access to special education services, or that at least had been the effect. Would you say that there's merit to that claim?
Well, I do think that's true, but when you look at this, the whole comprehensive evaluation process, when we come to need, for example, if one school is better resourced than another, then within one school, within the same district, it may be determined that the school has the capacity to provide, has the system of supports available to meet a student's needs, where a less resourced school, who also may not have had the tools that professional development and programs and applications provide, would not be able to do that. So we have injustices throughout this entire evaluation, eligibility, disability determination, and eligibility system. I think that the guidelines around disability are clear. The guidelines around adverse effect are discriminatory, can be discriminatory. The guidelines around need are variable, and there's not a one-to-one. If you are in one school and you move to another that doesn't have that system of supports, you would have to reconsider whether or not that school was able to honor the evaluation that might have identified that the student needed support under Section 504, or whether they needed more explicit support that could only be provided in the IEP.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me ask you to do this, please.
Yeah.
As you know, we're dealing only with the rules, the new rule 1300 and 2360, so if you would be prepared to give us in writing your recommendation of exactly how the present rule, the present proposed rule, should be modified, that would be very helpful to us.
Okay. I mean, you have my testimony for today, but I will definitely develop that further so I can make recommendations for modification.
The more you can give us how your concern translates into changes in the rule, the more helpful your testimony will be.
Okay, great. Okay, I can do that. Yep, thank you for letting me speak today.
You're most welcome. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Osmond.
My pleasure. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Next, we'd like to hear from Ms. Seelig.
Great.
Are you there?
I'm here. Yes, I am.
So let us take 15 minutes, and if you need more or we need more, we'll find it. Thank you.
Terrific. Well, thank you again so much for having me. And my name is Rachel Seelig. My job is to be a staff attorney in the Disability Law Project, but you've already heard in prior public comment from my colleague Marilyn Mahusky about what legal aid's position is on the rules. So I'm going to leave that to the side today. I also serve as the chair of the Vermont State Advisory Panel on Special Education, which was until very recently known as the Vermont State Educational Advisory Council, or the SEEC.
Is that the group that's an adjunct of the Agency of Education?
So I was actually going to give you a little bit of information about what the State Advisory Panel is, because I think we maybe have not spent as much time in front of the board as we should moving forward. So the IDEA, one of the requirements of Part B is that every state needs to have a state advisory panel that is made up of kind of a diverse group of folks who are interested in special education. So there are lots of membership requirements that, we need to have special educators and teachers and folks who are involved in the correction system and folks who are involved in voc rehab and transition out of school into post-secondary education or workforce. We need to have a representative from DCF. And probably most importantly, we need to have at least half of our members be either parents of kids with disabilities or individuals with disabilities themselves. Yes. And unfortunately, for a while, Vermont has not had the makeup on our state advisory panel that we're supposed to have. We are working on that very actively. And we've got a bunch of parents, and you're going to hear from 3 of them later today, it sounds like, who have applied to join our council and are just waiting for their appointment paperwork. So we've kind of been in a transitional period where we've been really trying to be more proactive about making sure we have that parent voice and that individuals with disabilities voice active on our council. But at the moment, a majority of our membership are not parents, and I think that's important for you all to understand. But the IDEA tasks us with certain activities, and one of those activities is providing public comment when rules are being considered that affect students with disabilities. So we are an advisory group to the State Education Agency to answer the question you were actually asking. That's required by federal law.
Well, I just will interject that I think many of us are delighted that there's new blood and energy on this advisory group. And I want to, before you end, I want to ask you to be sure to send me your contact information so that when I am communicating with stakeholder groups, I'm sure to be communicating with you as well.
I would be happy to do that. And I do have some written comments that I will submit to you. I didn't get them out before this meeting today, but I will make sure that you have all my contact information along with those comments.
Thank you.
So our group, again, because we've been going through this transition, we really had, even though the rules have kind of been out there in their pre-comment form through the census-based funding advisory group for a while, this group has really started looking at them and discussing what we want to comment on just since about March of this year. So I'm very happy that the legislature has approved the extension of the public comment period, because what I'm going to be able to present to you today are really on 4 topics that we've really had the chance to discuss thoroughly. And I anticipate coming back to you with additional comments down the line, whether those are in writing or whether you hold more public hearings in the fall.
Great.
So the 4 things that I'm going to talk about today are, first, the definition of special education. This group did write to you back in, I think, October in support of some other work that was being done to try and align the Vermont definition of special education with the federal definition. And I know that has been incorporated into the definition section, and we really support that and are very happy to see that that change was made before the rules were published for public comment. The thing that was of concern in the current definition was that it excluded services that are incorporated into the standard instructional conditions or the educational support system. So it was creating this disincentive to push special education services into the general education setting. And so that language has come out, which is great in the definition section. But that same language shows up in several other rules. And we've tried to identify the other places where that still shows up. And we recommend that it come out in those other places too, to avoid confusion. And we also recommend, because the definition of special education services does show up in a couple different sections, that the same definition show up in each of those sections rather than referring back to one particular section. And that piece is really more to try and make the rules easier to follow. You know, when parents are trying to understand these rules, they're dense, they're hard to follow. If you find definitions in one section, you might not go looking for definitions in another section. And so to make the rules easier to use, we just recommend that definitions, if they show up in multiple sections, be the same across sections. And the written comments that I have identified those places where we've found that.
Very good.
But if we've missed any, we hope that it will change other places as well.
That's very helpful.
So that's the first piece. It really flows then into the second thing that we've talked about pretty significantly, which is we have very specific definitions of what the disability categories are, which is the first gate for eligibility. As you've heard, we have a very significant system for defining whether there's adverse effect shown. I'm not going to talk about adverse effect today, but where we don't have very specific guidance in our rules, and I think Jana referenced this a little bit, is in defining when is there a need for special education. And so what ends up happening is a child is evaluated in one district, and that district has lots of services, and they are found not eligible because their needs can be met through other means, and then they move somewhere else, and then all of a sudden their needs can't be met. Another piece that's a challenge when it comes to need for special education, and this relates to the DMG report that was, one of the big drivers of Act 173. DMG recommends that we ensure that learners who struggle receive all instruction from highly skilled teachers. And one of the things that our council has talked about a fair amount is that sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, and enough that a bunch of people, had identified this as a problem. Once a student is identified as eligible for special education, they get told they can't access some of those non-special education supports like a reading or math specialist. And so our special educators are great, and they tend to be expert in disability areas, but they're not necessarily also the reading expert and the math expert and the writing expert, right? Mm-hmm. And so we want to make sure that the rules are written so that students don't lose access to those non-special education providers just because they do have a disability. That means they also need specialized instruction. And one of the solutions—
additional language that you would propose to achieve that?
We do have some language that we would propose to achieve that. And again, it's in my written comments, but essentially what it says is, students' needs for special education services are to allow them to access and benefit from their educational program. And so they need to be receiving all instruction from highly skilled teachers and continue to be eligible to benefit from supports available through other tiers of a multi-tiered system of support. And so again, that language will be in my written comments so that you have that. So that's the second big chunk. And then the third piece that we've talked about is, concerned that even though Act 173 says, you can't use an MTSS system to delay evaluation, we've seen challenges with that in other states. And so some language around, you can be providing MTSS services and evaluating for eligibility, that we're not going to delay evaluation, we think is really important. So those are the three things that we've really discussed in depth in terms of the special education rules. The fourth thing that we've—
Before you leave the third point. So
I'm sorry? Yeah.
Before you leave that third point about MTSS, is there evidence that that LEAs or schools do use MTSS as a reason to delay evaluation?
So I'm going to take off my SAP hat for a second and put back on my disability law project hat. Yes, I have absolutely seen in my work and, students who have been on an educational support team plan or been receiving other services. And so they're told, we got to try this first. And that's just not what the special education rules say. And that's not what Act 173 intends. If you have a student who is suspected of having a disability and may be in need of specialized educational services, and someone asks for an evaluation or someone's referred for an evaluation, we evaluate, we don't wait. Now you can provide services in the meantime through an MTSS system so that they're not just languishing with no support. But we think it's really important that that child find obligation be just reinforced so that students don't end up still with delayed referral to special education. And again, hopefully a strong MTSS system will mean that we maybe don't suspect as many kids are going to be in need of special education interventions, especially if it provides those services earlier. But some kids will still need that. Yeah.
But did you just say that the existing rule aligns with this requirement? So if that's the case, then the problem is more of practice than of rule.
I think it's a little bit. I think it's a little bit of both at this moment in time. I think that there is a practice piece that some additional professional development and training can help with, and I think if we look at, unfortunately, Texas implemented a system where an MTSS system was frequently used not just to delay but to completely deny evaluations. As we move into the census-based framework and refocus on MTSS, it's just all that more important that our rules are abundantly clear on this issue.
So you have language that would somehow make it abundantly clear.
That's the goal. I hope that's what it would succeed in doing. Yeah.
All right.
So then the last piece that we talked about as a council, and this is actually going to come to you in a second document, is that we do agree that there should be a separate rule series on MTSS. And it doesn't need to be a big, long, hundreds of pages long rule series the way the special education rules are. But we think that there needs to be a rule that lays out what kind of policies and procedures each LEA needs to have in implementing its system. And you will have seen already from Marilyn Mahusky what those 6 elements would be. But I've got those in my written comments as well. And so those are things like identifying when a student needs different tiers of support in a multi-tiered system of support. How do we establish benchmark performances for those students? What is that a district needs to have a mechanism and a time frame for monitoring progress and of communicating to parents when MTSS is needed for a student, giving parents the option to have a meeting to understand what's going on, and sharing progress monitoring with parents. And then also a process that includes identifying, okay, if progress hasn't been made, how do we move to other levels of support for that student? And there is a pretty thick field guide. Guidance is great and helpful to the field, but doesn't have the force of law. And to make sure that these kind of fundamental policies and procedures are in place in every district, we think is important because we've just seen so much variation across districts in terms of what's been implemented so far.
So is it your sense then that by having MTSS rules as separate and distinct, this will kind of reinforce the guidance?
It'll reinforce the guidance, and the reason we think it should be separate and distinct is that MTSS is not a special education system, right, in and of itself. Right. It provides services to kids with and without special education needs. And so to wrap it into the special education rules, we had a lot of members who were very concerned that it would then become viewed as just special education and not really be generalized across general and special education.
I see. So this wouldn't be part of 2360, it would be a standalone or affiliate.
That's the recommendation that we have for you, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Now, is this your number 4? Is this in exact alignment with Marilyn Mahusky's proposal?
Yes.
Okay. And all 4 of these, are they being made, you making these recommendations with which hat on? You may have said, but I need to.
I did, yes. So these are recommendations that are the recommendations through a discussion and voting process of the Vermont State Advisory Panel on Special Education.
Okay, so you're speaking in this case with your state advisory panel hat on.
Correct.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
And that's all I have for you, unless there are more questions from the board that I can answer for you tonight. And as I said, we will be very happy to come back with more recommendations as we continue our discussion.
Board members, any of you wish to ask or Ms. Seelig any questions or make comments?
No, just thank you.
I'm sorry, this is Kathy LaVoy.
Go right ahead.
I don't have any other questions, but I want to thank you. It was this testimony was great. It's difficult for me to believe that it's taken this many years for some of this very concise direction to come. And as John said, I'm very happy to see the new breath of fresh air in your committee. And having had a nephew with some pretty good special needs that experience the fluctuation or the differences, I should say, going from one community to another, I am so happy that some of this may bring some greater definition to what is allowed, what is needed, and how we need to support. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Kim, did you want to say anything more?
No, I too just wanted to say thank you for the testimony. It was helpful to see it framed out that way, or hear it, I'm sorry, framed out that way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
very
you.
helpful. Any other board members wish to comment or inquire? Ms. Seelig, I would just share with you that I think it was at the August 2019 meeting of the state board, a member of the audience commented somewhat in passing that the advisory group was, quote, moribund, unquote. And it sounds like it isn't moribund anymore, which is great.
I would agree with that. I think we've been having some wonderful discussions, and I've enjoyed listening to you all today. One of the things we did to try and encourage participation, and you're doing it by meeting and well into the evening, is we've moved our meetings into the evening.
Oh,
and
nice.
that has really helped make parents available to participate in a meaningful way.
Right,
So.
right, nice. And one final question. Do some of us know your father from state government?
Many of you, I'm sure, are well familiar with my father from state government.
For those of you who
Yes.
don't know,
He
Ms.
runs
Seelig's
the
father
Housing and Conservation Board.
is
His name is
Gus-
Gus Seelig.
Gus Seelig, and he is pretty much an institution in the State House.
Yes.
Very good. I will be in touch with you and with other advocacy groups and the advisory group to just get your guidance about how to make best use of this extended comment period that we now have been conferred on us. Of course, the governor has not signed the bill, but I think there's no reason to expect he will not sign the bill that was passed by House and Senate. So as soon as we have the governor's signature, I'm going to be in touch with all of you to say, okay, so how can the board best be available to you and your stakeholders to make good use of this additional time?
That sounds great. We'd be happy to help.
Thank you so much, Ms. Seelig.
Thank you.
Suzanne,
Yes, John.
so we are complete with that, and it's 4:40. What do we don't know precisely when we'll hear from.
We don't. It says that she says we should be there by 5 or 5:30 at the latest.
Okay, all right. Members of the board, do you have any comments or questions so far? Hearing none, then I would suggest that we all feel free to stand down till 5 minutes of 5, or even 5 o'clock. Yeah, let's stand down till 5. Suzanne, when those folks come on, if they come on at 5 or a little bit before, just ask them to stand by.
I will do that. And John, before we hang up or before we break,
Yeah.
Bill Mathis just texted me that he has a question.
Oh, good. Bill?
But
Bill,
I don't.
We can't hear you.
No.
Perhaps you need to be unmuted, Bill? Can you see if Bill is still on the call?
I can't.
John, I actually have a question. Maybe
Yes.
while we find Bill.
Yes.
It's Kim. And I think it's probably maybe not appropriate for the hearing for us to discuss it as a board, and we don't even have a quorum. But the question that we raised at the end of the other session to consider our responsibility in sort of cleanup in these rules, even to the extent they are not particularly or directly related to the law that we are generating the rule because of. And I just didn't know if we might put that on a future agenda and have sort of a legal opinion or guidance on where we go with that.
Indeed.
Recognizing that there are some areas that seem dated in this particular one. It's my first experience with this, so I don't know if you all have had this situation before, but
yeah, you're absolutely right. That's a question that I think we want to be briefed on. We certainly would give the agency an opportunity to brief us with their legal expertise. I am provisionally making arrangements with the Attorney General's office to provide independent counsel for the board on this topic. And of course, we put Ms. Mahosky on notice that she would be invited to brief on this question. And I'm thinking that we should do so kind of at our convenience, but certainly in the autumn at the latest. There's no point in waiting until the public comment period is all over. Because once the public comment period is all over, we should move as quickly as we can to revising the proposed rules into final rules. And so knowing the boundaries of how far we can excurd into this stuff would be necessary. And so were you thinking also of doing something before the end of the year to address this question?
I was hopeful to understand our role and responsibility in this through that lens, so that we are doing somewhat what you are doing, John, is asking for specific recommendations on language and other areas. This last Rachel shared that some pieces of this appear in multiple places.
Yes.
And should be addressed in those multiple places. So it would be helpful for us to understand what our range of responsibilities are in this, so that we can keep that in mind as we're taking testimony and considering future drafts, I guess is what I would understand the process to be.
Yeah, it's sort of tricky. I did talk with Emily Simmons about this. She gave some advice that was helpful. She sort of said that we probably should approach this public comment period as receiving all public comments that are offered and not foreclose any by saying, well, that's outside our territory. But that we are, Emily's thought was, but when the public comment period is closed, then we are free or even obliged to decide what is kind of admissible testimony and what is beyond our authority to do. So, but there's no harm in addressing this question before we have to make the decisions. In fact, it makes good sense to understand
John,
these
this is
sooner rather
Emily.
than later. Go ahead.
John, this is Emily. I just wanted to let you know that I'm here, and I guess the comment I would add to Kim is that there should be no fear in the board in taking this question on. It sounds really big and intimidating. It's not. If you want to go ahead and put this on even next month's agenda, I would be happy to be available for that conversation. I've already written a very short opinion anticipating that you all would need this. It's not going to be hard or complicated. You can also go outside of me, but I'm definitely prepared to discuss that with the board.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you, Emily.
I'm glad you're there. I hope I characterized fairly your advice to me. I think was given over in an agenda conference one day.
Right. Yeah. I think it would be nice to have that conversation you and I had for the benefit of the full board.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. So, other comments, questions before we take a little break? All right. So let us all be back at 5 o'clock, please, for those of you who can. And if you can't, it's understandable and it's not a problem. We're not obliged to have a quorum for the work that we're doing here. Thank you. See you at 5.
Prepare it and post it. And once I get the link to that, I can shoot it off to you.
Okay, thank you, Suzanne.
Sure.
Okay, we're back. It's 5:01, and we have not, am I correct, Suzanne, in saying that we've not yet heard from Ms. Ballard, Chittenden, and Crenshaw?
We have not.
Okay. Somebody just came back on. And there's a fourth person who may call in separately.
Yes.
Ms. Morse. I think at this time, we're sort of on standby, board members. What I would just suggest you do is mute yourselves and but keep your audio on. And Suzanne, will you just give us a yell?
I will.
Just a loud screech will
okay.
get attention.
I will do that.
Okay, and we'll come scurrying back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Suzanne, can you hear me?
I hear
Hi,
you.
Bill. Yes.
Oh my goodness. Did you get both of those emails?
I received that you had a question, and then I received the email with the questions, and I forwarded those to John.
Oh.
Yeah, just a little bit ago. I imagine you haven't received it yet, or you're not checking your emails.
No, but
I'm having so much fun with technology these days.
Oh dear.
Just go shoot myself and be done with it.
Well, no, don't do that.
Well, I would.
Mm-hmm.
Is this on the subject of distraught in data land, Bill?
Yes.
Oh, that's another conversation we should have sometime, but it's not urgent. But I just picked one that has a Suzanne address label and used that as the carrier.
Okay. Hey, while we're just killing time here, Emily, we're standing by. I see you're on board. We expect some folks to call in, but they haven't yet. So Suzanne will give a loud screech when somebody's on board and ready to talk to us. So anyway, Bill, have you been receiving invitations to meetings that you?
How would I know?
How would you know? You would get an email from Suzanne that would say something like, Suzanne is inviting you to a meeting. And then you click on it, and the meeting would open in your calendar.
Yeah.
And you click accept.
Yeah.
And then the meeting notice, in my experience, and Suzanne, you may have a better way of doing this. My experience is that the meeting notice then disappears from my email, but it is in my calendar.
That's correct.
So it's a little bit hard for people. It was hard for me for a while to realize that I had everything I needed in that meeting notice. There was a list of who was going to be there, who had accepted, who hadn't. And then if you scroll down further, there was any documents that were included. And then you scroll down further and you find the links to this meeting, the team meeting.
Yeah, you're telling me stuff I know, but it just hasn't worked out that way in the last 2 days. It's just been miserable.
Well, do you know?
I'll sort it out with the techie, but Suzanne gets brownie points for being very helpful.
Well, I'm sure she has been, not to mention patient.
Thank you, Bill.
Do you suppose, Suzanne, do you suppose that, are you confident that Bill has accepted these notices?
I am confident, no, not that he's accepted them. I'm confident that he's received the email because it just goes to his vermont.gov unless he's experiencing some issues with, his own personal side of the internet or his computer or something. In terms of Teams, we do have our IT people helping Bill try to figure out why he can't log into Teams anymore, because we did see him at one of the hearings,
right?
But we haven't seen him since. So they've been working with him to try to figure it out.
Is there any way, Suzanne? Is there any way to? Hi, Jenna. We're just killing time. If you want to just stay nearby, but you don't need to be in front of the camera. We're waiting for some people to call in.
Oh, thanks. I was going to just add that I didn't get anything for this meeting unless I am impaired technology-wise as well a little bit, but it didn't come the same way it came for the last meeting. That's all. And then I had to call Kim to say, are we getting anything for this meeting? And she got me into Teams because I didn't even know how to get in here because I don't use this platform at all. But I'm getting better, but I don't know if that makes a difference on your end to have that feedback.
It is helpful. Now, the initial meeting invitation went out on last Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Okay. So it appears some people received it and some people didn't, but I don't know why that would be.
I think it's
Suzanne?
Yes, John?
I noticed on the email that you sent out today.
Yes.
That the Jenna name that you used was not Jenna O'Farrell.
Oh dear.
It was Jenna at rural something or other.
Oh, and I was just going to say, I didn't get anything today.
Oh dear. So that was my error. So I will take 100% of the blame for that.
Well,
I sent it to the wrong email, Jenna. My apologies. I should have sent it to the vermont.gov.
That's okay. I know that world.
I don't. Oh dear. So I think that solves one.
Jenna, I'm sorry, Suzanne, is there any way that I can change my settings so that when I receive the email that has the invitation, the meeting notice and invitation, and I click on it and I accept, that I don't lose the email that carried it.
I think it might be in your deleted items. I don't think it goes away altogether. It goes out of your inbox and it sets in your deleted items until you delete it.
I see. Okay. There's no way you can change your settings on the sending end, because I would think that there must be a setting that says delete after acceptance or not.
Well, I don't know, John. You know, I won't do it now, but I will do some experimentation tomorrow and see if I can figure something out.
Yeah, possibly, because for a lot of us, for me anyway, it's my email that is sort of the repository of all my communications. And it turns out that this communication disappears from email and is available only in my calendar, which is an Apple application. I presume if your Bill is perhaps using Microsoft, he must have a calendar presumably to which the meeting notice goes.
Yeah.
And in which it resides.
Actually, I think I probably got all the stuff from the agency.
All right. Okay.
I think it just has to do with my system.
All right.
Suzanne, this is Peter. My Outlook was not functioning, and then Harry Ruffner helped me get it back on, but now it is just miserably slow. It takes minutes, over 5 minutes to come on, and then I just put it on, and it's still not fully operational. I don't know what's going on with it, but it's very frustrating.
Okay, well, what I can do is I can have Harry give you a call or reach out to you by email, one or the other. I'm not sure what what he's doing, but I'll put in a help desk ticket and ask him to reach out to you to try to rectify the problem you're having.
Yeah, it's just the timing is gruesomely slow, very slow.
That's frustrating.
It is. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Suzanne, what would the three of us here, Bill and Peter and myself, if all else doesn't work out in your career, you could always work in a nursing home.
You're so funny.
And you'll be attending all three of us. Yeah.
John, I appreciate that. I just got a great belly laugh out of your comment, so that's a nice moment.
None of this applies to you, young lady, but it certainly does to Peter, Bill, and I. Yeah, another generation.
You guys are doing great. You are. I'm tracking them. It's a lot. It's a steep learning curve, and lots of new platforms and devices and a lot.
All right, I'm going to mute and stand by for the screen. Yes, Bill, I'm here.
Well, now that we've had this break, I've got the 7 deadly sins. You want to look it over?
Yeah, send it home. Send it along.
Okay. I'm just going to send.
If we had you on video, you could pantomime them for us.
Well, now we're on video. I can do all kinds of things. But
Yes,
thank God.
yes. Thank the baby Jesus that you're not.
Exactly.
So, Bill, send that too, if you don't mind.
Yeah, send it to everybody, Bill. It'll be part of your thoughts, which I'm just now writing an email to all of you to ask you to follow up with your thoughts about our next conversation.
Okay, well, this is what this does.
Good. But we'll expect more. Bill, we know you.
Oh, it's a topic of great interest to me.
It certainly is. It's something you speak about often.
Yeah, I'm afraid I do.
Well, It's 5:45. We'll just keep.
Yeah, I
staying.
think I'm gonna depart. So
All right, Peter.
bow out of this. So thank
Fair
you.
enough. I have a golf date with my wife that I pushed back to 7 o'clock. We play pasture golf out on our lawn here,
Oh, good for you.
and it's a lovely evening for being outdoors.
Sure is. Well, I'm heading out in my convertible.
Bless
Well, I
you.
got my too.
You should do
Well,
that too, Bill. Yes.
You
That might
guys.
be one of your deadly sins.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Good meeting today. I thought there was a good exchange on all fronts.
Yeah. Pretty big questions there for us to grapple with.
Yeah.
All right, Peter. God bless. Take care of yourself.
Yeah. Carry on. Take care. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, instead of going golfing, I'm going to another board meeting.
Oh, lucky you.
I get to do two, you know. You should be so lucky.
Indeed. All right, Bill. Well, nice to hear your voice. We hope we'll see your image before long. And I'll look forward to your further thoughts about convening further discussions about the future of education, in particular around equity, what we've learned from our experience so far.
You got it.
Thanks, Bill. Take care.
John,
Yes.
Katie and her 3 colleagues will be joining shortly.
Great.
They did ask for a time frame, and I told them that I thought that you were going to offer them an additional 10 to 20 minutes.
Yep.
And I imagine that they will be calling in the next couple of minutes.
Great. Good. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Hi, John. It looks like Cynthia Gardner-Morse is going to be calling in momentarily.
Great. Good. And we haven't heard yet from Katie Ballard and those folks yet?
They only said that they were going to be calling in shortly. So we're just in standby pattern.
Sure. Then let's start in with Cynthia and then make time for this.
Okay.
Hello, Suzanne. I'm wondering where Ms. Morse is.
Hi, John. Yes, I gave her the call-in details. We're just waiting for her to give us a ring.
Okay, great. And now I'm starting to worry about the time. If I'd like to give 10 minutes to each person, so we'll just do our best.
Yes, I agree. Hi, Cindy. Hello, Cindy.
Hello.
Hi there. Chairman Carroll, Cynthia Gardner-Morse is on the phone.
Ms. Morse.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Gardner-Morse. I appreciate being able to partake in this conference. So I work as a literacy tutor, and I've been doing that for a very long time.
Excuse me,
I don't know,
more
than 15 years. Yes.
Yes. Before you start, can let us talk about how long you will speak. Where this hearing closes in 30 minutes, and we think there are some more folks eager to speak to us, but we're not sure about that. So will 10 minutes suffice for your presentation?
Oh, heavens, yes.
All right.
That's more than enough.
Go right ahead, please.
I work as a literacy tutor. I've been doing that for more than 15 years. My training and background are as a elementary education teacher, and I taught first and second grade and kindergarten, which meant I was teaching reading. And I got my master's in teaching reading because I wasn't happy with how the instruction was going for the students I was working with. They really needed phonics and direct instruction and phonemic awareness and that sort of thing. So I'm calling in this time right now because it's come to my attention that about 85% of SLD students are not identified until they're in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades. These students can't read, but we're not teaching reading by the time we get to 3rd and 4th and 5th grade. Hold on, can you get back to that other screen with the list? Thanks. So my concern is that we're not identifying students early enough.
when you say we're not teaching reading in 3rd and 4th grade, does that mean that we are teaching it in 1st and 2nd?
Well, some places are doing a better job of that than others, as you can see from the scores that schools are getting. It seems to me that the schools that are, and it seems to the research that I've read about reading, that the students who are being taught to read are using direct instruction, they're using phonemic awareness, they're using phonics, and they're using, especially for students who are dyslexic, they're using a program that is repetitive and supports the skills that the children are learning at the time that they're learning them. And those are the students that are being taught to read. I don't think I want to address whether we're not teaching any kids to read in Vermont, although it looks to me like we're not doing a very good job with about 60% of our kids based on our reading report card. So very few students are identified as specific learning disabled, SLD, in kindergarten to 3rd grade. They're usually diagnosed later than that. And yet SLD is our largest group of special education students by the time we get to 5th grade. And I think this is because we're not teaching reading well in the lower grades, and we're not catching dyslexic kids by screening them in kindergarten or pre-K in order to give them the instruction that they need. And I think this is important not only because they need to learn to read, but because it'll save us money if we catch them at the right time, and it will save their social emotional state.
Okay.
So I would like to see the rules changed to include to ensure early identification of students.
And can you suggest, Ms. Morse, where those changes would best be made in the rules?
I can work on that, and I can send you that in a follow-up letter, which I will do. But it seems to me that under Child Find, we should be able to have a screening that will screen for the signs that a student might have dyslexia. Those are well documented, and there are a number of screeners that would work well. I have a couple of recommendations from experts in the field that would be good tools to use for that. So I think I'd like to get back to you on how that screening would work, but it would come under Child Find. One problem that I see, so I work with a lot of students now as a private literacy tutor. I often get students in 5th or 6th grade, sometimes later, sometimes as late as 7th grade or 8th grade, that really can't read, and they've been struggling along, and they're smart, and they have good verbal skills, they have good vocabulary, so it looks like they can read. But when you sit them down and have them read something without pictures, something where they need to sound out the words, they really don't have the phonics skills that they need to work with that. They've been taught to guess by the pictures, to guess by the first letter. This is a reading system that people are using to teach kids to read, and the more successful I am with the students depends on how well I can get them to stop guessing like that. It's very hard once you've been taught to guess what it might be to change that. So
I see.
I think early identification and better reading instruction in the lower grades would be really helpful for that.
Yes, yes.
Another problem that I see is the discrepancy model to base for eligibility. It looks to me like there's a couple of ways that we can determine whether kids are eligible for special education. One is RTI, the response to intervention, or the MTSS, compared to the discrepancy model. So the science-based best practices, eligibility is already within the rules, but the criteria are too restrictive. It only allows students in the lower 7% to be eligible. Yet we know that 10 to 15% of students have dyslexia, and they'll benefit from the repetitive instruction in phonemic awareness and phonics. By repetitive, I don't mean tedious and boring. I mean that you work with the students until you see that they've mastered a skill. I'm looking for them to master it at 80 to 90%, probably 90%. And then I come back and revisit the skill a week or 2 weeks later and make sure they still have the skill. That's the kind of instruction that students benefit from. We know that 32% of our 4th graders, based on the nation's reading report card, 32% of the 4th graders cannot read, and yet we're not teaching reading by 4th grade. So how are they going to get the instruction they need to catch up with their peers? That's one of my concerns. And I guess I have 2 other points that I'd like to make.
Just to clarify about the discrepancy model, you say the criteria are too restrictive. Could you again
Yes,
Would you
it's
follow
only
up?
catch students in the lower 7% of the 1.5 standard deviations below that. So that's what I mean by too restrictive. And if that's not clear, I'll put it in a follow-up letter.
Yeah, again, if you're able to refer to the section in the rules that you believe needs to be different,
Needs to be reworded? Yeah, I can work on that.
that would be very helpful.
Okay, I'd be happy to do that. And who am I talking with?
This is John Carroll, and I'm
Okay.
the chair of the state board. There are other members of the state board on the call, listening in as well. And there are staff from the Agency of Education also listening in. So you're actually talking to about 5 to 10 people.
That's great. Thank you. I appreciate that opportunity. So another concern that I have is that we have something in Vermont we call adverse effect on educational performance. I believe Vermont's the only state in the country that's using this adverse effect to restrict students being eligible for special education. Some people refer to it as the wait to fail model, and really I've been in special education meetings where people say this child qualifies for help, meets all the criteria. We can see that they have a disability based on their WISC scores and the other scores that we're looking at, but it's not having an adverse effect on their schoolwork. We need to wait for them to fail. They use that word sometimes, those words sometimes, so that then they would be in the bottom 15% or 1 standard deviation below the mean on 3 of 6 measures. So 3 of the measures are subjective. The school grades are pretty subjective, and curriculum-based measures are also subjective, and their student work or portfolios is again subjective. And one problem with this is that because so many students aren't being taught to read, a lot of their peers aren't reading very well either. So I work with a little boy in Barrie, and when the parents went in for the meeting, he's in 7th grade now, or maybe 8th grade, and they said, well, he's reading about the same as most of his peers, and his father said, but he's not reading, so I'm worried about all of his peers. This is really not a good reason not to be giving our son the help that he needs. So schools are using these subjective measures to help deny students the support and help that they need, the instruction that they need. The other thing I wanted to say about this instruction is it's going to help all students with their spelling and with their reading skills to receive instruction in phonics and sequential instruction. It's not, I can't see that it would ever hurt anyone, and it will benefit such a large percent of our population that we can see are not reading by the nation's report card, 60% at fourth grade or behind. And the rest of the people will be able to spell better, because spelling is a big part of the instruction. You can tell that's going on with that.
May I ask a question about adverse effect? So we have heard comments from others about this, and some have suggested that it is a way almost of limiting caseloads. Is that your impression?
Well, it is certainly denying services to students that I work with in the upper elementary grades or in high school that should have had services earlier. And we know from the research that if we reach these children when they're younger, they make better progress, they have better self-esteem. And I don't know if you've heard of something called the Matthew effect in education, but the students who have better vocabularies tend to keep building better vocabularies. The students who are falling behind tend to keep falling behind. So it's really a socioeconomic, social justice kind of an issue, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to also say that the reason I think this adverse effect, this wait to fail, should be addressed under Act 173 is because best practices would be RTI, would use RTI and MTSS. That's what the recommendation was, and that would help us catch a lot of students. So once the students fall behind their peers, remediation is harder, they've lost confidence and self-esteem, and it costs us more money to remediate older students. In the time, it just takes longer to teach them the reading that they need.
Sure. And you had a fourth topic, I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, so that's one of the goals of Act 173 is to use best practices, use RTI. Yeah, my last point here was that I am really concerned about special education funds being given to school districts in block grants. I go into classrooms and I sometimes see the special educator who should be working with a particular student being used to float around the room and help all the students who are behind. And I think the students are behind because we're not using a very effective method to teach reading with them. But the point of having that person in the room is to give instruction to that student. And I'm not saying an aide should, or a special educator should not answer questions, but to see them intentionally being floated around in a reading period to help all the students or most of the students or even a third of the students when they're in there for a specific child who's on an IEP, I find that really worrisome. And I think that if the funds are coming in a block grant, it'll be easier for schools to let that happen. And I think the funding and the point of PL 94-142 is to help people that have special needs, special disabilities that interfere with their ability to get to access public education because they have trouble reading or they have trouble spelling or whatever the problem is.
So your concern is that block grant funding, you believe, would diffuse the attention of educators to?
I think it will directly interfere with FAPE, with fair and appropriate education for students who are diagnosed with IEPs and who should be receiving special services based on their disabilities. And in their IEPs, they should have measurable goals that are being attained and checked regularly. This is what I think would be a good thing with MTSS, is to check their goals, check them every 2 or 3 weeks and make sure the students are making progress in attaining goals. I've worked with students whose goals have stayed the same year after year in their schools. And, you know, you say, why are we still working on this? And they say, because the student still isn't doing it. Well, it seems to me if you're doing that, you need to turn the faucet off or adjust it at the top. You don't keep plugging the same hole with the same thing if it's not holding the, if it's not working. So,
okay. All right.
I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you. If you have any questions, Suzanne Sprague had the way to contact me, and that would be fine to call me. If
Yes.
there's anything else I can provide information for, I would be more than happy to do that. And I have a graph of reading that I'd like to send down to you, so I'll send that in.
Well, that would be very helpful. If you would be so kind as to follow up with your specific enumeration of rules and or parts of the rules and the language that concerns you.
I will do that. When do you need?
At your convenience. Within the next 2 or 3 weeks would be just fine.
Okay.
And most efficient is to send it to the attention of Suzanne Sprague.
Okay. All right. I'll do that. And to send it by email then.
Yes.
Send it electronically.
Yes,
all right.
as attachment to an email.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carroll. I appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Morse. It was very interesting testimony.
All right.
Thank you.
Have any questions? Don't hesitate to be in touch with me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Suzanne, do we have our other friends?
I think they're calling in right now, so I'm going to let them in and see.
Okay, I'm sorry it's so late in the game, but go until 7.
Yes, hello, is this Katie? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, is this Katie? I think the connection's just a little bit bad. May I ask you to repeat yourself?
Hi, yes, this is Katie Ballard.
Hi, Katie. This is Suzanne, and I have Chairman Carroll on the phone who will take it over from here.
I also have Sandra Chittenden with me.
Ms. Ballard and Ms. Chittenden, thank you both for joining us. So there's just the two of you. There was possibly a third person, but she's unavailable, I take it.
Unfortunately, she is, but we'll also be providing this in writing with some additional comments from her.
Great. Well, we're very happy to hear from you at last. We have, I'm sorry to say we have a hard stop at 7, but as far as I'm concerned, you have our attention undivided until then.
we both really appreciate that. And given that, we're gonna go as quickly as you can. And if there's any information that we can provide after or questions, we'd be happy to respond in email or writing as well.
Yes, and I might say, just so you don't feel terribly rushed, this is not your last opportunity to address the board. There will be, the comment period has been extended until the end of the year. So we will make sure there are plenty of opportunities for you and others to appear before the board in future. So let's get started. And
we really appreciate that.
If you feel you need more time, there'll be an opportunity.
Excellent. Thank you. So good evening and thank you for taking public comment tonight on the special education rules. I'm a parent of 2 children in special education, as well as a special education parent advocate supporting families across Vermont. In addition to my direct advocacy work with families, I just finished the year-long intensive course through the Council of Parents, Attorneys, and Advocates, and am a graduate of the Vermont Leadership Series. I've also spent a lot of hours in the last several months testifying and engaging at the State House in advocacy for literacy through our work with decoding dyslexia.
Hello, my name is Sandra Chittenden, and I'm the parent of 2 children in special education, as well as a parent who is a special education parent advocate supporting families in Vermont. I will be taking seat 1 for COPA, Council of Parents, Advocates, and Attorneys, and I attended the 22nd Annual COPA Conference in Baltimore, Maryland in March 2020. I completed the Vermont Leadership Series in 2020. I've also attended several Vermont Family Network conferences. I'm a person who has gone undiagnosed with dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia and struggled all through school. I got my GED and was working towards an associate's degree and didn't finish because at that time I had no idea I had learning disabilities and was entitled to accommodations. I'm passionate about Vermont and advocating for systemic changes within our public school systems, especially special education. Thank you for giving me the time and opportunity to make public comment tonight and look forward to collaborating with you in the future.
The first rule that we'd like to talk about briefly is adverse effect. Adverse effect has been an issue for many parents in Vermont because it requires the child to fail or be a certain amount behind the standards before they're able to qualify for special education. Many states have removed the adverse effect rule completely, and that is what we will be advocating for. Not only do we feel it is often used to delay a child's special education services that they deserve and need to be successful in their education, it seems to be interpreted and applied inconsistently in many areas of our state. While the rules provide for avenues to find adverse effect in many areas, it doesn't include ways to meet adverse effect in some areas like social and emotional learning, which creates a barrier to students with certain disabilities. 34 CFR 306 of IDEA no longer requires the adverse effect as being a date, and we see the removal of this rule in Vermont as bringing us closer to being in compliance with federal law and intention.
The next area that we would like to speak about is significant discrepancy model for determining SLD in Vermont. Discrepancy requirements for SLD in Vermont rules should be removed completely to eliminate the barrier of accessing special education for children with specific learning disabilities. Current federal law 34 CFR 300.307A1 clearly states that the state must not require the use of a severe discrepancy model between intellectual ability and achievement for determining whether a child has a specific learning disability. In addition to addressing the discrepancy model in the rules, we would ask the board to review and amend several aspects of the SLD rules. We would ask the board to add a specific definition of the term dyslexia, such as dyslexia means a specific learning disability that is neurological in origin, characterized by difficulties with accurate or fluent word recognition and by poor spelling and decoding abilities that typically results from deficits in the phonological component of the language, and that is often unsuspected unexpected in relation to other cognitive abilities. Secondary consequences may include problems in reading comprehension and reduced reading experience that can impede the growth of vocabulary and background knowledge.
During the session, the House Education Committee attempted to take up the literacy crisis in Vermont, and in doing so, they heard from more than 30 families, students, and professionals in a public hearing addressing the lack of appropriate identification, assessment, and benchmarks being inconsistently interpreted and applied across the state, leading to significant delays in identifying children with learning disabilities and ultimately increasing the cost of interventions necessary to remediate the deficits. We would ask the board to review the current rules related to identification, evaluations, services, or interventions being provided to children struggling to read with dyslexia or other learning disabilities, and include a mandatory screening for all students annually in K through 3, or if there is a lack of progress at any time, or an increase in behavioral issues. In our written comment, we'll include links to those public hearings and the petition that was signed by hundreds of Vermonters who believe this is an important area that needs to be addressed.
Vermont has higher identification of children with emotional disturbances than many other states, and we believe this is due to the ineffective evaluation and interpretations being used related to identifying students with SLD, as well as the barriers to assessing the appropriate specialized instruction and programming due to the current interpretation of the discrepancy model that isn't in compliance with the IDEA. Many of the families that engaged in the literacy discussion this session have been impacted by late identification. Both of our older sons have been on IEPs for the majority of their education and were identified as behaviorally challenging and emotionally disturbed, in addition to having SLDs. We would ask the board to include language that would require any evaluator or educator that has concerns about a child related to a learning disability or that is identified as having an SLD to make recommendations to the IEP team and parents that would further evaluate and identify if a child has dyslexia, dyscalculia, dysgraphia, or any other learning disabilities. Both of us have provided testimony to the House Education Committee on multiple occasions this session, as well as the Senate, where we discussed the experiences of our families. Due to time limitations, we won't repeat them, but ask that the board consider reviewing some of the below information before deciding on the rule, and that will be in our written testimony.
The next,
just a question, Ms. Ballard and Ms. Chittenden. By the way, I think I sat in on some Senate committee hearings and heard one or the other or both of you there, and you were forceful and articulate then, and you are now. I want to just ask that in your written documentation, the more that you can suggest or point out weaknesses in language and suggest specific improvements in language in the rules,
absolutely,
the better. For example, this uneven performance or uneven screening around the state. I guess the question that comes up for me is, how do we fix that in rules? And if you, I mean, ordinarily—
I'd be happy to provide that to you.
Okay, great. That would be very helpful, because actually, of course, we're not doing guidance and we're certainly not doing supervision. So we have to rely upon rules that accomplish the objectives you have in mind.
Absolutely. And one of the things that myself, Sandra, and Jamie have spent a lot of time doing as members of Decoding Dyslexia has been connecting and researching other states, what their rules are and what they have used in their rules to address this. So we will be providing ample information related to that. We just wanted to try and hit some of our bigger points and not get bogged down.
That'll be very, very interesting to us.
Absolutely. The next category is along the lines of emotional disturbance. While we understand that this is the language used by IDEA in the eligibility categories and aren't sure if there's even a possible way to do this, we would ask the board to consider using different language to identify this population. There are other states that use variations from the IDEA as long as they establish a definition that substantially corresponds with the national definition in IDEA. We would encourage the board to consider the use of a mental health impairment or other non-stigmatizing terminology to identify the students that are diagnosed with a mental health impairment or meet the emotional disturbance requirement in a similar manner to OHI. As a state, we are trying to destigmatize mental health and increase accessing supports and services. And it's very hard for kids to believe that's sincere and safe when they're labeled as disturbed early.
The next section, we wanted to talk about placement. We would ask the board to consider reviewing and updating the language related to placement in the rules due to a large number of concerns. The challenges with the least restrictive environment are well documented, but we support any changes that provide for the most inclusion possible while understanding it isn't always best for every child. Many parents, ourselves included, feel that the current rule around continuum of alternative placements is never discussed or raised, and parents are not provided with any clear information related to the options for placement and are often not given sincere opportunity to provide meaningful input even when they try. In Vermont, there is limited access to high quality alternative settings and placements, especially for students with specific learning disabilities that require structured literacy programs and interventions from educators with expertise in remediation specifically for those with profiles consistent with dyslexia, dyscalculia, and dysgraphia. 1 in 5 students in this country have dyslexia, and the fact that many Vermont students struggle with long-term barriers due to being presented with inappropriate instruction or materials while IEP teams are trying to find the right placement. Currently, Vermont has 63% of fourth graders who are not proficient in reading. They are basic or below basic, which, as Secretary DeVoy stated, really means they can't read.
Parent consent and participation is a big concern for us. We respectfully ask that you give the rules around parental participation and consent the review that it deserves, and include seeking more input from parents about what they are experiencing related to the regulations or the rules and how they impact them. As parents who are well informed of our rights and the procedural safeguards and regulations and rules, we find ourselves constantly struggling to be allowed to participate as an equal member of our children's IEP teams. When they hold meetings, they often have already drafted and developed their offer or idea of FAPE, and despite the limited opportunity to provide input or raise concerns, ultimately parent feedback is not included and often dismissed by school teams. We would like the board to change the language in the rules to allow parents to be able to engage with the IEP team as equal members, given that experience. And we often feel judged, told we aren't qualified to offer input, talked down to, or ignored because they have a different interpretation of parental participation. Parents are limited to 1 hour to discuss an entire annual IEP, and that largely consists of the school team reading the draft they have to the family without opportunity to ask questions or discuss. When our parent asks for another meeting, the district will often assert that they have filled the requirement of IDEA for parental participation, and if the family doesn't agree or wants more time, they can access due process. By simply adding language that allows for more than an hour of a meeting or clarifies that, parents would be able to provide more informed information for their children and might not need to access the same level of dispute resolution by being able to fully engage. We would advocate for a rule that's similar to the parent signing IEP, similar to the way that New Hampshire currently addresses this. So an annual IEP currently doesn't require a parent signature. We would like the rule to change so that it does. Parents should be able to sign the IEP either in full agreement, partial agreement, or full disagreement and explain prior to implementing the IEP. This is a significant concern for parents and creates a dynamic that parents are not an equal member of the team and their consent is not necessary for further educational programming of their child. We would ask that the language to address the reality that some parents are not engaged and schools aren't able to get consent in a similar way to the identified process and initial consent.
Our written testimony will also include the following areas we would ask you to consider: creating IEP facilitation training and positions at the AOE that parents and districts can access free of cost when it would benefit and eliminate the need to assess further dispute resolution avenues; local special education parent-teacher advisory councils to support districts with providing parents with training to be informed participants and to understand the IEP process in Vermont. This is done in many states, as Massachusetts and Connecticut are models that we would support. Training for special educators on the basics of IEP regulations, smart goal writing, objective progress monitoring, procedural safeguards in conjunction with parents, and a possible avenue would be to use the state advisory panel. Lastly, we would like the board to consider the creation of a literacy task force or dyslexia-specific advisory group with balanced membership with the charge of reviewing and identifying the best practices and needs to address the growing literacy crisis in Vermont.
Again, we recognize that our testimony doesn't specifically always connect with how that could be changed in our rules. So our written testimony will definitely include language and research that we have found that supports how the rules can be used to address some of these. And we really want to thank you all for the opportunity to be heard tonight in a sincere and inclusive way, and really acknowledge how grateful we are as advocates and parents that you worked to delay this given the crisis. We're happy to answer any questions or offer to be available in the future with any more information if there's anything we discussed that you'd like more information on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would just say for myself that I'm just really impressed by how devoted you are to this, and not just for your benefit of your own children, but for many thousands of Vermont children as well will benefit from your advocacy. And we thank you for your earnestness. You must be out of breath. You covered a lot of ground real fast. and thank you so much for doing that. But and so we'll count on you sending us some further documentation, and we'll count on hearing from you again in a future opportunity. Any board members wish to make a comment or pose any questions?
I just wanted to thank Sandra and Katie, Kim Gleason here. We've had the good fortune in Essex Westford to have their expertise and their voice at our table as well. So I'm appreciative of them sharing their experience, their voice, and their advocacy here for us to consider as we look at these rules moving forward. So thank you both.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
I think that
This is Jenna. I just wanted to add too that I really appreciate hearing your feedback on the Child Poverty Board with Katie, and I think her commitment and endless advocacy is not falling on deaf ears. So keep going, and I appreciate hearing your voice.
Thank you.
that was Jen O'Farrell, in case you couldn't discern that. Very good then. We thank you both very much. We're so glad you made it under the wire today, but don't feel like this is the end. We're happy to hear from you anytime for the next 7 months.
Well, you will hear from us, and we really appreciate. Have a wonderful evening.
All right. Take care. Thank you both.
Thank you.
And members of the board, I thank you for your stamina and your interest and your attention. I must say, much of this testimony is very compelling, especially for me, who knows so little about all this. This is important work we're doing, more important than I had perhaps realized. So thank you all for staying with this. Are there any comments from board members before we close?
Thanks to everybody. Enjoy what's left of this lovely evening.
Thank you. And Suzanne, we thank you for keeping things moving and keeping things going for us all evening.
Thank you, John.
All righty. I think we stand adjourned. Thank you all.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Vermont House Judiciary Committee. And we're going to be working on a few things this morning. We are not meeting this afternoon. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. And then also in terms of House institutions and corrections, those of us that were going to visit with the committee this afternoon, that is postponed as they'll be focusing on the capital bill. So just learned that. And as you know, things change quickly, especially this time of year. So before we start with Bryn and reviewing our memo, any questions from committee? Okay, great. All right, so I've asked Bryn to go over the memo that we spoke about the other day, just to make sure that we could all take a look at it. We did do a straw poll on it, but just wanted to make sure there were some language changes. And it is posted. Do folks need a minute to access it?
Yes.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready for Bryn.
I'm good now. I know I was the one who said I wasn't.
Okay. All right. Everybody else good too?
Yeah,
Great.
I'm good.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Okay. Good morning, Bryn. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, Bryn Hare from Legislative Council. Everybody can hear me okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Good. So I understand I'm talking about the next version of the memo with your recommendations to the House Committee on Corrections and Institutions regarding S338. The only changes to this memo I've put in yellow highlight, and they are in the section regarding the Justice Reinvestment 2 Working Group, section 21. Everything else you saw at the last meeting on Tuesday. So I didn't know if you wanted to revisit those changes that you made in section 14 regarding the review. They're not in highlight, but I can certainly point them out for the committee if you want to review those first.
Yeah, actually, I think it'd be great to go through the whole memo.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Sure thing. So page 1, we just start out by giving a little background that this committee was asked to take a look at specific sections of S338 that fell within the Judiciary Committee's jurisdiction. So specifically, those were the sections regarding the policy on probation, which were sections 2 through 4. And then the section on furlough, section 14, and review of furlough revocation or interruption determinations by the department. And then the 2 sections on absconding and escape, sections 18 and 18A. And then the section on the racial disparities in the criminal justice system study and recommendations, because it dealt with the Sentencing Commission. That was section 19. And then lastly, the committee wasn't asked specifically to look at section 21, the Justice Reinvestment 2 Working Group, but based on some decisions you made about other sections of the bill, it made sense to also review this section and make some amendments to it. So those are the sections of S338 that the memo deals with. So first of all, you'll recall those sections on probation, the probation policy, that a probationer could earn a day of credit towards his or her underlying sentence for every day they serve on probation without a violation. Those were sections 2 through 4. The recommendation of the committee was to remove those 3 sections. 3 or 4, 2, 3, 4, those 3 sections of the bill. And instead add some language to the Justice Reinvestment 2 Working Group that asks them to study that policy and more broadly study the issue of probation in general and whether or not there are other avenues for individuals on probation to be released early. So we'll get to that language when we get to that section, which is section 21. And the memo also specifically asks the Corrections and Institutions Committee to make conforming changes to section 20 of S338. And that is the section of the bill that directs the parole board, and also in draft 3.1 of the Corrections and Institutions Committee's draft of S338, it also directs the judiciary to do a report back to the legislature. So the memo just simply says make conforming changes to section 20, which would respond to the recommendation of removing those probation sections. Then you've recommended no changes to section 18 and 18A. That's the absconding from furlough and escape statutes. You recommend no changes to those sections as from the version that passed the Senate. You didn't hear any testimony that there needed to be changes to those sections. And then finally, we get into the sections of the bill that you do recommend changes for, and that starts with section 14, which begins on page 2. And as a reminder, this is the terms and conditions of community supervision furlough, and the thrust of the changes to this section have to do with the appeal process for a person who has been revoked or interrupted their furlough status for 30 days or longer. So if you look at page 2, section 14, the changes that you made yesterday appear in subsection C, which is the appeal section. And specifically that sentence that says the appeal shall be based on a de novo review of the record. And the following sentence, the appellant may offer testimony, and in its discretion for good cause shown, the court may accept additional evidence to supplement the record. So that was those changes, those 2 additional sentences were added on Tuesday. And that was based on some testimony that you heard that it may be best to offer some clarity about what the record review would look like, and whether or not the court could hear additional evidence put forward by the appellant.
So, Bryn, before you move on, and committee members, certainly if you have questions, but is this consistent with current law, with other agencies, other standards that we see? My understanding is it is, but if you perhaps have some specifics that you can share with us, please.
Sure. So there are other instances in statute where the legislature has provided that an appeal under Rule 74 or 75 is a de novo appeal. I have looked into this very briefly this morning, so I can't offer you a comprehensive analysis of what other agencies or departments are subject to a de novo appeal for certain determinations, but I can give you some examples. The department itself is subject to a Rule 75 appeal de novo, Department of Corrections itself. When it designates an offender as high risk, that offender does have the right to appeal that determination under Rule 75, and that is set out in statute as a de novo review. In addition, there's the Department of Motor Vehicles and the Commissioner, or the the Agency of Transportation and the Commissioner of Motor Vehicles also have, by statute, some of the determinations that they make are subject to appeal on a de novo basis under Rule 75. Specifically, I'm looking at a couple of the gasoline tax statute, 23 VSA 3115, and there's another one which I don't have the site for at this moment. But there are a few instances by statute where the Agency of Transportation determination is subject to a de novo review. So those are just some specifics. I don't know how far you want to go down that road. Again, I haven't, I just have to qualify this by saying I haven't had a lot of time to look into this. I do believe that there are other examples of departments or agencies that their determinations are subject to appeal by statute, and that appeal is specifically the de novo standard appeal.
Thank you.
So
excuse me, Martin.
Yeah, if you could just review for us again the difference between a de novo review of the record and like a de novo trial. There's different meanings of de novo, and I wonder if you, first of all, I guess I wonder if any of those other instances are a full-fledged trial, or if it's more like what we're talking about here, where it's really based on the record as potentially supplemented if the court in its discretion finds good cause to do so.
So under Rule 74, I think that it's really dependent on statute. So the way that it's set forth in statute is the way that the court will conduct its review. And so I think that the parameters that you've put in this language indicate that the court is undertaking a de novo look at the department's determination. And specifically, this language is allowing it to look at testimony from the appellant, the record, the department's record from the hearing at the department level. And if for good cause shown, the court can also look at any other evidence that's relevant. So I think that I think it's dependent on statute what the record review looks like. If it's a straightforward review of the record, or if there's other evidence that the court will look at in making its determination.
Thank you. Just looking to see if there are any other committee members. Butch, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me in here. So I just want to be clear that I understand what Bryn just said. Under the de novo piece, if there is a review, which I think we're talking about in this bill, the courts can review testimony, the DOC records, and for cause, they can look at other evidence. Does it go any further than that?
So based on this language that we just went over, those two sentences, it really provides that what the court is, what the legislature is asking the court to look at is a review of the record that was created at the department level. So any record that resulted from the hearing, a transcript or other documents that result from the hearing at the department level about the revocation or the interrupt are reviewed de novo, meaning they're reviewed fresh by the court as the court is taking a new look at these documents and this determination. They're not going to presume that the department made the correct decision. They're going to take a new look at it. And then this following sentence provides that specifically gives the appellant or the offender the right to offer testimony. And then in the court's discretion, it can also look at additional evidence to supplement that existing record at the department level. So it doesn't go beyond that.
It doesn't go beyond that, and that's the scope. And the scope is only for the case at hand, which would be the revocation.
That's right.
And so it doesn't. And I think you made this change Tuesday because there was some feeling that it went beyond the revocation hearing. Is that true? Or the previous language?
The language that was in the draft prior to this one?
Yeah.
I think that this language is more directive than the former language, and I think that perhaps the former language may have left it up to the court to make its own determination about what to accept, and this is more prescriptive.
Okay, so I heard you say, and thank you for that. That this de novo review applies only to the revocation. Just double checking, Bryn.
Yeah, the revocation or the interrupt that lasts for 30 days or longer. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. And again, this is based on Council of State Government's recommendation to provide a meaningful review process. Okay, I see two other hands at least, Ken and then Martin.
Hi. So on page 3, it starts off 1 and 2, and then it goes into A and B, and A starts the offender's risk to reoffend. And it's kind of tied in together, where at the end of A, it's got controlled non-compliance and is suitable, and then it goes into B, the violation. What wouldn't that be, instead of and there, wouldn't it be better served if it was or? Aren't we trying to give them 2 ways of looking at that?
That's really a policy decision, whether you want that to be an and or an or. Right now, the way it's drafted currently, it's abuse of discretion for both of those criteria to be true, as opposed to one or the other.
Okay.
So in a sense, it's, yeah, and that makes it more prescriptive and more, perhaps a harder burden.
It doesn't tie it down more or make it, what'd you say? It, in my mind, it makes it more restrictive.
So the way it's set out right now is that it is an abuse of discretion for the department to revoke or interrupt a person's furlough for 30 days or longer for a technical violation, meaning a violation that's not doesn't constitute a new crime, unless both of those factors are true. So first, that the offender, their risk to reoffend can't be adequately controlled in the community, and no other method of controlling noncompliance is suitable. And also, the pattern of violations or the violation itself indicates that the offender poses a danger or a threat to escape. So because of that, unless both of those things have to be true in order for it to not be an abuse of discretion. So if you're looking at it with that unless, I think that would be more things have to be true in order for it to not be an abuse of discretion. I think it would be less prescriptive if there were an or there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see where you're going with it. So, okay, thank you.
Martin and then Coach.
Yeah, I guess on that issue we just talked about, it definitely seems that it should be or, frankly. I mean, I think those are 2 fairly separate kinds of conditions that the DOC would be looking at. So my vote on that one is it should definitely be or, but that's not actually why I raised my hand. I raised my hand to also to talk about the fact that yes, the court is being asked to review the record. It's also allowing the appellant to offer some testimony. And then it also allows the court, for good cause shown, which is a standard or that the plaintiff would have to bear, or the appellant, I should say, would have to bear to get the court to accept additional evidence. And the court is making its decision, but the burden of proof is still on the appellant, which means that the Department of Corrections is getting some deference as far as on the balance here. It may not be getting the full deference of it has to be clearly erroneous, but there's still a burden on the appellant to show that DOC was wrong. That, well, not even just wrong, but abused its discretion by not properly considering whether the offender was at risk or that the community was not going to be safe. So I guess I disagree that somehow this is disregarding DOC's expertise in these areas because of the burden that the appellant would have to bear. So I guess there wasn't really a question in there as a statement.
Okay, Coach.
Good morning, everyone. I was looking at the or piece, and I would support that as well. You know, that I think it more clearly delineates the expectation, and it puts some guardrails in place for both the defendant and the appellant. So it makes sense to me in that regard. I think, you know, we're not making our final decision at the moment because we haven't heard yet from our other, you know, witnesses. But, you know, I think I've got a fairly clear understanding of where we're heading with the new language. Thanks.
Thank you. Martin.
Are we going to hear from Commissioner Baker as far as the memo that he provided, or should I ask a question about that memo right now, or weigh in on that? Because I know there's a memo
I have invited him, and I hope we do hear from him.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait then.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Bryn.
Thanks. I'll move on from section 14 unless there are other questions about that. I'll go ahead and move on to section 19. Okay, so section 19, we reviewed this yesterday. This is the racial disparities in the criminal justice system study and recommendations. If you flip to the following page, subsection B, the bulk of the changes that you made to this section were with respect to the Sentencing Commission and what they are directed to consider and when. So what you did is direct that study group to do its work first, and then have the Sentencing Commission review those findings of the study group, and then consider whether changes to Vermont sentencing structure are necessary to address any recommendations or findings made by that study group. And then, if it deems appropriate, issue non-binding guidance for offenses for which there are racial and geographic disparities in sentencing, to make it clear that that would not be prescriptive guidance. And then finally to report in February of next year to the standing committees on any recommendations that it makes based on the research of that working group. So you've looked at that section a couple times, no changes from the last two versions of this that you've looked at. So section 21 is the section where you do have some new language to look at. If you turn to the second to last page of the bill or of the memo, again, this is the Justice Reinvestment 2 working group, which is the original working group that was established to come up with Justice Reinvestment 2 recommendations in the first place, along with CSG. So they're tasked with doing several studies during the next couple of years, and you've added one in subdivision 5 is evaluate the policy of probationers earning credit towards their suspended sentence. And then you've added language in subdivision D that provides one of the specific things they're supposed to look at is whether the terms of probation for misdemeanors should be for a specific duration, not to exceed 2 years, or if the court should have discretion to impose a longer term in the interest of justice. And you might remember you had quite a bit of discussion about this point when you were looking at this section about whether or not it made sense for the court to be able to impose a longer term of probation for those misdemeanors. If, for example, the person had some programming they could do that would last for longer than that 2-year duration. So you've asked the working group to take a look at that issue specifically. And then also in subdivision 6, this is sort of a broader charge about probation to explore additional options, including an option modeled after probation midpoint reviews, which are provided for in statute, for allowing release from probation prior to the end of a probationer's term, either in addition to or instead of that policy providing day for a day credit towards the underlying sentence. So that's sort of like a broader directive to the Justice Reinvestment 2 working group to take a look at probation and what other options may be available that the legislature could take a look at in January of next year. And you see that additional language in highlight below is just to account for the fact that you've given a little bit of a broader charge here, as opposed to asking them to simply look at the day for a day credit policy, but also look at probation more broadly. And that concludes your sections.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Committee members, any questions? Comments? Comments in general? We do have a proposal on the table to change the and to or. We could, why don't we bookmark that, unless anybody has any questions about how that would actually operate or the implications of that. Make sure folks understand.
Yeah, can we just go over that real quick, what it
Sure.
does mean?
Sure.
And I'm not sure exactly where that is in the memo here.
So that's on page 3, top of page 3. I'm sorry about, I've tried to put page numbers in this document several times, and every time they just won't stay there, so I apologize.
Okay.
So page 3, top of the page, subdivision 1 is, as used in this section, technical violation means a violation of conditions. Do you see that?
Yep, I do.
So subdivision 2, this is where this is essentially that criteria that we were talking about in the committee discussion. The decision was to put in some criteria into statute that would guide the department's decisions for making these specific types of furlough, interrupts, or revocations. Only those that are based on a technical violation, and only those that are would be interrupting or revoking the offender's furlough for 30 days or longer. So the criteria only apply in that in those circumstances. So the way that we've drafted this, we've set it up as it's an abuse of discretion for the department to revoke or interrupt furlough for 30 days or longer for a technical violation, unless these criteria are met. And so the way it's currently set up is with an and, so it would, both of these criteria have to be met in order for it to not be an abuse of discretion. But it sounds like the committee is moving towards having either one of these criteria relieve the department of this being an abuse of discretion for imposing that 30-day or longer revocation. So the first one is the offender's risk to reoffend can no longer be adequately controlled in the community. And these sort of go together, and no other method of controlling noncompliance is suitable. So it looks like two things, but they kind of go together. And just as a reminder, this language comes from department directives based on dealing with furlough revocations. And the second one is the violation or a pattern of violations, because I think you've heard testimony from the department that sometimes one violation brings a person in, but you have to look at the violation in context of how many other violations the offender has had. So we have that language, the violation or pattern of violations indicate that the offender poses a danger to others or to the community, or poses a threat of absconding from furlough or escaping. So it sounds like what the committee would like to do is have either one of these. If either one of these criteria is true, then it would not be an abuse of the department's discretion to impose that 30-day or longer furlough interrupt.
Well, I'd like to hear more from committee members. So far, we've heard from Martin and Coach, and we certainly can hear from them again, but welcome anybody else to weigh in. Bryn, I think another way that might be more helpful is it possible to characterize with an and is more favorable or less favorable to DOC versus with the or?
So I'm hesitant to use the word favorable, but yeah, it's less prescriptive on the department to put an or there. It means that if either one of these things are true, then it's not an abuse of discretion for the department to revoke for that long. If both of them have to be true, if they have to meet both these criteria, it's sort of a heavier lift for the department or more of a burden on the department to impose these 30-day or longer revocations or interrupts.
Thank you. Committee thoughts? Selena, I think I saw your hand.
Yes, I will not bother raising my hand, trying to raise my virtual hand in that case. I appreciate Ken raising the and versus or question and support making that change, because I think, as Martin said, they are kind of two really different categories of things that don't necessarily co-present. And I think that does give more discretion to DOC. I also am curious to hear about the commissioner from his memo, because I know they have some additional proposals around this language in particular, that I think it would be, just be useful to hear before we go too deep into further conversation on it.
Okay, well, we certainly can do that if that's the will of the committee.
If we go into deeper conversation, how long is that going to take? I know that we are on some sort of a timeline, even though it's not written down, I guess, but just a concern there.
Okay, so why don't we, if Commissioner Barbara, Barbara, let's hear from you, and then I was going to ask the Commissioner to join us.
I was both moved by Selena's comments and sympathetic to Tom. So I wondered about us having, I didn't realize that we could talk to the commissioner today, but looking at their responses and having a couple of hours, or yeah, I don't know what your time frame is for voting, but I feel like we have heard a lot from DOC, which is great. And I would hate to not consider this because we have to delay making our decision. Considering Ken and Martin and Selena's proposal is what
Tom?
Yeah, I guess I'd kind of like another explanation maybe from Bryn on, and I know you've already done it, as far as the and the or are concerned, and either the benefits or I guess you could say maybe ramifications to DOC.
Sure. So I'll try and say this in a different way. One way to look at these criteria is that you're putting something in statute that guides the department's determinations about furlough revocations. It sort of imposes some restrictions on when the department can revoke or interrupt furlough for a technical violation for 30 days or longer. So you're sort of telling the department what they can and can't do. That's number one. And the second is that it's criteria that the court will use in its analysis of any appeal from that decision. So if you're putting two criteria that both must be true, then you're imposing more, you're being more prescriptive, or you're regulating more tightly when the department can impose these revocations on an offender. If it's one or the other, then you're being less prescriptive, or you're imposing less of a directive on the department about when they can impose a revocation or an interrupt.
Great, thank you. That cleared it up for me.
Okay.
And, yeah, I think I would kind of lean toward the change, I guess. And the reason being is, you know, just to put it on the table, I know DOC is not real crazy about this, and you know, they had recently started their own plan. I guess unfortunately they're kind of a step behind us where we are, but I look at this as being something that's possibly favorable to them, I guess, in a time that they may not be so thrilled about what's happening. So.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so then let's turn to the commissioner, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Morning.
Thanks for allowing me to come back today to testify. And as I had said the other day, I wanted to get a chance to gather with my staff on the impact of the proposed language coming out of the committee. I recognize some comments were made. I recognize the fact that DOC has been given a great deal of time for input in this process, and I appreciate that. You know, we've been working collaboratively on reinvestment, both reinvestment 1 and reinvestment 2. In my time since January as the commissioner, much of my time was spent in January and February in the Senate working on reinvestment 2. And just for the committee's sake, to hear it from me as the commissioner, we are completely supportive of taking a look at the way corrections does business, in particular, the way we supervise in the community. We think that there's always room for improvement, and we think we can work collaboratively with such folks as CSG and others to do better. And at various points in the process, in the Senate, we agreed to many parts of 338 that in some cases went against long-term beliefs and processes inside corrections in the spirit of looking for a better way to do business. And when I say the better way of doing business, for me as commissioner, it's about better outcomes for the population we serve. And so I just kind of want to make that point. But I think we've come to the point in the conversations where I am concerned about the de novo process. And that language placed inside the bill would put corrections in a position, and I think I'm accurate when I say this, that no other state agency or department would be held to that standard except for corrections. And I want that to set in for a minute, because we have been viewed not only by the legislature, by legislation passed that guides corrections, but also by the courts as the experts in the field of corrections. We're deemed as the experts when it comes to risk of management, managing the population, supervising the population, and moving folks from, in this conversation about furlough, moving them from inmate status to good citizens in the community. And we have been seen as the experts in that area. And the courts have ruled that the administrative process around Rule 74 and the ability for folks to ask for a review of our decisions around furlough are well established. It's been the standard for a period of time. I've heard comments in various stages of this process, both in the Senate and the House, where folks have made comments such as, well, corrections does what it wants to do. And I've got to push back against that. Those statements are disingenuous. We have a process. It's been reviewed. It's been reviewed by the Supreme Court. And it's been validated. We just don't go into these decision-making processes around who we violate on conditions of furlough lightly. We have processes. Our staff's trained in risk assessment and supervision in the community. Do we get it right every time? Absolutely not. but it isn't like we go about these processes and do exactly what we want to do. There are processes in place for review. There's an internal grievance process. There is the ability to exercise Rule 74 without the de novo piece to it. And furthermore, there's oversight by committees. Your committee, House Corrections and Institutions, Senate Judiciary, and there's a joint committee of corrections oversight. And so I am concerned that by bringing this into the process, we would be the only department or agency in the state that had to meet that standard. And I did hear some testimony about deference, you know, what the administrative rules, as I understand them, I'm certainly not an attorney, but as explained to me, gives us deference to our expertise and our ability to manage the department. And even though I don't think it would result in a great number of cases, even if it was a case a month that ended up in a de novo hearing, it's going to tie up resources. And if, quite frankly, the court moves so slow that the interrupt may be over before it's decided. So I'm having a hard time understanding why that would be added to corrections when no other agency in state government has to live with that. Well, let me also comment on, I understand the reason behind why people are concerned about the interrupt process because of the CSG report and the figure that's in there about the number of people that are returned to custody as a result of technical violations. And I know Representative Shaw is on this Zoom, and this is really the first time I've been in front of this committee since I've been the Commissioner of Corrections to talk about corrections. But Representative Shaw and the members of House Corrections and Institutions, the government op committees in both houses, Senate Judiciary, Senate Appropriations have heard me say this before. I wasn't 2 weeks into this job when I realized that the job of corrections is very demanding. It's very significant. It has big impact. And a lot of the blame for, or the scrutiny, I should say, blame's not a good word. The scrutiny over these returns comes back to corrections. But I've made this statement several times, and I don't want anybody to overthink what I'm about ready to say. Providing political solutions to systematic problems are not going to resolve the system. And what do I mean by that? A lot of these returns of people on technical violations is because there are no services that meet the complicated population that we supervise in the field now. 10 years ago, we used to have 12,000 people that we supervised. We're down to about 7,000 in the field now. You know, we used to have upwards of close to 3,000 people in custody. Today, we're at like 1,786. So the population that's out there that we supervise is much more complicated than it was 10 or 15 years ago. The population we supervised 10 or 15 years ago, maybe the DUI second person, someone who had passed a bunch of bad checks, a burglary suspect, a burglary conviction, those folks are no longer out there that we supervise because of the good work of criminal justice reform around diversion and integration back into other programs that divert people away from the system. Who we supervise now are very complicated. Trauma, codependencies between substances, serious mental health issues, dysfunctional families, dysfunctional environments. They're very complicated. And as I visit the offices around the state prior to the pandemic, what I heard across the board from my probation and parole officers are, their biggest frustration is there are not the services in the community that they can work with to serve this complicated population. And I would submit to you that a lot of these technical violations that return people are the result of the inability for us to find the proper services. And so when we're talking about trying to address that issue, the focus just on corrections is not going to resolve the issue. It's got to be a holistic look at the system. That's why we've been so supportive of reinvestment, because we believe the intent is to look at the whole system. I don't see how changing our discretion is going to change better systematic outcomes. And so that's the basis of my concerns. And I appreciate the time to come in and talk. And I'm certainly open, Madam Chair, to any questions or comments. We did provide you with a memo this morning. If I knew that the opportunity was there for me to come in front of the committee, I would have held off on sending that memo. It was not meant to be anything other than getting our position on the record. I will say, listening to the testimony or the input from the members of the committee, I appreciate the fact that you're considering or instead of and. And we did add one other sentence to that section in our recommendations, which is around the issue of the violation or pattern of violations indicate the offender poses a danger to the offender, which is important. We just lost someone we supervised this week to a drug overdose. That's important to understand to others or to the community. Being a former police chief, I've seen firsthand how the conduct of some folks at corrections supervisors. I apologize for the background noise. I'm in an office where I don't control the lawnmower, so I apologize. Pose a threat to abscond or escape. I would respectfully ask that consideration be given to add that to the language which defines what our abuse of discretion would look like. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm gonna stop and open it up for questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Before Barbara, I do see your hand, but I would like to go back to our counsel, Bryn, and when we first started discussing the memo, you had talked about agencies where other standards of review, such as de novo on the record, have been applied to other agencies. And so I also heard the commissioner state that going ahead with this, that DOC would be the only agency under such scrutiny, and that's not my understanding. So I was wondering if you could help me understand. Thank you.
Sure. So I talked about this a little bit this morning. I referenced a couple of other statutes that provide a de novo review or a de novo appeal of that agency's determination. One is the Agency of Transportation, and the Commissioner of Motor Vehicles is subject by statute to an appeal of its determinations de novo. A couple of others that I'm just doing some very quick research as the committee is talking. The nursing homes have a right to appeal rate setting decisions by the Department of Human Services on a de novo basis. Decisions of the Office of Child Support are appealable de novo. So there are other examples of state agencies or departments that are subject to de novo appeals. And I think what might be helpful is if I just reiterate that what a de novo appeal is it refers, like a court will refer to the agency or the department's record of its decision. They'll refer to it to determine the facts of the situation, but it will rule on the evidence and the applicable law on its own without deferring to the agency or the department's decision. So what happened at the department or the agency level is taken into consideration in a de novo appeal, but it just indicates that decision at the department or agency level will not be deferred to necessarily. The court will make its own determinations of the law in a de novo appeal based on the evidence.
Great, thank you. Barbara, and then Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's interesting. I had some questions for the commissioner, but I have been through a de novo rate setting appeal in a professional setting. And so I'm quite familiar with that process. And that only leads to my further support of us looking at a de novo appeal. So, Commissioner, I understand what you're saying about no other agencies and the Department of Corrections being deemed as the experts. But a couple of things. No other department is really re-incarcerating or taking away somebody's liberty in that big a way. So even if there weren't other de novo reviews, it makes sense to me. One of the things over the years that I've heard over and over again is DOC doesn't incarcerate, we just serve people, which made sense to me from a standpoint of checks and balances. And the more I worked in the field that worked with people coming in and coming out of DOC and learning about people who had experienced furlough violations. And again, maybe it's very different now than it was. I've been away from it for 6 months. Maybe it has changed dramatically. But over the years, I have seen some of the data and certainly talked to people who were reincarcerated in a way that seemed particularly harsh given the circumstances. And again, I realized that there's the sort of seeing the perspective without knowing the details. But on the other hand, I relied on staff that I worked with who were familiar with the cases, who could sort of fill in the blanks, and it still seemed really harsh. So I think if DOC can control who they're locking up, it seems like a conflict of interest in my mind. And it seems really important to give people on furlough the opportunity to have their day in court, given the penalties are so punitive. So, Commissioner, I don't know if there's a question in there. The other, I appreciate your strong commitment to this, and I know you had said that you didn't see yourself staying in this position long term, and I wish you could only guarantee that every commissioner following in your footsteps would take your position, which is, we would rely on different people's philosophies, and that concerns me. So thank you.
Yeah, I guess, I appreciate Bryn's clarification on that. And as I said before, that was my understanding. But I guess for me, Bryn, just to clarify, and I do want to answer or respond to the representative's comments about being punitive. Do those other de novo reviews also open up the opportunity for testimony and new evidence coming in? If that's the case, then I misspoke.
I'd have to go back and look. I'm not sure if there's always a specific statutory directive about additional evidence, but if the statute is silent, then oftentimes it's left up to the court to make its own determination about what evidence is admissible.
That probably was the basis of my briefing on Rule 74 and de novo. Just to go back to the representative comments about being punitive, I can't speak to cases that I don't know about. I'm from the outside. I came into corrections into circumstances that I found myself coming into before. And in this case, looking at an agency that's been under the spotlight for a long time. And I must say, back to the representative's comments, my sense coming from the outside in and having a new set of eyes on the operation of corrections, I certainly have emphasized that our position is not to be punitive, and our position is not to lock people up. But as a reminder, when someone's on furlough, they're still serving a jail sentence. They're still technically serving a jail sentence. And we've moved them to the community at the discretion of the commissioner in order to prepare them for that transition back into the community. And many times people fail at that because it's very difficult to make that transition. And there are a lot of circumstances. I've actually taken a look at a spattering of cases over the last year where we violated people on furlough on technical violations. And in most cases, there's more to the story. There's more to the story. So I appreciate your comments. I'm here for a while longer as a result of COVID-19, and I suspect I'll be here a bit longer because of the budget challenges that we face.
Thank you. Ken.
So this is to the commissioner, and I think I've got 3 things on this, but I think I heard him say he came into this job in January. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So he's starting from new to try to straighten this out from what I can understand. In the past, what I've always think I've heard is that there's always been a lot of risky people that have been let out. And with you on board now, you're confident you have that under control to bring them back in if they do mess up?
I guess, so are you asking me if we're letting risky people out on furlough? Because we are talking about furlough here, right?
Yeah, well, I am.
Yeah. What I would say to you is that, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. The population that we supervise now looks much different than 10 or 15 years ago. Most of these folks are risky. Not risky in the sense of violence or risky in the sense that they're going to hurt somebody. Risky in the sense that they're not going to be successful in a transition back into the community. And what my assessment of a lot of this is the lack of wraparound services in communities to help them be successful. And the lack of housing, the lack of mental health counseling, the lack of substance abuse counseling, the ability for them to be successful. So I don't know if I'm answering your question or not. Every time we let someone out, it's a risk. And that's what risk assessment is about. And that's why I say, and I think the courts have seen this, they give deference to the fact that we possess that expertise to be able to assess risk. Do we always get it right? No. Do we always make the right call? No. Sometimes the violation of a furlough is obviously a reflection on us not getting it right. But assessing risk is not easy science. It's not that easy about what someone's risk factors are and what the circumstances are where you may find them not in compliance with what the supervision is.
Well, it sounds like to me that you're doing a great job on trying to rectify that and get it under control, because my last part of this is where I've learned about this whole thing is we're trying to loosen up the prison system a little bit and try to help the prisoners learn from their mistakes and get on with it. So I, for one, like what you just said, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. And just one comment back to that. I have to keep stating this, is that learning from their mistakes is true, but the situation with many of these folks are very complicated. Sometimes they have a hard time learning from their mistakes because of underlying mental health issues, substance abuse, exposed to trauma, heavily traumatized in their life, and their behavior reflects that. And so we are trying to focus on better community-based supervision, and we are 100% behind reinvestment. We believe that we can create models working with CSG and others to create better supervision in communities and cut down on the risk of harm to the communities.
Gotcha. Thank you. I I appreciate hearing that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I see Martin's hand, and I think that's it. So Martin, and then I'd like to conclude our discussion.
Yeah, I guess I really want to help us really understand the choice we have to make. I'd really like to review, perhaps with Bryn, and if Judge Grierson wants to weigh in, really the choices that are kind of before us. And one would be if we went with a straight so-called record review. And what would that really mean? And what would that mean as far as being able to supplement the record? My understanding is that the court, even with the record review case, can have additional evidence. Maybe I'm misunderstanding that. So there's record review. There could be a second option where it's record review, but we're very specific that the record can be supplemented with good cause shown. And then there's what we have here, which is the de novo review of the record. And I just want to make sure I understand, that we all understand really the perhaps subtle differences of those kind of three standards. And I'm wondering if, Bryn, if you could run through that, if Judge Grierson, or maybe have Judge Grierson, one of the two. What do you think, Chair Grad?
Well, I think we've had this discussion a number of times, my understanding is that we wanted to be as best for the court to be as clear as possible, which is what I think we did when we landed here. But Judge Grierson is here, so welcome, Your Honor, if you would like to respond.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. For the record, Brian Grierson, Chief Superior Judge. I think Representative Lalonde has identified the options. As you know, at the beginning of this, the court doesn't take a position on whether or not there should be an appeal process. That's obviously a policy decision the committee has to come to grips with. So if we talk about the different forms of appeal, from the beginning, the court was concerned about what I would consider a de novo appeal without any limitations, meaning at that point, you're not only reviewing what the department decision was and what they based it on, but I think, as Bryn indicated, we're not bound by that decision. We don't have to give the department's decision deference, and then we can separately find additional facts, take additional evidence, in our interpretation of the law, as opposed to a purely on-record review of the department's decision. Then we could be looking at, on a completely on-record review, was there an abuse of discretion looking at the department's policy or directives? So we're not necessarily substituting our own facts and our own interpretation of the law on the department. We are looking at the department's decision and their directives, and deciding whether or not, under their criteria, their ultimate decision was an abuse of discretion. And I think where the committee has landed is somewhere between the full
I think you may have frozen, Judge.
Oh, I was going to ask if it was me again. I froze earlier.
Judge Grierson, if you turn off maybe your video, that would help. I don't know. So maybe I can ask a more pointed question of Bryn. So with the de novo review, though, it's the judges, even the way we put restrictions around this, the court would still be making really a decision in the first instance, but really basing it on the record that was before the agency, and possibly supplemented if there was good cause shown, but it would be making its own decision on whether those standards were met as far as the safety standard, the risk of reoffense, et cetera. Is that right? Am I understand that right?
That is correct, yes.
Sorry, we lost you, Judge, right when you were.
Right when I was getting to the core, I think I was saying that the current structure gives the court the discretion to either open up the record beyond what the department heard or not after hearing from the appellant. So in viewed that way, it's a middle ground from a complete de novo versus a complete on the record abuse of discretion standard.
So because we have abuse of discretion in here still, ultimately the appellant has the burden of proving that the department abused its discretion. Is there still, what level of deference does that mean to the court that the court should be giving to the agency?
I think that's that's a case specific decision. Once they've reviewed the record as to what the department made their decision based on, and then they hear from the appellant, whether that opens up. I don't think it's necessarily a question of what weight we give it at that point. It's a question of whether the offer, if you will, or the proffer, as the Defender General referred to it, in an individual case, the court says, I need to hear more. I need to hear additional evidence. I need to take testimony from others. Or they may say as a result of that, they don't find any abuse of discretion based on that testimony, or that it doesn't open up the opportunity for more testimony.
So I guess I just want to make sure, and this is my final, really the point I'm trying to get at as well, is this, the way we've set this up, is this meaning no deference to the Department of Corrections?
I don't think it means no deference, because I think the way it's framed is that's the decision. The court is going to review it with an abuse of discretion in mind. And because of that standard, I think you're giving some level of deference to the committee, the department's decision. But then whether or not, the question then becomes whether or not additional testimony suggests a different conclusion, or that there was an abuse of discretion. Is that?
Thank you. I think, yeah, it's just that it seems that there is still some deference to the expertise of the Department of Corrections in the way that we have set this up. It's not like we're taking away the fact that they are the experts in this, is at least how I've read this,
Well, again, I think you go back to the underlying question is do you defer to the department's to what extent do you defer to the department's expertise in these areas, or do you allow the court, based on whatever testimony or evidence comes before it, make a decision on its own facts? And that's really what the core of this discussion is. It's how much deference you want to give to the department. And if you don't state that in the statute, then you are going to leave it to the individual judge in an individual case to determine to what extent they're going to give that deference.
On a case-by-case basis, presumably.
Right. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I guess it's more of a procedural question than anything. I know the other day that we did vote on this as a committee to accept the language. And so again, a procedural thing. Are we going to have to take another vote for the committee on the length? Whoop. Crashed and burned there for a second. So, can you still hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You're okay, I hope, yeah.
Didn't know if I got hurt or not there. So I guess my question would be, are we still debating on whether or not the committee is in favor of this language, or are we, that's number one. And I guess number two would be as far as the committee being in favor of the and or the or. So I'm just not sure where we're at and what we're doing in a sense.
Right, no, thank you. I appreciate that. So we did, by a straw poll, adopt the memo. And I think the only change or discussion is really the and or, but to open, I didn't want to open up the discussion on de novo or that standard record. And I don't want to go back and deliberate all of this again. But I do appreciate Ken's original question regarding the and or. So I'd like to hear again from the committee, and then we will move on. And again, it is a straw poll like we did the other day, where we do not have possession of the bill, and so we're not taking any sort of formal vote. So I know, let's see. Okay, Coach and then Selena.
I think that personally, my feeling would be to go with changing that to or. I think what it does is it's a reasonable compromise around defining the parameters and putting some guardrails in for both sides. I guess that's the short version, and I would support that change.
Thank you. Selena.
So just overall, I am very comfortable with the point we've reached in the memo, in our recommendations in the memo, and support the Rule 74 language as is. I think I agree that we've talked about that a lot of times and landed in this place, and don't feel a need to kind of reopen it and circle around it again. I also agree with changing the, I'm not going to be looking at the, I'll just say the technical violation section, changing the and to an or in the technical violation section, I think does give more discretion. I also looked at the proposed language in Commissioner Baker's memo for this section, and I think we're actually, with that change, quite close to what they're recommending, with the only difference being that I believe Commissioner Baker's memo proposes to include language around the offender posing a danger to themselves, and I have some real questions about that. I think part of what we're trying to do in the whole work of justice reinvestment is not continue incarcerating people for essentially like for their own good when there's so much evidence to the contrary. Although I am deeply sympathetic to the commissioner's observations about all of the supports that really are not in place for people in the community, and I think that is a a very large issue that we as legislature need to continue to address. But I don't think the answer to that is to ensure that people can be incarcerated for their own protection.
Thank you. Coach, I see your hand is it still up from before, or did you want to weigh in again? No.
It was from before.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I am hearing us move towards the or, and I do support that as well. Anybody else who hasn't weighed in that would like to? Yes, Nader, go ahead.
I was just going to say I can also compromise and support the or as well in this case.
Okay, great. And how about let's do a show of hands, straw poll in terms of changing the and to an or. Okay, great. And any opposed? I don't see any, but just make sure. Okay, great. So Bryn, we'll do that.
So
okay.
I've done that, and I'm just sending it now to Mike for posting.
Okay, great. Right. So then that concludes our discussion on the memo. As I said, we had approved everything else up to this point. Butch.
And thank your committee for your work. And I'm now proving that if you get enough devices in front of you, you can attend 2 or 3 committee meetings at once. So, but thank you very much, and look forward to hearing from you.
Great, thank you. And I will wait to hear from your chair as to when would be the best time. My understanding is that you're moving on to the Capitol bill, and so we won't be seeing you this afternoon. But,
right.
But thank you. Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Good work, committee. Appreciate it. Thank you, Bryn. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are going to switch gears to S347, which was referred to us, I believe, last week from the Senate. And this is that the response to the DUI pieces of S114 that we removed. And I've asked Bryn to do a very brief overview of what the language is that the Senate sent to us. We're not going to take any testimony yet. I'm still working with House Transportation to understand how we'll work together on this. We do have possession of this bill. However, it certainly is of interest to House Transportation as well. And Bryn, perhaps you can also update us on what testimony they have taken, and if you know if they will be taking any further testimony. So thank you.
Sure. So moving on, I just have to check a message that I got from Anthea to see the answer to your last question about what House Transportation has heard. Okay, so it sounds like just as an initial matter, House Transportation voted 9-2 to support S347 as it came from the Senate. I believe that they heard from the Department of Public Safety. I'm not sure if they did hear from the Office of State's Attorneys. I haven't been able to follow that, the testimony in there. But I know that they heard from the DMV and the Department of Public Safety.
Okay.
So
yeah, thank you. And the I know the Senate did hear from the State's Attorney's Office, and specifically there's a DUI prosecutor. Maybe you can help us.
Sure.
Posted on that, yeah.
Yep. So the Senate did hear from the DMV, they heard from Commissioner Manoli, and also from Heather Gray from the Department of State's Attorneys and Sheriffs, and she is the state's attorney that specializes in the DUI prosecutions. So they both testified in support of S347. Actually, S347 was really the result of the sort of everybody getting together and thinking about how to best make it work. So I heard from, in drafting it, I heard from Heather, and I also heard from Commissioner Manoli with their input. So if it's helpful, I can talk briefly about S114 as it passed the Senate, which is sort of the last version of this language that you looked at, and I can talk about how this bill 347 is different from that, if that's something you'd like.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank
Okay.
you.
So the committee might remember that S114 as it passed the Senate, which is the last language you looked at about DUI sort of statutory timeframe suspension. What that did was it suspended the statutory timeframes for preliminary and merits hearings for all civil suspensions during the duration of Administrative Order 49, which is that administrative order that suspends all non-emergency hearings. So that language included suspending the statutory timeframes for DUI 3 and subsequent offenses. And if you remember, the other part of that was that anybody, it provided that no one's license could be suspended until the merits hearing was held. So it both suspended the timeframes, the applicable timeframes for those hearings, and then it said, and DMV can't suspend anybody's license until the merits hearing was held. And the committee will probably remember that under those DUI civil suspension statutes, those suspensions happen basically automatically 11 days after the person receives notice that their license is going to be suspended. So that language would have prevented some people's licenses from being suspended that would have had their license suspended in the normal course of business. So you heard some concerns from the DMV and others, some public safety concerns. So the Senate took those concerns under consideration and came up with S347. So what this bill does is it still suspends those statutory timeframes for the civil suspension hearings, the preliminary and the merits hearings, that 42-day rule, for the duration of AO 49. But specifically, it only suspends the timeframes for DUI 1 and 2 offenses. And it only suspends them if the person requests a hearing. So as I mentioned, under the civil suspension statutes currently, a license is sort of automatically suspended 11 days after that person is notified of their civil suspension. And by statute, the person has the opportunity to waive that hearing and take some steps to regain their license. So for example, to participate in an ignition interlock program in order to get their license reinstated. So under S347, if the person waives that hearing, the civil suspension will proceed according to statute. And also, pursuant to S347, any violation of a DUI 3 or subsequent will also proceed according to statute. Those timeframes are not suspended. So if a DUI 1 or 2 person does request a hearing, those statutory timeframes are suspended, and the DMV can't suspend that person's license until the merits hearing is held on the civil suspension. So it essentially just narrows the scope of what S114 did. So now it only suspends those timeframes for a DUI 1 and 2, and only if the person requests a hearing.
Okay, thank you. So I will check in with Chair McCormick. I see that they voted on the bill, even though we have it, and it would be interesting to know why two folks opposed it. So stay tuned on that one. I don't want to go much further into this until we can figure out what works best for both us and House Transportations. So okay. Any questions on that or the process, or any thoughts on the process? Again, it's a little tricky when we can't just run upstairs and bring folks downstairs. Nutter.
Just a question for Bryn, probably based on maybe some of the testimony you may have heard in the other committee, but I mean, the person who is requesting the hearing, their license would only be suspended for a very short period of time in between that request and when the effective date takes effect, right? Usually about 2 weeks or so.
Right, that's right.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Okay. And then do folks have, so we're supposed to adjourn at 12:30. Can folks take a little bit more time to hear from Eric and David Scheer briefly? Okay, great. All right. Bryn, thank you very much. Take care. Okay, Eric, are you? Great, welcome. Good afternoon, Eric. So committee, what I'm doing now is I'm getting some background for the committee on other Senate bills that we have. As you know, we don't really have that many Senate bills. But before we left on the 13th, one of the bills that we did have was S-183, which is an act relating to competency to stand trial and insanity as a defense. This is a bill that certainly, if we were to take it up, we would work with the Healthcare Committee, because I think there certainly are sections of it where there is joint, but also perhaps primary jurisdiction for healthcare. But then there are sections, or perhaps just one section, and I have spoken with Representative Donahue, that is purely in our jurisdiction. And so that's the one that I'm going to, after Eric talks very, very briefly at a very high level what the bill does, that's when I'll take testimony on this one particular section and hear from the Attorney General's office. So Eric, welcome. Thank you.
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. Eric Fitzpatrick with the Office of Legislative Counsel, here to talk a little bit about S-183, an act relating to competency to stand trial and insanity as a defense, which, as the chair mentioned, has passed the Senate and I assume is in the House Judiciary Committee at the moment, but there's some sort of crossover of issues, as the chair also mentioned. There is, although the bill isn't particularly long, there are some complex issues that it deals with. So it might be helpful to understand those issues just for a minute or two before we talk about what the bill actually does. But as I mentioned, the title of the bill really sums it up. It's relating to competency to stand trial and insanity as a defense. And these are two concepts that come into play when a criminal defendant's in a criminal proceeding, when their mental health status has been placed at issue. Now, although they both involve both insanity, the insanity defense, and competency to stand trial, both involve the defendant's mental health status with respect to a criminal proceeding, they're very different concepts. And it's really crucial to understand that, to understand what's going on in the bill, because the insanity defense really involves the defendant's mental health status at the time the alleged offense is committed. So it doesn't involve any other point in time. It's only has to do with the defendant's mental health status at that precise moment when the offense is allegedly committed. On the other hand, competency to stand trial doesn't have anything to do with the defendant's mental health status at the time the offense is committed. It only deals with the defendant's mental health status at the time of trial. It only deals with that precise moment. Now, the consequences of the two things are very different. If someone presents a successful insanity defense, in other words, they're found not guilty by reason of insanity, that's what's known as a complete defense. The person cannot be charged again. They are free to go, unless I'll talk in a moment whether they're dangerous to themselves or others, but they cannot be charged criminally with that offense again. It's a complete defense. On the other hand, if a person is found incompetent to stand trial, that only has to do with whether or not they are competent to stand trial for the charge, and that competency can always be regained. So it doesn't mean that they can't be brought forward to face the criminal charges again at some point in the future. It just means that they're not competent at that precise moment in time. And so they, through mental health treatment or otherwise passage of time, the criminal charges can still be brought again. So you see the consequences are very different. The bill, another thing just to think about for a moment is that if someone is found either incompetent to stand trial or not guilty by reason of insanity, the next question is always going to be, well, what happens to that person? You know, they essentially are then going to be involved in a subsequent court proceeding. And the idea of that proceeding is going to be to determine whether or not that person is a danger to themselves or others. Now, that's a concept that this committee has talked about many times over the years, whether it's in involuntary commitment settings, involuntary treatment, even in the ERPO, the Extreme Risk Protection Order setting. You know, this idea of being dangerous to self or others, very familiar concepts to the courts and to the practitioners in this area. So that's the next stage in the proceeding. So a person, for example, if you think about it, could be found not guilty by reason of insanity. In other words, they didn't understand the nature of the charges against them, or didn't understand, weren't able to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. But it might not necessarily be that that person was dangerous. It could have been that they were committing some very low-level theft or something like that. So the dangerousness is a separate question, and the court then considers after the finding of incompetence or insanity, the court will then have to consider, is this person a danger to him or herself or to other people? And if the answer to that question is yes, then the person is committed to the Department of Mental Health for treatment. So they're committed to the custody of DMH. So that's kind of the big picture. But you think about the nature of that commitment, that's a person who hasn't been convicted of a crime, right? Because they've either been found not guilty by reason of insanity or not yet competent to stand trial. And yet their liberty is being deprived because they're being placed in the custody of the department. And for that reason, constitutional due process requirements come into play here very significantly. So a lot of there are lengthy statutes in this chapter dealing with the procedures that apply in this situation that I'm describing. And a lot of those are driven by constitutional requirements because you're really depriving a person of his or her liberty. And when you do that, you have to follow due process. And these are the requirements that the courts have developed over the years for what due process requires. So that's the big picture background of, and as I say, the statutes are very detailed in the procedures that apply in these mental health proceedings involving criminal defendants. And what S-183 does is it makes some changes to those procedures, basically, is what's going on. I could run through those changes really quickly if that would be helpful. I know you're dealing with a little bit of a compressed schedule here, so I just want to see what you want to do next.
Right. I guess if you could help us, do you know if it was just the Senate Judiciary Committee that worked on this, or was it also, were there other committees involved in this?
We also, it was primarily Senate Judiciary, but it was also spent some time. I don't think it was ever formally referred to Senate Health and Welfare, but there was discussion in there. Both, and I should mention also that also indicates how there's a couple of different jurisdictions involved in this bill. I did the judiciary pieces, and Katie McClin in our office was handling the healthcare pieces. And both of us testified in Senate Health and Welfare on the bill as well.
Okay, and so Eric, in your opinion, what would you consider to be the judiciary pieces, or the pieces that you worked on?
Everything except for the studies, actually, where it was so that would be sections 1 through 4. Really, the Health and Welfare Committee and the Senate side was really just looking at the studies and creating the task force in sections 5 and 6 primarily.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I think I'm going to move to the Attorney General's office because, again, if we were to really dive into this bill, I would want to confer further with the Healthcare Committee, and I'm not sure what their schedule is at now, but I do know that in terms of the section that we're going to hear about from the Attorney General's office, that one, Representative Donahue has stated that she does think that is purely in our jurisdiction. So I'm comfortable hearing testimony on that. And again, we'll come back to this, but I just wanted to starting to look at other things that we do have in our committee that we have not looked at yet. So thank you.
Sure, you bet.
Great. So David, welcome.
Thank you. For the record, David Chair with the Attorney General's Office. In keeping with the chair's directive, I'll try to keep this at a pretty high level overview, and then we can delve into it at an appropriate time in more detail. Speaking generally, there are times when defendants or their attorneys or potentially a judge will raise the question of whether a defendant is competent to stand trial. And the issue turns on essentially whether the person has the ability to understand the nature of the proceedings that are ongoing against them, and in so doing, have a lawyer be able to provide them with an adequate defense. And unlike the insanity issue, which is a question of whether the person was sane at the time of the crime, this is a question about whether the person has sufficient mental competence at the time of the trial. Now, there are times when that issue is contested, and the one side may feel that the person is not competent, and the other side may feel that the person is competent, and that will go to a contested hearing. In order to gather evidence for that hearing, the judges will rely upon expert testimony. The expert testimony can be essentially ordered by the judge, and it can be ordered at the request of any of the parties, the state, the defense, or the judge on their own motion. When the judge orders that, or I should say, there's sort of a series of statutes and rules that come into